before was a serious issue. Good. Now, let's come to 2020. So, when Elvis talks about flip, this is the reason he really wanted to unflip, because NPP had flipped it. Now, show me the new breakdown of the region with our parliamentary. So, look at it. The 4 that NDC had, they've kept. So, look on your left column. Cape Coast South has been kept. Agona East has been kept. The Jumaku Enyan Esiam has been kept. KEEA has been kept. This is the real story. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. Asin North comes roaring back for NDC. It was actually a strong MPP. Ewutu Senya West. This is George Anda.
Yeah.
It was a mighty contest in 2016 with Hannah Tete.
Now, Gisela Abotui Tete, who is Hannah Tete's sister, who is an architect, used to be on the board of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, is now the winner.
It reminds me of a story. It says, my name is Gisela Abotui Tete. You kill my sister, prepare to die. So it's like, how do you take my sister out? Hannah Tete was the leading light of NDC, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, former Minister of Trade. She's now working in the UN system. George Anda gave her a run for the money. Giselle says, you defeated my sister, prepare to die. Giselle has taken it back. And that's an interesting NDC family, because the third one is also a finance person.
So you can call them the Powerpuff Girls. So there is Hannah Tete, there is Gisela Botui Tete, and there is Gabriela Tete.
So go back to the chart. Just want to show them what I'm saying. So you have Ewutu Senya West. Now, Ewutu Senya West, interesting because George Anda is a deputy minister for communication. A telco. George Anda used to run Glow. Right? George Anda is a marketing guru.
Guinness, MTN, Glow, not just in Ghana, went to Nigeria, has had experience doing a lot of things. Occupy Ghana, Citizen Ghana movement, activism, all those are part of the things
West.
That George Anda has done.
He won 52-46 in 2016 against Hannah Tete, and Giselle
has taken it.
I don't have the split.
You also mentioned Asin North earlier.
Yes.
Now this is Asin North.
Yes.
Abina Drowa Mensah won it, and now James Jachikwesin has taken it for the NDC.
This is what you call a flip.
Yeah.
36-54. Asin is 3. Asin South, Asin North, and Asin Central.
Yeah.
NDC has taken Asin North. What else have they taken? They've taken back Cape Coast North.
Now Cape Coast North is down here.
Barbara Asha AEC, Deputy Minister initially of Education, now Deputy Minister of some sector, I don't really remember. Dr. Kwamina Mintanyaku has flipped.
So it's from a teacher to a teacher?
Yes. Cape Coast North, so if you're driving to Wesley Girls, Pedu, Cape Coast North is in that area. So this is NDC taking back Cape Coast North, having lost it to, what do you call it?
Dr. Kwamina Mintanyaku.
Yes. Then you have Chifu Atimokwa.
This is your Chifu Atimokwa. We need to change Abraham's
name.
Yes.
So this was MPP 5840. NDC is taking Chifu Atimokwa back. Then we have Gomwa West. Gomwa West was lawyer Aban, Deputy Minister initially of Health, later became Deputy Minister for Communication. Alexander Ko Aban.
Kojo Aban.
Yes.
Yeah.
He won it. It wasn't that big.
Yeah.
49-45. And he lost it. So NDC is taking back Gomwa West. I like Gomwa West because when I cut my teeth in politics, we covered Gomwa West, and Amma Benyuado was very strong for NDC. So NDC would feel Gomwa West is for us. We're talking about Apam areas. So Gomwa West has gone back to NDC. Gomwa East. Now, Gomwa East is the second largest grower in the central region for population. So there was Ewutu Senya East and Gomwa East.
Yeah.
This is a huge constituency. There are parts of it that even go close to the Pentecost Convention Center, close to Nyanyano. All right? So Gomwa Kote, Gomwa Budumburam, all these places. NDC is taking it back.
Yeah.
And the name of the person, I'm not sure. I'll get it for you. Then we have Ekumfi.
Now, Ekumfi is interesting. So, Ekumfi juice, remember?
Eku juice.
Eku juice. That's something we've all been drinking.
Yeah.
Now, Ekumfi is down here. And Francis Kingsley Atukujo
was the MPP candidate.
Yes, he's losing it.
A couple of things about Ekumfi. Ekumfi, President Mills is partly from Cape Coast and partly from Ekumfi Otiam. And this is a very, I'm surprised the MPP even won it. I think there was an issue. I don't know, but this is a real NDC place.
Yeah.
So NDC is taking it back, essentially. But it's
going
become,
back home.
Yes, so this is a Kofi. And then a Sikuma Dobin Brakwa is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Because I actually was thinking NDC was going to rather win Abura Asebu Kwamankese. AAK.
Yeah.
Because the high-flying Felix Pachiofosu of the NDC was running there.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were tipping him to win. Rather, he lost.
Yeah.
And MPP maintained it. And a Sikuma Dobin Brakwa, where Ajay Thompson of the MPP was going, former MC for the area, NDC is taking that. So this is a real coup. So NDC gained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Don't be
8.
surprised by that anyway, because in 2016, 50.1, 49.2. The gap was quite small, 23,760, 23,330. So it was a gap that could be closed and swung in a different direction.
So in total, NDC now has 12 parliamentary seats of the 23. That leaves how many for MPP?
If you have 12 out of 23, there's 11.
But the truth is, the devil is in the detail, because the 11 left, the largest is Ewutu Senya East. It is humongous.
Yeah.
It had 154,000 registered voters. It grew by over 87%. And you have the Minister for Special Development
Initiatives.
So MPP held that. They held Himandowa Dentra. They held Asin South, if you can show this on the screen again. They held Asin Central. So Asin, one of the Asins is Kennedy Japan. I don't know if it's going again.
So Asin South is
Johnny
for Johnny Tim Fojo.
Yes.
Asin North has been lost.
Yes.
And this Asin Central
Kennedy
is for
Japan.
Ohine Japan.
One of the most popular MPP people among the grassroots. AAK, NPP held it. They'll be happy with that. In Fantiman West, they held it. The MP, Eko Hayford, was shot a couple of weeks to the election. MPP decided to make his widow the candidate. She's won it. She's won it. A bit like Ayawaso West were gone.
And that was a big risk that the widow had to take to quit your job and to take up the void, fill the void that your husband
They'll
left.
be happy with that.
Yeah.
They'll be happy with that because they were afraid they would lose it. Then there's Upper Denchira East. There's Upper Denchira West. Upper Denchira never goes to NDC. It's almost in the corner.
Yeah.
It's in the northwestern corner of the central region. This is where the place the soldier was killed. What's the name of the place?
Major Mahama.
Yes, there's a place they call Denchirabuase. That's the area. It's a bit of a... It's far if you are from the coast. So they took Denchira East and West.
That's bringing you closer to Ashanti region, really, because there's Adansia Krofrum, there's Odotobri, there's New Edubiase, all around this particular area.
Then there's Agona West, which they took as well. And then they took Efutu. Agona West is the Minister for Cynthia Morrison. Yes, Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. She held that. Efutu Alexander Apenyo-Marking, he maintained it. Did a healthy margin. It was lining up to be a close race because James Kofi Annan was poised to give Alexander Apenyo-Marking around for his money. Alex is a wily old player. He won it. And then Goma Central maintained. So it's now an 11-12. So don't forget that ratios. MPP... NDC gains 2 in Upper West, gain 2 in Upper East, net. NPP gains a net of 1 in Northeast, another net of 1 in Savannah, and then they've lost another 1 here. We had Western, we have Bono, we have Volta, Eastern Ashanti, we have the Western North, and Greater Accra to go. But we need to take a breather. Look, we hope this is making sense. We're trying to walk you through the parliamentary situation. We will take a breather. We'll come back before the night ends and bring you another round. Hopefully, we are how many constituencies now for the presidential?
Let's give ourselves about 170, 175 constituencies.
With results coming in and God being a helper, we may even get to 200, and that will give us a more excellent picture of the situation. Please stay with Citi FM 97.3. Stay with Citi TV, your election bureau. My name is Bernard, and I'm here with Kojo.
And before we go, there's something to be said about Ejumako Enyanesiam.
Okay, what happened there?
There was a competition that a lot of people were watching.
Yes.
Because it had the former Deputy Finance Minister, Kazielatu Forsen, going against Rashid.
Okay, and Kaziel held it.
And Kaziel held it. Dr. Rashid, Dr. Forsen, 2 young men. A lot of people felt that it could swing because in 2016 it was a skirt and blouse.
Yes, they voted NPP presidential and voted NDC parliamentary. What the other story we'll tell you when we come back, time permitting, is to do for you the skirt and blouse situation, because it's actually worked both ways. There's been a lot of skirts detached from blouses in this period. This is Citi's Election Bureau. We'll be right back with more programs. Stay with us.
Introducing new Sunlight 2-in-1. It gives you burst, after burst, after burst of long-lasting freshness. New Sunlight 2-in-1 for burst after burst of long-lasting freshness.
I'm experienced now, professional. I done wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail.
This is a game that's going to be a Lionel Messi match.
Last week, I murdered a rock.
Brilliant
Injured a stone. Hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Last night, I cut the light off my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Speed thrills, but it kills. An open road in good condition may entice a driver to speed. As a driver, you must not speed, especially in areas where speeds of less than 50 km per hour are required. Road engineers sometimes construct speed humps in an effort to make drivers reduce speeds, especially in residential areas, commercial areas, and near schools where speeds of less than 30 km per hour are required. If you are driving in such areas, please slow down so that you can bring your vehicle to a stop when you have to. Stop road crashes now. Stay alive.
This road safety education is brought to you by the National Road Safety Authority.
Citi TV is live. On DSTV, go to channel 363. On GoTV, access Citi TV on channel 182. On a digital TV, please press the menu button on the remote control and run a new search on your TV. Take note that without an antenna, you cannot access Citi TV on your television. Citi TV can be accessed on a free-to-air digital box like the GoTV and StarTimes box. Citi TV, it's your world.
I'm Bismarck from Accra. I've been dating this girl for about 4 years now, and we really love each other and want to spend the rest of our lives together. Problem now is that she went to church and the pastor asked her if she's in a relationship with a man. If she's in a relationship and a man should come and ask for her hand in marriage, will she go ahead to marry the guy, or will she choose to stay in her current relationship? She said she replied that she will choose the marriage proposal. After her answer, the pastor told her that if she is indeed in a relationship, she should advise herself. Here lies the case. We both don't want to lose each other. But with what the pastor said, my girlfriend said she's very confused, doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't want to lose me either. I felt so heartbroken after she told me this. I'm confused too. What should I or we do? We need your advice.
She's ready to marry a complete stranger, and for me, that's worrying.
I feel like she's trying to force this guy's hand. I don't understand why anybody's confused. There's nothing to be confused about.
When you're with a guy for that long, like they're saying, definitely at the back of her mind, as long as there's no ring, she doesn't value the relationship.
Sister is proudly sponsored by Vodafone. The future is exciting, ready and secure. You decide.
It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy, gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink keeps you going.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Holidays, what a time. Just look. Hey, Daddy. Hey, drama. Drama lives here. You never know what they are learning. Choose the STV today for only 229 Ghana cedis. Whatever your Christmas is your moment. And this holiday season is about to get even more special.
At McDan Shipping, we saw a chance to invest in a logistics company whose technology streamlines shipping operations. Perspectives like this has made McDan the leading cargo consolidation manager. Clearing and forwarding come with speed and dependability. Cargo handling, air freight, transporting, transits, warehousing, and bulk logistics. With branches in Africa, Asia, Europe, USA, and all over the world. McDan Shipping, your total logistics partner.
I'm Bismarck from Accra. I've been dating this girl for about 4 years now, and we really love each other and want to spend the rest of our lives together. Problem now is that she went to church and the pastor asked her if she's in a relationship with a man, if she's in a relationship and a man should come and ask for her hand in marriage, will she go ahead to marry the guy, or will she choose to stay in her current relationship? She said she replied that she will choose the marriage proposal. After her answer, the pastor told her that if she is indeed in a relationship, she should advise herself. Here lies the case. We both don't want to lose each other. But with what the pastor said, my girlfriend said she's very confused, doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't want to lose me either. I felt so heartbroken after she told me this. I'm confused too. What should I or we do? We need your advice.
She's ready to marry a complete stranger, and for me, that's worrying.
I feel like she's trying to force this guy's hand. I don't understand why anybody's confused. There's nothing to be confused about.
When you're with a guy for that long, like they're saying, definitely at the back of her mind, as long as there's no ring, she doesn't value the relationship.
Sister is proudly sponsored by Vodafone. The future is exciting, ready and secure. You decide.
That's kind of cynical. I mean, because I'm not sure that all that we have done have necessarily been to the benefit of middle class or wealthy people. So we will get to that.
Tune in to The Point of View this and every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. as I, Bernard Avle, get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
When MBB came, because they were not putting money in the sinking fund.
They were not putting money in the sinking fund.
Yes.
That's why this curve is going up.
The money was going to the sinking fund, but it was not being applied to debt.
I think that there's a lot of apocryphal conspiracy theories around. And it's not different from 5G causes coronavirus, COVID-19 and things like that. So there's been this long-term held belief that somehow there are some people that have planned that they will bus hundreds of thousands of people to come and change Ghanaian electoral outcome. There is no evidence for it. There is absolutely no evidence for it.
I am saying that we have very professional herbalists in this country whose capacity I know because I've tried it. But also there are quack ones within them. And the earlier we weed them out, the better for them.
Remember, The Point of View is live every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Citi TV.
The Point of View is powered by Airtel Tigo. Have you heard that Airtel Tigo calls from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Airtel Tigo money transfers are now free on new SIMs? Now you know. Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
The conversations that help you shape your spiritual journey as a Christian. Find the answers you seek. Catch the 700 Club with Pat Robertson every Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m. on Citi TV. It's inspiration. It's the word. The teachings.
When is your time? When is your season? When is your turn? No amount of lies, no amount of liars, political liars, financial liars, family liars, hatred or spiritual liars, no amount of it can stop you.
Tune in to Voice of Inspiration with Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. on Citi TV.
Comprehensive news. The Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. on Citi TV is your most engaging news bulletin on TV.
It's a very oh, that's too bad. The youth are still throwing stones. They are still throwing stones here into our direction. And can I come in? I want to come in. Okay.
Telling your stories better with correspondents covering every corner of the country.
Getting access to potable water is a daily struggle for residents of Kakichekopi and Balekopi communities in the Ada East district of the Greater Accra region.
Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. Very fluent with issues that concern you.
This is quite a Mr. Rabbi. Someone is in a bread. Told you kind of make 1 week. What do you say?
Is it unfair? What all this? What all this? We are dying! We are dying! We are dying for Choco!
With Citi Newsroom, your community is now connected.
In this our community, all of us we are very sorry about this school. If we went to see the children, they are so small, even my grandchildren are there, my grands outside there. If they come out from the school, I'll be busy.
Every day at 8 p.m., Citi Newsroom is live on Citi TV.
Welcome again to the Election Bureau. Once again, this is the GH Election Blitz with me, Emmanuel Sapon. And you know the business. Anytime I come to your screens, I'm here to bring you the highlights on what's going on the world of social media in regards to the ongoing Ghana elections. It's day 2. We should know everybody's smoothness level. But in the meantime, some results have been declared in some constituency. And one of the constituencies that was one to watch was the Ayawaso West constituency. And guess what? It was a heels versus boots agenda right there, because Lydia Alassane was going head-to-head with John Dumelo. And guess who took the day? Lydia. And social media did not spare John Dumelo at all. And someone, Michael Schofield, said John Dumelo moved from Eyezu to Eyesu. Oh my goodness. Asabri says someone is using the laptop he got Mr. Dumelo to do John Dumelo agenda. Okay, NDC, would you stand next year? And that is the reaction of Dumelo's face, according to Impulse Buy-in. Saibu says, I hear John Dumelo is going around to take back all the corona rice he distributed. At this time, I should say the rice finished. Bernard says, I Claire, viewing Ayawaso West from afar. Laptop collection mood activated. Spider-Man Jumana say. My oh my. Alright, so Kobe Katili says, after what has happened to Dumelo, no, you still believe politics is about popularity? LOL. Hey, my leader be hard pass. Yes indeed. I think you could call this boots for heels, and heels definitely took the day. Son of Julius says, gutters thems or Dumelo tier. But still, my leader Lasham simple. Hey, woman go show you. The agenda never stops. Beyond Control says John Dumelo in your left and Ghana Dimu. You're right. All right. Papi Kojo says, I'm with you, Mr. Dumelo. I cried in 2016, but I am with you. So those of you remember what happened to Papi Kojo in 2016. He had quite a number of popular songs during that season, during that era, and he didn't get a single award. I think a nomination at the 2016 Ghana Music Award. So he's definitely understanding how Mr. Dumelo is feeling right now. So yeah, that's about it for Dumelo's tweets, and back to you. Oh, but wait, before that, some people actually believe that John Dumelo, though might have lost the seat at Ayawaso West, he might just pass on to be the first deputy member of parliament elect and Ayawaso West Vocal Constituency. This is according to Thought Pillow. So as you can see there, he says, congratulations, John Dumelo. So there you have it. Unfortunately, John Dumelo couldn't take over the seat. So my leader gets to retain the seat fully, since their husband passed away.
Don't talk much. I just show action.
Man, Charlie, don't mess with Ghanaians, man. Don't mess with Ghanaians, man. I don't know how John Dumelo is feeling right now. Maybe, just maybe, after we watch this video. All right, now another thing that we realized on social media was that the Bawumia effect has happened in the northern sector of the country, because we've seen a number of flip-flops where constituencies that were naturally NDC strongholds have now been flip-flopped into Bawumia strongholds.
Hey, Asemo.
The Exactly. The Bawumia effect has taken full control in the north, where the MPP has fortunately gained some seats in there, and social media went bizarre because they are giving credit to Bawumia's effect ever since he became the vice president of the current president, which is Nana Akufo-Addo. And this is what some of you had to say. All right, so let's do some Bawumia reactions, and starting off with that, we have Manche B. Ago, and he says, from the figures coming from the northern regions, Vice President Bawumia clearly won us the election. He's proving himself. Okay, Nibasak says the northern region is now a stronghold for the MPP. Bawumia effect. North is falling for MPP. All right, Lord Kujo, or from our own Franklin Kujo of Imani, Africa, irrespective of who wins, it's clear that Bawumia is the greatest asset for the MPP. You dump him and say bye to progress. He must begin to be more assertive though. Dennis says, Bawumia really worked for the north there. Give Showboy. MPP getting more votes than 2016. If we reach Kumasi, then we sorry. Hey, who? That's right. Onibanya says the MPP must consolidate their gains in the northern regions by giving Bawumia the nod to lead in 2024. His effect on the trend of votes in the regions has been tremendous. Fantastic guy. Great impact. Thoughts Pillow again says, the way Bawumia is getting funds, they're mad, oh. All right, so there you have it. Bawumia's effect all throughout the northern region. Let's see how it fares in the total elections for the presidency. All right, now moving on to other exciting content on social media, what we saw identified on social media, skirt and blouse. Now, this is the first time for some people you are hearing this. What is skirt and blouse? I mean, you've seen it in the trends. You're wondering what it's about. I'm going to speak to someone who is going to tell us in layman terms what skirt and blouse voting means.
So the skirt and blouse voting is a kind of system where a voter decides to vote for two different candidates belonging to two different political parties. So, for example, in the Clote constituency, where we have Citi FM, Citi TV, a voter decides that I'm going to vote in this general election. When the voter goes, the voter decides to vote for the presidential elections. When he looks at the candidates in the particular presidential election, the voter decides to vote for GhElections in that particular election for president. In the same constituency where the voter is also supposed to, or is expected to vote for a parliamentary candidate. But in voting for the parliamentary candidate, this time he didn't vote for the candidate belonging to the GhElections party. He decides that he's going to vote for a parliamentary candidate belonging to the CPP. In this case, that particular voter has decided to go for the skirt and blouse. So instead of voting for GhElections presidential and GhElections parliamentary, he goes for GhElections presidential, CPP parliamentary. So this is what we mean by skirt and blouse anytime we talk about it in the news or we talk about it during our analysis.
All right, now this is the first time you are hearing the word, or you're hearing these words, skirt and blouse. Some of you tweeted by saying, for example, 1,000 says skirt and blouse everywhere. Electorate voting based on works and not family ties or brand, and that's a win. Rexford Kingsley also said, "Shall it not be small skirt and blouse menace vote?" And then Selby also says that I like the skirt and blouse voting. Certain areas are no longer strongholds. If you don't work for the people, then you will leave the seat. And then Kwan Jr. or Style says, so the skirt and blouse, them they vote who go where am. Now, I won't call this international news sort of, because this man who is quite popular, for those of you who know Ovation magazine, his name is Dele Mamudu, unfortunately happened to be on the bad side of Ghanaians, because I think he poked his nose into businesses that are not his. And in the tweet, as you can see, he talked about the fact that lights have gone off in some areas when the counting of votes was underway, and Ghanaians did not spare him at all. So let us take you through some of the reactions that came our way when he tweeted that. Well, on to some Dele Mamudu tweets or reactions. Bernard Kweko Okai says, stick to interviewing #BB Niger contestants. That's your feel. Ouch. Ouch. Kobe Dexter says, no brother bomb me past Dele Momudu. He won't think about his country. No wonder the video called him my guy. Right. Lumbamba says, lies have been going off all over in Nigeria. We don't see you tweet about it. Rest. Queen Kali says, Dele Momudu needs to mind his business and focus on his country. All right, so there you have it. Entertaining reactions all through right here on the Election Bureau. Don't forget that the hashtag is Election Bureau, and also you could hashtag GhElections. When you tweet at us, you can tweet at me at Olele Salvador on Twitter, everywhere, anywhere, social media, and also at Citi TV GH. Don't forget Citi 97.3, which is also the radio wing of the Election Bureau production. Till I come your way with some more, don't forget to keep the conversation going, to keep the interactions popping, and guess what? You just might appear on TV. See you next time.
I'm Bismarck from Accra. I've been dating this girl for about 4 years now, and we really love each other and want to spend the rest of our lives together. Problem now is that she went to church and the pastor asked her if she's in a relationship with a man, if she's in a relationship and a man should come and ask for her hand in marriage, will she go ahead to marry the guy, or will she choose to stay in her current relationship? She said she replied that she will choose the marriage proposal. After her answer, the pastor told her that if she is indeed in a relationship, she should advise herself. Here lies the case. We both don't want to lose each other. But with what the pastor said, my girlfriend said she's very confused, doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't want to lose me either. I felt so heartbroken after she told me this. I'm confused too. What should I or we do? We need your advice.
She's ready to marry a complete stranger, and for me, that's worrying.
I feel like she's trying to force this guy's hand. I don't understand why anybody's confused. There's nothing to be confused about.
When you're with a guy for that long, like they're saying, definitely at the back of her mind, as long as there's no ring, she doesn't value the relationship.
Sister is proudly sponsored by Vodafone. The future is exciting, ready and secure. You decide.
There are those with untold stories, unraveled feats, life-changing stories, and lasting legacies. They tell their stories themselves on footprints. Yes.
Oh, at some point, we are taking the step. Unfortunately, he was dragging the country into an abyss. Yeah. So we saw it. But they have held power, the guns and so forth. Who were we to? We just watched. But by, I believe, 74-5, the country was seeing through him. That this man was a total misfit.
But he was a happy man.
But because in Akanda, there's a proverb.
Be inspired by their hard work and resilience that led to their outstanding achievements as we trace their footsteps through time.
Lincoln, we have one of our, school member died or whatever, so we have to go there and perform during the funeral, whatever. And then I was feeling thirsty, so there was but those days it's not like pure water or whatever. They sell the water in a bottle. Yeah, stuff like that. So there was a bottle there. I thought it was just a water. No, it was aquatation, So I just took it when I drank it, before I realized, Charlie. So what happened to me? I was like, Charlie, I'll never touch it. So since then, I've never touched alcohol.
Okay, so you didn't drink alcohol, and you never smoked?
Smoked, no way. No.
Really?
Never.
Wow.
Never.
Then who comes out of the car? Chachu Chikata and Kojo Chikata. And Chachu told me that they have Kojo was sick since the morning, and he has been tortured and whatnot, and they have come for medical attention. Of course, naturally, I have to look after them, even though they are very close relatives. So I look at Kojo, I examine him, I notice that he's definitely been tortured. And there was blood, deep-seated blood in the ears. You can see that clearly.
So join me, Samuel Atamensa, and my guests every Saturday at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 4 p.m. for Footprints, only on Citi TV.
Footprint is sponsored by Bethel Logistics Company Limited, experts in shipping logistics.
This is your election bureau. If you are listening on radio, it's 97.3 Citi FM. If you're watching us on television, this is Citi TV. My name is Bernard Avle, and I'm here with my man Kojo.
Joe.
Yeah, so Kojo is the data guy, and we are here by our dashboard. We're going to give you an overview of where we are, and this is really a countdown to knowing who's won the 2020 election. One of the most fascinating races of our time. Yeah. And it's been really interesting.
It's been interesting. And when we were talking to Sixtus from the conference center, somebody tweeted at us and he said, you guys, let's get this down with so that we can go back to the conference center for what we do best on the 24th. I think a lot of people are anxious. They want to see, I don't want to use the word anxious, expectant. Because anxiety is not possible.
But I think that the fact that EC has removed the self-imposed 5 p.m. deadline today has calmed a lot of nerves.
Yes, and there was also a concern. The EC said they were going to share results with all of us. Now, I've seen them tweeting a lot of the results, the parliamentary results. So, for example, Assin Central, you asked about it earlier. Kennedy Ohene Japan has retained the Assin Central seat, and the EC has been tweeting.
So, EC has started announcing results. Yes, that suggests they have the results now.
But what they are doing is that with the parliamentary, they just announce the winner, their constituency, and the vote they got.
Okay.
They don't give us the breakdown of the others.
Okay.
But that gives us a sense of how things are going.
New development whilst we went off for a quick break. The Ayawaso West Wogon constituency is back in the news. Yeah. John Dumelo says what?
He says he's written to the Electoral Commission district officer for a recount.
Okay.
Because he feels there were some inconsistencies in the counting.
It was a razor-thin margin.
Yes, and that in some areas he feels his figure was swapped for, so flipped or flopped for Lydia Sarah Al-Hassan.
So if guys, if you have the John Dumelo numbers with Lydia Sarah Al-Hassan, you can put that up for us to see. We just want to be. This is
okay.
Parliamentary.
So let's see if we can pull that up here.
Because this is probably one of the closest. I think it was as close as the Ewadakun versus Ejakun.
So this is Ayawaso West Wogon, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. So Accra is telling me it won't go.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
We're trying to find it. Yes. Ayawaso West Wogon is very small.
Yes. So. Okay. Ayawaso West Wogon, right?
39,851 Lydia Sarah Al-Hassan, 37,778. This is John Dumelo. So you're really looking at 2,100 votes. Compare that to 2016.
Yes.
32,000, 22,000. This is a 10,000
gap
that Mr. Dumelo has.
Close by some 8,000 votes.
Amazing. So he's going for a recount.
Yes, he says he's written to the EC and he wants a recount.
Let's remember what we know of presidential so far. Before we went off for a break, we had 172 constituencies in, nicely distributed, and the percentage proportion. How many do we have now?
Well, we have about 190 to 195 constituencies counted.
And what's the proportion?
Nane Akufo-Addo 51.66, that's what we are getting. And John Dramani Mahama 47.13.
So we have over 80 constituencies still to come in.
Yeah.
So this is not a clear picture yet. It will keep updating as the program goes on. So what we've decided to do is to walk you through the parliamentary journey. Now, if you didn't watch the first part of the show, it's live it's on YouTube, you can watch it. But what we started with Upper East region, 15 constituencies in all. NDC won the majority. There's only one, the MPP won Binduri. That was a net loss of 2 because they had 3 before. Yeah. Then we had the Upper West region, which had 11 constituencies. The NPP had 5 in 2016. It drops to 3. But there was a nice mix of gaining and losing. Then the Northeast region, and if you can show us the map, Northeast region had 6 constituencies. It was split down the middle, 3 MPP, 3 NDC in 2016. MPP has moved to 4. NDC has reduced to 2. So it's 4-2 instead of 3-3. Then we have the Savannah region, 7 constituencies. It was 6-1 for NDC. It's now 4-3. Yeah. So Northeast and Savannah for parliamentary favoring NDC in terms of gains. Yeah. Sorry, favoring MPP, forgive me. Favoring MPP in terms of gains. Gain 1 in Northeast, gain an extra 2 in Savannah. Lost 2 in, what do you call it? Upper East. They lost the Navrongo Central and also lost Boku West. and then the 5 they had in 2016 has now reduced to 3. That's the picture for the northern part. We haven't brought you the northern region because we don't have all the information. Then we moved down to where? Central region.
Yes, we came down to Central where we saw what happened in the Kofifi, what happened in Jomoro, what happened in the Agona area, the Sen North, and the various changes we are seeing in the Central region. And one of the key races that people were looking, people really watched this year. That was the Ejumako Enyan race, Dr. Rashid and then Dr. Atufosin. We also looked at Infansiman, where the late MP's wife has now won the Infansiman constituency.
So the big story in the Central region was NDC flipped the region. That it's justified to use that word because they had lost it massively. 19 seats going to MPP, only 4 for NDC. NDC maintained the 4 and added 8. So for the 23, it's now 12 to MDC, 11 to MPP, split down the middle. Let's take you to another region that's very interesting. Now, the Western region. Now, the Western region in 2016 was just one region.
Yeah.
Now it's been broken into 2. So there's Western, North, and Western. Remind us of the demarcation.
Okay, so this is the Western region. And so if you zoom in this way, you're going to see all these areas as being part of the Western region. So there's the Sekendi, there's Takrade, there's...
I'll explain that shortly. Just want to let you... So we have 200 now. So we're moving pretty fast now. We have 200 presidential results, and the split is on your screen. We have the MPP 52.4, the NDC 46.4, forgive me, but the numbers keep coming. What is important with these numbers is to know where they're coming from. So don't worry. We'll give you the breakdown so you know what's going on there. So the Western region has the old Western region started from Bia West.
Yeah.
Then there's Bia East, Bodi, Joaboso, Sefirioso, which is the capital of Western North, Bibieni, Amiaso Bekwai, Sefia Kontombra, Suaman, Oswaman, Awowin. So this is Western North. Good. Then you have Western region starting from...
If I zoom in a bit and come this way.
Good. Jomoro. This is where Nkrofo is.
Yeah.
This is where Sami Nkrumah used to be MP. This is Elembele.
Freddie Blay.
This is Evale Jomoro Jira.
The former minister of is it
tourism.
Culture, tourism. And, yeah.
So this is strong in Zima. Kwame Nkrumah is iconic here. Then you have Ahanta West, which is really the buffer between Zima and maybe the Fanti in Takrade. Greater Takrade has 5 constituencies, right?
Yeah.
So you have Efia, Kwesimintim. Now it used to be called Efia Kwesimintim Assembly. So there's Efia, there's Kwesimintim, there's Takrade, there's Sekendi. So Sekendi Takrade, right?
Yeah.
Then there's Esikadu Ketan. These are the 5 that make up Takrade. Now, whether you are Sekendi Hazakes or 11 Wise is a different conversation. But those are 2 strong teams. The Sekendi Hazakes, Akarakachi, Akarakacha. Those of you know. And there's also 11 Wise. In fact, it's a big rivalry, right?
Yeah.
Then there's Shama, and then there's Mpoho. These are around Takrade. Then there's something else. So I always divide the Western region into 4. As in the old Western, just Western North.
So you have your Western North.
Then I have Greater Takrade.
You have your Nzima people.
Then I have my Nzima. Then I have what I call the mining enclave. The mining enclave have about 4. Just walk me through.
So you have the Takuyan Basin. I always prefer calling it the Takuyan Basin because in geology, it's a very important asset for the country.
Good.
So you have your Takwa in Swahili, you have your Pristia Huni Valley, you have your Mpoho.
And then you have Wasa East. And then you have Amenfi East, Amenfi West, Amenfi Central.
Yeah.
So Takwa, Pristia, huge for mining.
Yeah, Goldfields, Anglo Gold, other mining companies at the height of small-scale mining, including illegal mining. You'll see these people mining just by the roadside.
And we used to be told that Wase Kropon is the capital of illegal mining.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's correct, but there's Wasa East, Wasa West, and Amenfi Central. So this is the way I interpret it. Typically, Takrade and the communities around it would vote for the MPP.
Yeah.
Western North, cocoa growing, will vote for NDC. The Nzima constituencies are like the coastal constituencies in Accra. They are moody.
Yeah.
Then there's Takwa as well. The mining communities are open for competition.
Yeah.
Great. Now, what was the situation in 2016 for Parliament for Western Region in total? So take us there.
Let's look at it this way.
Ooh, blue, a green gash, and a lot of green up.
Yeah.
This is interesting. So there's a blue patch, there's a small green gap here. What is this green gap? Elembele, Amakofibua. What is this blue? Jomoro. What is this other blue? Takwa and Siayem, one of the largest constituencies. In fact, the two largest constituencies in the Western region are Takwa and Siayem and Prestia Huni Valley. All right. Then there is Evaluate at Jomoro. So these three, one green, two blue, 2016. Then you have a whole lot of blue here. Shama, blue, MPP. Esikado Ketan Jogate, MPP. Ahanta West, MPP. Mpoho, MPP. Takwa and Siayem, MPP by a whole lot. Now, quick point here.
Takra this, or
Yes.
you want to see the
Prestia Huni Valley was skirt and blouse. MPP won the parliamentary, NDC won the presidential. So it wasn't a done deal. Barbara Tinjesi will tell you what happened to her. Show me the Takrady constituencies. All MPP. Shama MPP, 5340. Atopam Ford, he was a deputy minister. Esukadu Ketan, minister for railway, 6035 MPP. Kwesi Mintim, this guy is head of NACA, education guy. This is the new guy. The old guy, 6426, easy MPP. Takrady, this is the regional minister. Ochredako Mensa, 7030, no problems. Second D, where is Second D? You're so small, I can't find you. You're in some corner. No, Second D, there it is.
Yeah, good.
They call it Secunde, 6040. So, comfortable for NPP.
Yeah.
Great. Now, because of the redemarcation, Western North, we don't have the full results yet, so we're going to wait. We expect NDC to win Western North. So let's talk about what's happened now.
Okay.
You need to go to the screen and show us the breakdown. So of the 17 constituency seats, the MPP held 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And the NDC had only 4.
Yeah.
12 plus 4, 16. I've missed one. Yeah, but it was...
So you're looking at... Let's start counting them. Bia East.
No. I'm talking of just Western.
Oh, you don't want us to go into the general Western region?
Yes, because they had Elembele, they had Amenfi West, they had Amenfi Central, and they had Wasa East. And they had, Wasa East. So those were the 4.
Okay.
Elembele, Amenfi Central, Amenfi West, Wasa East. Now, what has happened?
Well, we are seeing some changes.
Show me 2020.
For example, this one, take a good look at this particular Enzima seat. Evaluate at Jomoro Jura, which was occupied by Catherine Afeku. This is the seat.
Great.
No, I've moved on to this is the seat. Evaluate at Jomoro Jura. Catherine Afeku won it, but it's changing.
Show me the sheet for Western region for the gains and the losses, because there's a big story happening. NDC has reclaimed 3 of the seats they did not have. Jomoro has gone back to the NDC.
So this was Jomoro in the year 2016.
NDC is taking Jomoro. It's not updated here yet. Prestia Huni Valley, big story there. Minister for Tourism, Barbara Otinjesi, it was a skirt and blouse in 2016. NDC has taken it back. It wasn't that big. NDC is taking Prestia Huni Valley back. And then there's Amenfi East. Amenfi East. I just want to show me the summary Western region if you have it. So Amenfi East, again, MPP had a 7-point game. So NDC has taken back 3. So now they have 7 of the 17. So MPP still has the lead, 10, but NDC has now 7.
Yeah.
So I wanted to just show you the ones MPP still has. MPP has Shama, MPP has Esikadu Ketan, MPP has Efia, Kwesi Mintim, Sekendi, Takrady, Takwa and Siayem, Mpoho, and Ahanta West. NDC now has Jomoro, new acquisition, Prestia, new acquisition, Amenfi East, new acquisition, Elembele, Wasa East, Amenfi Central, Amenfi West, retained old acquisitions. So what used to be a 13-4 is now a 10-7. So this is plus 3 for NDC.
And if we assume that, and knowing with the data we have, that Western North
would largely
go NDC.
Yes.
If we are to put the whole Western region back together again,
that would be interesting.
It would be looking partly green.
That would be interesting because we have a couple of places like Sefiyoso, which we are not sure how they will behave. So just to keep it easy for you, 17 constituencies. It was 13-4. It's now 10-7. MPP still has it, but NDC has made a gain of 3. Don't forget the gains they made in Central.
Yeah.
8. Made gains up north. MPP made a few gains there as well. So it's looking very interesting now.
So it's not like what we saw in 2016.
No, it's not.
That wide opening that we saw in 2016.
No, it's not. So there you have it on your screen. So we've made deep green the ones, or fresher green, the new acquisitions, a bit of a dull green, the old ones that didn't change, and then MPP holding. So the key thing is that MPP didn't make any new ground in the old Western region. We wait to see what they do in the Western North region. The way Western region works, it tends to even out at the end of the day, because when you add Western North to Western, usually the gaps are not that big because it's sort of nicely split down the middle. I wanted to take us to the Volta region briefly before I come to the Bono and the Eastern regions, because there's just one story, probably 1.5 story in the Volta region. So Volta has a new region, OT.
Yeah.
What's going on here? It's just so green.
Very, very
I
green.
see a blue. What's this blue? Kratchi East. The only OT that MPP won. Look at the margin.
Very close.
49.74 MPP, 49.58.
14,551 to 14,504.
Now, I am told this has changed. NDC is taking back Kratchi East.
Yeah.
But we're not yet in OT. The big story for the Volta region is John Peter Amewu. Expand this map a bit, because the seats in the Volta region start from Hohwe North, or Hohwe. And then you have North Dai. So there's Hohwe South.
Hohwe, Afajato South.
So Hohwe South is Afajato South.
Yeah.
Then there's North Dai, which is Vakbo areas. George Low used to be MP. Jocelyn Tete is the MP now. Then you have Pando, and then you have South Dai. This is Peve and Peki. Then you have Ho West. So you are talking Ayawaso. You're talking, the Ho West, western part of Ho. And then you have Ho Central, which is the largest in Ho area, second largest in Volta. Ho, the capital. Then you have Adaklu. Then you have Agoti Meziope, which used to be Ho East together with Adaklu before they were split. Then there's Akachi North. Then there's Ketu North. Ketu North, you're talking Joje Afipe, and you're talking Devego, you're talking
Devego.
What do you call it? Veta. Then there's Akachi South. Then you're talking the big one, Ketu South. It's among the top 10 in Ghana. Huge. Used to be Fifi Kwete. Then there's Keta itself. Then there's Anglo. Now, a couple of quick things I'll say here. When I did my running for Volta, Volta's margins for NDC are very good because they usually win 85% and NPP wins like 15%. So even though the numbers are not that big, except for Ketu South and Ho, the
margins are really huge.
So you have an average of like 30K, 20K.
And if you have a good turnout,
yes,
it means you are getting some good numbers.
Now, the MPP has never won a seat in this region.
In Volta properly. So if you look at the old Volta, you see Volta and you see OT.
Yes.
The new OT. Now, in the current Volta properly, the NPP has not won a seat since we started counting.
Up until now.
Yeah.
Let me just wrap up. So Central Town is there. Then you have South Town. This is the Woyome, Ginia. Then this is North Town, Okujetua Blakwa. Then you have Isojaman Eastern region there. Now, what is going on in Hohwe?
Let's take you to Hohwe. And this is the area.
Wow. Now, the neighbors to Hohwe up are Boem, and then there's Biakoye. So, John Peter Amewu is from Hohwe and a place called Vlitoji. Vlitoji actually is almost in Togo. but then there's Hohwe itself. Then you had Professor Margaret Kweku, who is the NDC candidate, taking over from Benny Sadika Helu. So Professor is with the University of Health and Allied Sciences. Now, John Peter Amewu has won the seat.
He's won the seat, and it's been a long journey for John Peter Amewu. John was a DCE, you remember?
Under Kufuor, 2004,
yes,
2008.
There was this school, I went to Ahoy recently, there was this school commissioned by John Peter Amewu, right? Now, he worked at ASEP. He was a regional chairman for the Volta
NDC,
region.
Volta, MPP Volta.
Yes, and he's credited with doing a lot of work in the Volta region. He became deputy minister.
So minister for mines, and then later on minister for lands and natural resources,
yes.
and then minister for energy.
Yeah.
And I interviewed Peter Amewu, I interviewed Margaret Kweku, and Peter Amewu supporters were thinking that this was their best chance, because if you look at MPP's performance in the Volta region, the only time they got double figures was when Amewu ran for MP in Hohwe in 2004 and 2008. He lost, but he did very well if you look at the party's performance. The only other Volta does well is Ketu North.
Yeah. Now, something also needs to be said about this Hohoi win by Peter Amewu. It didn't come cheap. A lot of investment has been made in Hohoi as a town.
Street lights.
We've had conversations about the Eastern Corridor Road and how bad it is. But if you drive on the bad portions of the Eastern Corridor Road, you enter Hohoi, you are met with East Legon grade of roads within the Hohoi township. Street lights, road markings, asphalting, a lot of things have been pushed into Hohoi as a town. Recently, the mini-grid hydropower system was launched. So many things have
I'll tell you two quick things on Hohoi. So when my friend Maximus Ameto got his Facebook model of issues, Peter Amewu appears to be the most popular MPP person in most regions, including Ashanti. Somehow a lot of people like him. So he's very popular in Hohoi. Okay. Now, the numbers tell a story, because Peter Amewu's performance tells you it was a skirt and blouse. Because Hohwe still voted for Mahama massively, but switched and flipped for Peter Amewu in the... Elvis Ankara, good evening. I'm borrowing your word. They flipped for Peter Amewu in Hohwe. But there's another story, because it's not just a question of the skirt and blouse in favor of Amewu. It's also because, you know, this election, there's a particular group of towns that did not vote for a parliamentarian.
And those towns are in the Bawumia area.
So there are Santrokofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi. Those communities somehow were in a quandary. They were torn between a region and a district. So essentially, they were not properly allocated. And the view is that...
If we're drawing a Venn diagram, right? You remember Venn diagrams?
Yes.
If we're drawing a Venn diagram and Bawumia and Hohoi, or Volta and Oti were the main circles, this area where these people fall will be the intersection. So there's no proper clarity.
And what we are told is that there was a new district created for them, which is called the Guan district. Now, that Guan district then needs its own constituency, but that constituency cannot be created before the 2020 elections. Therefore, the EC judged and said, these 4 constituencies which were not properly allocated, so essentially they are physically in one region, but politically in another region, should vote for presidential in Bawumia, but they will not vote for parliamentary. Some people think it was gerrymandering because these people were originally supposed to vote in Hohwe, and that Margaret Kweku is from one of those communities. And if they had voted in Hohwe, she probably had more votes to beat Peter Amewu. But for some reason, they didn't vote parliamentary, they only voted presidential, they voted in Bawumia, which in itself is a new story because Kofi Adams, former Rolling spokesperson, won Bawumia. So now, Bawumia capital is Jasikan, right? So now you have 4 communities, Santrokofi, Akbafu, Lolobi, and Likpe, not taking part in the parliamentary election because they'll have their own election later, probably helping Peter Amewu as well because a lot of his core support is in the Hohwe area. We don't know all the story, but that's just the backstory. Be that as it may, first time a Volta region seat, at least in this Fourth Republic, and we are talking Volta as in what it is now, not the old Volta, has been won by MPP. Massive. I don't know if it's in your new map.
Yes, and there's something to also be said about. Yesterday we were talking about Bawumia and how he helped swing things in the northeast region.
Yes.
If you read the newspapers, if you listen to the news, almost every day there's a Bawumia. And over the past 4 years, consistently, Amewo was in our homes, in our offices, on our screens.
Doing what?
Fight against Galamsey.
Oh, yes.
Fight against that. He became energy minister, the PDS issues, fighting for people in Somenya and all the confusion that came up. So Amewo has been seen and felt. And before the elections, the work he did in the Volta region also brought him to the fore. So if you check out Boem as it is now, Kofi Adams has taken Boem.
And Boem is in OT, by the way.
Yes, it's in OT. Kofi Adams has taken Boem for the NDC.
Good. And so we'll update this on this screen. But if you go on with the key issue, all the constituencies in the Volta have been won by NDC for presidential. Of course, the ones that have been declared parliamentary as well, except for Hohwe. So that's a big story. Now let's go into the Eastern region and tell you what we have now. Eastern region has 33 constituencies. We don't have all, but we have a sizable number of the constituencies. There have been some interesting switches. Okay, so take me to Eastern region. It's one of the most diverse regions in the country in terms of ethnic makeup, in terms of landscape, in terms of economic activity. And if you want to expand it a bit, Eastern region. So in the one extreme, you have Afram Plains, north and south. And in another extreme, you have Nkoko, New Ebrim, Ofasi Arebi, Akim Swedru, Akim Odan, Kede, Akwetia, Lower West Akim, Ayensiano, Suhum, Ebuakwa South, Eburi, Ekropon, Okre. So let's put it this way. You have the Krobo areas, Yilo Krobo, Manya Krobo. Then you have the Kwapim areas, Eburi, Ekropon, Asama Madrejiri. Then you have some Guan areas like Okre.
Latte, all those areas.
That's Ekwapim North. Then you have Chebi, Achim areas, Ebuakwa South, Ebuakwa North. To an extent, Fantiakwa, Etiwa, Cape.
So if you want to see...
Good. So you have Etiwa East, Etiwa West, Roads Minister, Deputy Minister for Finance. So you have Abuna Osayasari here. And then you have the Kwesi Amakwata. Then you have Nkoko, which is the minister, regional minister. He lost the primaries. Then you have Impraeso, which is Davis Opokwe Champon. You have Abetifi, which is Brian Champon. You have Ebrim. Then you have Kojo Opon Kroma. He's here. Ofwasi Ayerebi. Then you have Akwetia, which I visited a week before the election. Then this was Mesiedu Jenfi, who was beaten in the primary. There's a story in the Eastern region. What's the story? The NDC has snatched or retaken Akwetia. So we don't have all the constituencies, but the updated list we have, both NDC and NPP have made some interesting gains. So you have NDC parliamentary, Boachi Yadom, Okoyo, he calls himself Zero. What has he done? He's taking the Akwetia seat back from the MPP, and he won it, I think because there's been a lot of issue with the choice of the MPP candidate, Seth Kumi, I think the name is. So there you have it. Akwetia has been retaken by the NDC because Baba Jama was NP before. Yeah. Akwetia has gone back to NDC. Upper Manya Krobo, for the first time in a long time, NPP won it. In 2016, this was the first time NPP had won 80 seats in Krobo land in our Fourth Republic. NDC says, no way, give me back my seat. Then you have Ayensiano. This is a big story. Ayensiano, if you're driving from Accra to Kumasi, you get out of Nsawam, you get into a place called Tichamante. Before you get to Suhum, that's a constituency. Okay?
This place. So there's Nsawam here. There's Nsawam here, there's Ayensiano, then there's Suhum.
So between Nsawam and Suhum is Ayensiano. Samo Ayepai, he is the ranking member on roads. This is where Glofet fertilizer factory is located. Yeah. This constituency has gone to the NDC. That's a big story.
Yeah.
Because Ayensiano has been comfortably NPP. Okay, not that comfortable, but anyway, 54-43.
Yeah.
It's not that bad. NDC's won it. But then there's another story. Okay, but let's just deal with the NDC first. So they've taken NPP's Akwetia. They've taken back Amat Panya Krobo, which they believe to be rightfully theirs. They've taken NPP's Ayensuano, but they maintain Lower Manya and Yilo. Retain Aswojaman, which is one of the most keenly contested constituencies since records started. This constituency has everything. It was NDC by not too big a margin, Thomas Ampemnyaku, and now what has it happened? NDC has maintained it. The MPP guy is called Paul Ansa, former chief executive of Ghana Ports and Harbours
Authority.
We thought it was going to be closer. I don't have the figure here, but NDC has retained it. So, Jaman, if you're driving to the middle part of Volta region, Adomi Bridge.
Yeah.
Adomi Bridge is in Esuojaman. So you go to Bong, and then you get to Atimpoku before you cross the bridge, and then you get to these areas. That's Esuojaman. NDC is maintained it. Afram Plain North and South, NDC is maintained. Just show me, why is Afram Plains so good for NDC? It's a very good place for. It's one of the places NDC always wins in the Eastern region, right?
Yeah. So this is Afram Plains. You see Afram Plains, Afram Plains South, Afram Plain North. There's Sini East, Sini West. All these areas.
So if you put the Volta Lake on this map,
yeah,
Afram Plains and Sini will be adjacent to the lake.
Yes, and the lake is the only thing that divides it from the Volta region. Okay. Now this area is also usually described as no man's land because it's
overseas.
Overseas, highly agrarian. They don't get a lot of development, and you have a lot of settlers who are there engaged in farming and aquaculture and related activities. So that's really the makeup of the area.
So if you look at NDC in the eastern region, they will typically take Lower Manya, Upper Manya, and Yellow Krobo. They will take Afram Plains North and South. They will take Isuojaman plus or minus, because Isuojaman is very close.
Yeah.
Then they will take Upper West Akim. So there's another story. Ayensuanu switches from MPP to NDC, but Upper West Akim, which is usually NDC, has gone to MPP. So this is former Samo Salas Mensa. So you're basically talking a farming community. Upper West Akim, show me where it is. NPP is taking it. That's incredible. So it's on your way to, indeed, if you get to Insawam and you make a left into the eastern region, on your way to Akwetia.
So this is Upper West Akim.
All right. So Derek Ohene Bekwe was the NDC MP. It wasn't that big.
Yeah.
Somehow MPP is taking it by the similar margin, Frederick Obing Odum. So basically, NDC snatches Ayensuanu, MPP says, I'm taking up West Akim.
Yeah.
Atika. Then the other ones we have, Ofuase Arebi, Kojo Ponkroma, Information Minister.
Takes it.
Very comfortable now. Atiwa West retained. Ibuakwa South
retained. So, story about Itiwa East. Deputy Minister of
We'll
Finance.
take a break. The EC is addressing a press conference at the same place 6-2 went to. We're crossing over now.
trickling in from the regions. The Commission has therefore decided in due course as soon as the results are ready. Thank you for coming, and once again, very sorry for the inconvenience caused. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Wow, this is drama. Welcome back. This is 97.3 Citi FM. This is Citi TV. This is your election bureau. We're giving you a comprehensive coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections in Ghana, and it's a developing story. Apologies, we had wanted to take you to the EC for a press conference. We are technically not prepared. We have a challenge. We'll get there soon. But we were showing you the Eastern region before this occurred. So keep one of your eyes on the conference center. Let's just wrap up. We have Ofuasi Arebi, MPPs maintained it. Yeah. They've maintained Etiwa East, maintained Ebuakwa South, which is where the president is from. Samalatachia, 80-20 game. Suhum, MPPs maintained it. One of the earliest results that came in. Obuafu Kojo Asante, 63-36. Then you have Kede. NPP has taken it. So we need to change the color there. Yeah, a few issues there as well. So Etiwa East has been maintained, Etiwa West as well. We have a few more eastern regions coming in, and then we will bring the picture to you. I wanted to show you the ousted MPs before we talk about BA, which is a place you know very well. Some big names have fallen.
Yes, some very big names have fallen. And if you look at the names that have fallen, I'll talk about my constituency in Accra.
Actually, we haven't done Accra, so let's not spoil the pie. Maybe let's do Accra, and then we can give you a summary of those who fallen.
Big names falling. We've done the central region, so we can safely discuss
George Anda, Barbara AC, and then you have Eko Aban.
Yes,
lawyer Aban.
There's also Catherine Afeku.
Catherine Afeku is in the western region.
Yeah, we've discussed the western region too.
Okay. So. All right, so we have, yes, Boniface Abubakar Sadiq is Medina. So I think this will segue us into Accra nicely. So Accra has been very, very interesting. First thing to note, Greater Accra region is the largest region in Ghana by registered voters, 3.5 million voters. Second issue, 34 constituencies, split with MPP, go to 2016, having a large share of the pie. Okay, so NDC has Sege Ada, Ningo Prampram, Shai Osudoku, Trobu Amasaman, Amasaman, Domi Abra Obom, and then Ada.
I think Accra is better described from 2012 to 2016. So 2012, this is what you see.
Okay.
A largely green Accra, right?
Yes.
NDC had some good seats in there.
MPP.
Then 2016.
A lot of blue.
A lot of blue.
MPP.
So the main game is who gets to keep the blues and who gets to keep the greens and who gets to steal a blue or a green.
Now, to make sense of Accra, again, I divide Accra into 4. So I have the rural Accra, Domi Abra Obom, which is in the northwest. Always goes NDC. Yeah. Karina Koko, I think, is the MP. They've maintained that. Then you have Sege, Ada, Ningo Prampram, Punkatamanso, Shai Osudoku, all NDC. Then you have Coastal Accra, starting from Tema East to Botiano.
Yeah.
Tema East was held by Titus Glover. Tema West by Carlos Ahinkra. Then you have Nungwa, Minister for Fisheries, MPP. So you have 3 MPP.
Yeah.
Then you have Lejo Kuku, Deputy Minister for Health, Bernardo Koboy. Then you have Ladade Kotopon, former Deputy Minister for Communication. They call him Obama. So MPP from Tema East all the way to La. The first NDC interruption was in Osu, Clote Kole, Zaneto Rawlings. Then from there you had Ododio Dio, Nilante Vandapoe. Then you have Ablekuma South, Oko Vandapoe Chenche. Before you go to Botiano, actually go to, if you want,
so
Ablekuma West.
Let's see if we can do.
Yes, so it's a whole lot of blue on the coast.
Yes, so let's see if we can do that walkabout.
This is what we're talking about. 2016, right?
Accra. Yeah.
Titles Global Tema East coastal. Tema West isn't that coastal, but Tema Community 2 you could say.
Yeah.
So Tema East 5246 Titles Global NDC MPP. Tema West Carlos Ahinkra, Deputy Minister for. So Titus is Deputy Minister for Transport. Carlos is Deputy Minister for Trade, in charge of trade and not industry. Then you have Krowo Elizabeth Afolekwe,
Fisheries,
Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. Then you have Lejo Kuku,
Deputy Minister of
Health.
Before that, he was Kolebu Boche.
Bernardo Boy, big constituency with a lot of urban issues. Then you have Clote Kole. Clote Kole is actually you have Dade Kotokonla. Vincent Soadote, Deputy Minister for Communication before he was relieved of his duty. Before you get the first NDC, this is 2016 picture. So Zaneto is the first streak of green in a whole mass of blue.
Yeah.
Zaneto 50-43, 2016. Then from Zaneto, where do you go? No, the Ablekuma Central is not that coast. You do.
You were coming.
Ablekuma. Ododio Nilante Vandapoy. 57-41 against Nilante Banaman. Then you go to Ablekuma South. Alfredo Vandapoy Chenche, former mayor of Accra. Before you then go to Botiano, Ngleshi Amanfro, which is really the last on the coast of Accra. So of the Accra coast, the only 2 seats NDC had in 2016, Clote Kole, Zaneto Rawlings, Nilante Vandapoy. What's the story in 2020? Amazing. Amazing. Tema East, starting from Tema East, the contender for NDC, Ashai Odampton, former MC for Tema, he's brought Titus Glover down. So Ashai Odampton has taken over from Titus Glover, Isaac Ashai Odampton. He was the MC.
Yes, he was the MC for the Tema area. He was also president of there's this MCs Association, I've forgotten the official name. So he's built himself gradually from being the executive leader in the area to now the legislative leader.
Small side story there. Week 2 elections, he's arrested, detained over some issue, backfired, I think, against Titus Glover. He's a former MC, so he's always going to be strong. Titus is funny. He's run against 2 MCs. First guy he beat was called Kempis of Osuwari, who was also MC under NDC. So NDC likes using MCs in Tema East. It's paid off. NDC has retaken Tema East. Tema West, this is a lot of shenanigans. Okay, Tema Central is really MPP. Yves Hansenote, no problems there for MPP. Now, Tema West, we understand there were shenanigans. I don't know if Benjamin Niketia brought the report in because there were issues of whether to announce or not. So we don't know. It usually does well for NPP, but it's probably going to be closer than it's been. The first big story on the coast is this story. Elizabeth Afolekwe, what happened to her?
So Elizabeth in 2016 got 51.08% of the votes. She becomes fisheries minister, and in 2020, it's changing.
So you had Momo. Now Momo incidentally ran against Elizabeth Afolekwe in 2016. So they know each other. She's had a few problems. Okay, people have. Look, if you're a fisheries minister, you have problems.
The close season
is
issues.
Is a difficult.
Then premix issues.
Yes. So they wanted to keep our fish stock. So they came up with this idea that we'll have a close season, nobody will fish. Good idea on paper. Some people pushed back.
Basically, I followed that story very well. The stakeholder consultation didn't go very well. So the Ghana Industrial Trawlers Association kicked against it. Different associations kicked against it. And then there's also the issue of cycle, pair trawling, and related activities. So she's not had peace.
Yeah, she's been troubled. So not too surprising, but look at the gap. 51-47 in 2016 is gone 55-43. So NDC has made a statement in Krowo. They've taken back their Nungwa. Then you have your next big story. Bernard Okoboy. Where is Lejokuku?
Yeah.
Gosh. This is an interesting one. In this 2016 scenario, NDC actually won the presidential. Okay.
So it was a skirt and blouse.
So he actually won it by a very slight margin of about 2,000. Luck was not on his side. Formidable NDC guy comes back, switches the seat. The history of this seat has been a history of turns, twists and turns. So if you go to 2000 and 2004, I think Eddie Akita was 2000, then I think there was Gladys Nole Ashite.
People really had issues in that constituency, and the constituency has been a talking point because of all the issues they had. Remember that their road, the Spintex Manette, how's that road called? We used to track the road a lot.
It's called the Bush Road, and then there's also the Lekma Road.
The Lekma Road and the Teshi Bush, and those roads gained national attention.
So what the point we're making is that this seat is very pendulistic.
Yeah.
It swings like a pendulum. So, but this guy, nice guy, he's lost. Okoboy. I'm told the NDC guy is a pretty decent guy as well. We'll see how that goes. I'm being told I may have to cross over again. Please give me the signal if it's ready. I can't hear you well, so let me know if I have to cross over. So, okay, just keep saying it. I'll get it as we go on. So, Bernard Okoboy has lost. And I forget the name of the NDC guy. I'm sure Fred, let me know. Tell me through the earpiece. So this is a very big story. Now, the reason this is interesting is that Okoboy was Kolebu's CEO, and in the heat of COVID, he was appointed deputy minister. And I think he began to shine on the national stage.
Yeah.
He explained science in a way you could understand.
Practical.
Yes. So some people thought he did very well with the COVID coverage, and some would be sad to see him go. He's a young politician. He will learn from it. Let's move on to La. Oh gosh, La. La is also interesting.
You are moving too fast.
Forgive me. Good.
Daddy Kotopo is here.
Vincenzo Odote won it 50-48. It's very close because before that it had been won twice by Ni Amasana Moale. NDC had strengthened their hand. So this was a bit of a surprise that he won in 2016. NDC is taking it back with the former MCE. So Rita, I forget the full name, but she's Ofole. She used to be the MC of La. She's taking it back. So NDC don't like to lose La. I think they've lost it only twice. When Sly lost it to, I think, Abednego Toto Lai or somebody.
So basically the coastline
is
looking greener.
Yes. And so NDC typically wins. His MPPs won it twice. NDC is taking their thing back. Then you have this constituency. Zaneto Rawlings. In 2016,
she won.
She won, even though presidential MPP won.
Yes.
So it's a flip. So it was skirt and blouse, but she strengthened her hand. 55-44 against Prince Deborah. Yes. Prince Deborah. Okay. Now please forgive me. I'm talking to people. All kinds of voices I'm hearing. So let's wrap up on the coast quickly. So you have Ododo Dio. What's happening here?
Edwin Ni Lante Van der Poel keeps his seat. Yes.
He told me he'll beat by over 12,000. Did he do 12K?
He didn't do 12K.
Okay, he promised me he'll beat
41,000, 34,000. He didn't do 12K.
Okay, so Ododo Dio had a lot of issues when the whole issue of
the health walk, it degenerated into something else, and then they signed the peace pact, and issues came up again. Even yesterday, whilst voting was ongoing, there were issues within the particular constituency.
Quick update for you, 211 out of 275. It's a 52-47.7 game. The key issue is to know where these 211 are coming from. I don't have that readily. My team is putting that together. They'll let me know. So there's an update on the national. Keep an eye there. Nilante Van der Poel has held Ododo Dio for the NDC. Apart from Nibi Ayibonte in 2000, the NDC has comfortably won this from Chofache. Okay, Mankata, Niaikwe Mankata, to the royal himself, who won for 2 consecutive terms before Nilante took over NDC.
And Nilante ran against Nilante.
Yes.
So Nilante, Van der Poel, Nilante, Bannerman.
Yes, very interesting. Then you have Ablekuma South. This used to be Ablekuma South to include West. There is a Tego country, huge figure. So you're talking Choko, Kolegono, Mamprobi. You have former mayor of Accra, very charismatic, Alfredo Kovandapoy. Very, very interesting. I've interviewed him a few times. On the job type of mayor. One of his legacies, he set the press for building the new Accra
hockey pitch.
No, even the where the AMA head office.
Yes, yes. Where so it's interesting.
Yeah.
So it's the Octagon building and
Yes.
the AMA building.
Yes.
And right after, in fact, part of the AMA head office sits in our constituency.
It's interesting. Yes.
AMA has been sliced so much so that a tiny bit of their head office sits in another constituency.
So he held off Bernard Brown pretty comfortably. One of the more effective mayors we've had. Really, he was blamed a lot for flooding.
Yeah.
But he never shied away from interviews. So even in the heat of the flood, he wears Wellington boots and get into the water. He's maintained it for NDC. The story here, though, is that the neighboring constituency, MPP, took it back. They maintained it. This is Ablekuma West. This is Esla Owusu Ekufo. This is Dan Soman. This is Big Base. This is Gelefe.
I think it's...
Yes. Esla Owusu's constituency, there you have it. Esla held off a challenge from NDC. She's comfortably taking Ablekuma West. We are still doing the coast. Now, there's a story here, Kojo. This constituency used to be an NDC constituency in 2012. MPP took it in 2016 for the very first time when Bright Demoji lost to an MPP candidate. MPP changed their candidate and brought Sly Tete from Ningo Prampram, losing to Samuel George. He is the head of the National Youth Authority. Interviewed him a couple of weeks before. He's won it. So he's held it. 53-39, 53-46, because there was then an independent candidate. So Sly Tete has taken Botiano. So this is double blue. Another point to be made. When Bawe was the biggest constituency in Ghana, there was English and Manfro, Wijak Bawe and Nyaso Utum together. When it was split into three, MPP, NDC. So this was Shelia Yakobotwe, and then this was Tina Mensah, and this was Bright Demoji. Now it's MPP. They've taken over. The other point to note, this is the westernmost part of Accra. You're going to Kaswa. This is the biggest constituency in the central region. If you put these three together, there's a huge population explosion happening here. MPP has all these four. NDC, what's happening to you guys in that corner?
And based on what happens here, if the NPP wins this constituency and turnout is good,
yes,
they are going to get
huge numbers. So this went to NPP again. Anyaso Tom also went to MPP.
I want you to see something here, Bernard, quickly. Look at the figures here.
Yes.
In 2016, 19,405.
Yes.
26,034. Come to 2020, 37,502.
Double.
42,800.
So 75% increase.
So a lot of people were captured in that constituency. A lot of people went out there to vote.
So you're talking about the increase in numbers.
Yeah.
This is Botiano, 19,000 to 37,000, 26,000 to 48,000. Show me Wijak Bawe. I'm sure it's also a similar story. 25,000, 32,000, 34, 46. So the numbers are increasing. And Anyaso Otum is even more interesting. We don't have the final result. Sorry, I'm taking the trouble. MPP has won it as well, but the numbers I don't have.
Yeah.
So let's look at MPP seats. Ayawaso West Wogon, one of the tightest. This is the bellwether of Greater Accra. We showed it to you earlier. You open it up. There's going to be a recount, according to the information we have. Lydia Sarah Malasan, the widow of Ejakun, we lost him a couple of years ago. She was the presumptive candidate. She won a by-election, albeit very, very controversial with all the issues around vigilante groups. It was a 10,000 gap her husband left. She's barely held off this very popular actor.
Yeah, and the story is also that school was not in session. So Legon wasn't in session, UPSA wasn't in session. And looking at the numbers we are seeing, if the schools had been open, I'm sure we would have seen more.
I don't even know how it should have gone, because you don't even know whether, because MPP typically did well there, but John Dumelo's appeal among young people.
Yeah.
I mean, 4 years ago, when Maximus did his Facebook poll, John Dumelo was one of the most popular Ghanaians of all kinds. So he's going for a recount. We don't know what's going to happen, but this was very, very close. Ayawaso Central as well, and NPP took it. There are 4 Ayawaso constituencies. West Wuogon tends to go MPP, and NDC does what depending on the candidate. Central has always been MPP, but very barely. So you have Sheikh Isikwe winning it 3 times, and then you have, of course, we call him a big, gentle giant, Henry Quartey. His money to hold off his NDC challenger. That's Ayawaso Central. You're talking of Kokomlemle. You're talking Alajo. You're talking.
So if this is.
No, you are lost. Ayawaso, go up.
I'm
so
pushing.
this Ayawaso East, Nima.
Yeah.
NDC maintained it. Ayawaso North, Mamobi, Yusuf Jaja, NDC maintains it. Then you have Ayawaso Central. There you go. You're going to Okankwe North. You are lost.
Wait.
Ayawaso Central.
The thing with the Accra
it's very tiny. You'll find
it. They are a bit too close.
Yes. Ayawaso Central is, I've described where it is, right? You have Alajo, you have...
Okay, let me try one more time.
Kokomlemle.
I can...
You have parts of Kotobabi.
Pin it here.
No, you are in Okankwe now.
Then I'm lost.
You got it. Henry Quartey.
Yeah.
Henry Quartey. There you go. Ayawaso Central. 54-44. Henry Quartey has held, although there were some controversial issues there. When Kwekwe Duamansa went, he says, the NDC guy said there were some irregularities there. Botiano MPP maintains, Ablekuma West MPP maintains, Heslausu, Okankwe South, which is Kaneshi. We're talking one of the new faces of MPP, Dakwa Newman. She wins it, right?
Yeah.
She won a nice contest against Ahmed Arthur. Dakwa Newman has taken it.
And Ahmed Arthur really also pushed for Dakwa during the campaign period. There were a lot of instances that I saw the two of them campaigning.
Good. Then there's Tema Central. Yves Sansinote takes it for MPP, I'm told. Ablekuma North, Sheila Batel Sam. Father Kwamina Batels used to have that seat before Justice Joapia took over. Sheila Batels beat an incumbent at a primary, and she's poised to take.
Now, the interesting bit about these constituencies is when you're running or driving from Graphic Communications Group on your way to Malam Interchange, almost every 50 or 100 meters, you see the constituencies change. 1 minute you are in one constituency, you step on it like 10 kilometers per hour, you are entering another constituency. So before the elections, I was going to Malam and I just started seeing the billboards of the candidates just change as you went along. Now, when we're talking about Savannah, we mentioned that even though it's a big landmass, the numbers were small. But in these areas, we are in the city and population density is very high. So you see a small area with a huge population, and it can change almost everything that happens up here in the Savannah area.
The real story in Greater Accra, though, is not just the coastal constituencies that NDC reclaimed, all right? So we're talking Tema East, we're talking Lejokuku, we're talking Krowola, Dadekotokbon, and all the issues on the coast. There's also something happening in Adenta and Medina.
Yep.
These are parts of the outskirts. So you have peri-urban Accra, where you're talking constituencies that are the bridge between what is highly urbanized and what is a bit of rural, where people with new money move to build houses. So you're talking Adenta, Medina, Ashaiman, Bunkatamanso, and that area. Now, first major story is Medina. Where is Medina? Can you find it for me?
This is Medina.
One of the biggest constituencies for 2020 elections is in the top 6. This constituency is interesting. Used to be called Ga North MPP 1A1s. At that time, it was Medina and Dome Kwabenya. When it became Medina, Amadou Sorogo won it 2 consecutive times. I think 3 times, right? Until this man shows up. This guy was MP for Salaga, MPP guy, comes to Medina and gives Amadou Sorogo a run for his money. He flipped this constituency in 2016 because in 2012, this was a strong NDC. Look at what he did to Amadou Sorogo.
54-43, almost a 10,000 vote difference, 40,000 to 31,000.
So Sorogo had been winning this comfortably until this guy shows up. This guy flips it by a huge percentage. Then you have Francis Xavier Sosu.
56-42, 62,000, 46,000.
Basically done what Boniface did to Sorogo to Boniface.
That's what in Tree we say, Matoetiaka.
This guy is a pro bono lawyer, young guy. I know his story. He was in the University of Ghana. We used to call him Titikaka. He's written a book about his life as a young person. Lived in Medina Zongo. Has a fascinating story. He's loved by the people. He speaks Hausa, he speaks Ewe, he speaks Tree, he speaks Ga. this is a real big one.
Yeah.
Because this guy is not a small guy. He was being considered at some point before Bawumia showed up for running mate.
Yep.
He was Minister for Zongo Development.
And reassigned
to the Vice President's office. For Francis Xavier to overturn, I need 2012 for Medina because I want people to see the seriousness of this. 2012 Medina was a big, big story. When it was announced that Boniface beat, what's his name? Look, I want 2012.
Oh, this is presidential.
Okay,
this is
we'll find it later.
So we can
no
pull.
Problem. No, let's
up,
leave it. It's no problem. When Boniface beat Sorogo in 2016, it was a 10,000 vote overturn. It was one of the biggest flips in 2016. Look how Francis Xavier has done. Gosh, he's done more to Boniface than Boniface even did to. I mean, look, guys, look at this: 31,650 votes. He's more than double.
Yeah,
double and a few coins. Wow. And MPP guy didn't do that badly. Don't forget, Medina's population jumped from around 90,000 to 150,000.
Yeah.
It turns out Sosu benefited more from this. Why? Because Medina is huge. It starts from Presec Junction, so if you like IPS Junction, takes you all the way to Riz, then you're going all the way to Otinibi. So Medina is very big. In fact, West Adenta is Medina.
Yeah.
So if you're on Adenta Road, on the right side is Adenta, on the left side, right, from the place they call Riz Junction, the left side, all the way to Pantan. It's all Medina.
And that demarcation sometimes, look, there was a day I was driving on the Damfa Road, and then I see signage of work being done by the Medina Assembly. So
It's
Medina actually shares a border with Ekwapim South.
Congratulations to Francis Xavier Sosu. This is a big story. If you're looking for a story in Accra, this is a big one. What's happening in Adenta?
Let's go to our constituency. No, you are Pon Katawan, so
I don't even know where I am now. It's like I don't even know where I am these days. God. So Ashadibotre is in Adenta. Ajingano is in Adenta.
Abrahia is in Adenta.
Now, this constituency is also very moody. Kojo Opare Hammond MPP, then you go to NDC's, I forget his name.
Kojo.
Yeah, guy.
Yes,
guy.
Young.
Yeah, I forget his name. So MPP won it in 2004. NDC won it in 2018.
Edua Sari.
So Opare Hammond 2004. Edua Sari 2008. Ashimo 2012. So Edua Sari is NDC. Ashimo is NDC. 2016, Ababia Samoa, who's also Director of Committees for MPP. And then Mohammed Adamu Ramadan. Now, this is a story.
For a Director of Communications of a political party, an MP, a sitting MP, to lose this way.
To the elder brother of the Vice President's wife.
That is an interesting story.
If you want a story to write, this is a good one. 32,000, 33,000, mighty close. Look at the jump, Kojo. Adenta is incredible. 63,000, 49,000. But the percentage is where the issue is. So Mohamed Adamu has snatched back Medina from the MPP. Congratulations to him. And so I don't know.
It will be interesting to know how the people in Adenta voted.
I don't know what Samira Bawumia will tell YB. Imagine you meet Director of Communication.
And what Ramadan will tell Samira.
Can you imagine? So it's like Director of Communication. I could see saying, "Oh, Charlie, I lost to. Who did you lose to? To your elder brother."
I have an answer for you about me.
What will he say?
When Samira meets you, ask me the question.
Oh, now how did you allow this to happen to me?
Charlie, I didn't. I say liberty.
No, but to be honest with you, two things I'll say here. I mean, that constituency, they are very expectant and they are very demanding.
Yeah.
So this guy, you're going to have a tough 4 years.
You remember the Lakeside, Ashalibotre residents.
Number two, this guy was working for National, Director of Communications. It's not easy to be Director of Communications and also MP for a place like Adenta. I know my right people.
Yeah.
So Adamu, if you joke,
but it also came with its perks because if you've noticed, recently we saw a lot of fast-track development activities going on in the area.
Our road.
When the Lakeside people rose up, when the Ashalibotre people rose up.
Oh, yes.
The road was, look, if you are not influential, you cannot get a quarter of all people to give you a road in a week.
Good. So YB did what he could. Adamu, welcome to Adenta. If you mess up 4 years, you're going. I'm not even the one saying it. That's how it works. Let's wrap this up. A few other places. NDC also, so NDC held Ayawaso East and North. So no news there. Mohamed Nasser Toure, Yusuf Jaja. A few other things. Shai Osudoku.
Shai Osudoku will be here.
NDC took it. But the demographics are interesting. Watch this place. 6721. 6732. Watch this space, okay? Umar Osanda will tell you a story about this place later. Ningo Pram Pram, Samonate George. Good one. 6721.
Are you sure you are not at Ningo Pram?
Where am I?
You are still within Shai Osudoku.
Forgive me. Samonate George, 6335, 69. Whoa. Samonate George is strong.
Yeah.
Because this constituency demographic is urbanizing. And Nate George is expanding it. It's interesting because sometimes when constituencies move from rural to urban, the voting character changes. But he's managed to stand strong even with his urbanization. Why? He's articulate, he's a campaigning type of MP. He's the kind of MP who is hands-on.
Now, a week ago, there was traffic on the Tematu,
yes.
Is it Pram Pram Road? We thought that it was because the school was having its graduation event. That's the what's the name of the school? Central University.
Yes, Miocho.
But it wasn't Central University.
It was Samonate George.
It was Samonate George who had organized a mammoth walk.
Yes.
Which resulted in the traffic. Some people started at 6 a.m. at Tema, and they got to Central University around 4 p.m.
So the point I'm making is that as constituencies urbanize, like Amasaman, MPP one Amasaman said, big story. I don't know why it's not here. Okay, so we're crossing over to the NDC flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama. He's giving a speech now.
And no attempt should be made to steal this election. We will resist it. We thank the Ghanaian people for the confidence they've expressed in us. It's clear the Ghanaian people want a change in this country. Ghanaians are tired of Akufo-Addo and his government. We thank the electorate for giving us a working majority in Parliament, 140 seats in Parliament, which is a majority. And no attempt should be made to subvert that. I've looked at the results we've collated so far, and I'm excited, I'm happy with the results. And we won in 10 regions out of 16, and the Ghanaian people have expressed confidence in us. We will resist any attempt to subvert the will of the people. Some of what is happening is unacceptable, and Nana Akufo-Addo continues to show credentials that are very undemocratic. You cannot use the military to try and overturn some of the results in constituencies that we have won. And so we will resist any attempt to subvert the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people. The right thing must be done. We've collated our results, and we thank the Ghanaian people for the confidence they have in us. And we will give further details later. But we thank you very much. And our people should remain calm as we wait for the final verdict. But we are happy that Ghanaians have voted for change. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We've taken notice that the MPP has started using the media houses to send wrong information, and we are and fake news. We are aware that some of these media houses are calling the elections for Nana Akufo-Addo. If there's anybody who has reason to jubilate, it is the NDC support base. And so we are urging our people that they have every reason to jubilate, because they know that we have won majority in parliament, and because of that, that positions us to select the speaker, committee chairman, and so on. And we know nobody can run this country without majority in parliament. And so we must send a strong caution to the government's attempt to use the military. In fact, the military have no role to play as the first instance in any electoral matters. We are aware that in Techiman, the military has been deployed to the population center, shooting has happened, and 2 people have been confirmed dead now, and 7 others are in hospital. This is an attempt to change the results. Indeed, the Electoral Commission at Techiman has never pronounced now, and 7 others are in hospital. This is an attempt to change the results. Indeed, the Electoral Commission at Techiman has never pronounced
that was John Sinasiri Nketia. Earlier on, you heard former President John Dramani Mahama speaking from his office in cantonment, essentially saying that they want a majority in Parliament and they don't want the election result to be stolen. We don't, with the information you have is what we're giving you. The MPP have also claimed that they won a majority in Parliament, and so this is where we are with this situation where both parties are claiming majorities. We don't have near enough seats to determine who's won the majority in Parliament. We're just showing what we have, and our presidential split is based on results we've received. It's not up to 275 yet, so what we have is what we've put on the screen. We don't call elections, we never do that. We just show you the trend, and then we wait for the EC to decide. So it's not part of our mandate. I've covered elections in Ghana since 2004. And we don't do that. But this is the results we are seeing as they come in. The EC will certify them. So there are over 60-something constituencies left as far as our model is concerned. We had 216 the last time we checked, and the margins were still there for you to see. We're just wrapping up on Accra. So just to say that we don't have all the seats in Accra. I just want to say that there was one seat I was going to before we close, which was the Amasaman seat, which the NPP has won as well. So we'll leave it here for now. We'll take a break. When we come back, the team continues because there's a lot more to talk about. There's a day in summary, there's new stories coming in, and there's also further analysis going forward. But for now, my name is Bernard Avle. I've been here with my man, and thank you for watching. Citi TV continues with the election coverage on your election bureau right after this.
Welcome again to the Election Bureau. Once again, this is the GH Election Blitz with me, Emmanuel Sapon. And you know the business. Anytime I come to your screens, I'm here to bring you the highlights on what's going on the world of social media in regards to the ongoing Ghana elections. It's day 2. We should know everybody's smoothness level. But in the meantime, some results have been declared in some constituency, and one of the constituencies that was one to watch was the Ayawaso West constituency. And guess what? It was the heels versus boots agenda, right? The Alasan was going head-to-head with John Dumelo, and guess who took the day? Mal Lydia. And social media did not spare John Dumelo at all. And someone, Michael Schofield, said John Dumelo moved from Eyezu to Eyesu. Oh my goodness. Asabri says someone is using the laptop he got Mr. Dumelo to do John Dumelo agenda. Okay, NDC, would you stand next year? And that is the reaction of Dumelo's face according to Impulse Buy-in. Saibu says, I hear John Dumelo is going around to take back all the corona rice he distributed. At this time, she'll say the rice finished. Bernard says, I Claire, viewing Ayawaso West from afar. Laptop collection mood activated. Spider-Man and Jomoro say. My oh my. Alright, so Kobe Katali says, after what has happened to Dumelo, no, you still believe politics is about popularity? LOL. Hey, my leader be hard pass. Yes indeed. I think you could call this boots for heels, and heels definitely took the day. Son of Julia says, Gatters them's all Dumelo tier. But still, my leader Lasham simple. Hey, women go show you. The agenda never stops. Beyond Control says John Dumelo in your left and Ghana Dimu. You're right. All right. Papi Kojo says, I'm with you, Mr. Dumelo. I cried in 2016, but I am with you. So those of you remember what happened to Papi Kojo in 2016, he had quite a number of popular songs during that season, during that era, and he didn't get a single award. I think a nomination at the 2016 Ghana Music Award. So he's definitely understanding how Mr. Dumelo is feeling right now. So yeah, that's about it for Dumelo's tweets, and back to you. Oh, but wait, before that, some people actually believe that John Dumelo, though might have lost the seat at Ayawaso West, he might just pass on to be the first deputy member of parliament elect at Ayawaso West Vocal Constituency. This is according to Thought Pillow. So as you can see there, he says, congratulations, John Dumelo. So there you have it. Unfortunately, John Dumelo couldn't take over the seat. So my leader gets to retain the seat fully, since their husband passed away.
Don't talk much. Yeah, I just show action.
Man, Charlie, don't mess with Ghanaians, man. Don't mess with Ghanaians, man. I don't know how John Dumelo is feeling right now. Maybe, just maybe, after we watch this video. All right, now another thing that we realized on social media was that the Bawumia effect has happened in the northern sector of the country, because we've seen a number of flip-flops where constituencies that were naturally NDC strongholds have now been flip-flopped into Bawumia strongholds.
Hey, assemble.
Exactly, the Bawumia effect has taken full control in the north, where the MPP has fortunately gained some seats in there, and social media went bizarre because they are giving credit to Bawumia's effect ever since he became the vice president of the current president, which is Nana Akufo-Addo. And this is what some of you had to say. Alright, so let's do some Bawumia reactions, and starting off with that, we have Manche B. Ago, and he says, from the figures coming from the northern regions, Vice President Bawumia clearly won us the election. He's proving himself. Okay, Nebasak says northern region is now a stronghold for the MPP. Bawumia effect, north is falling for MPP. Alright, Lord Kujo, or from our own Franklin Kujo of Imani, Africa, irrespective of who wins, it's clear that Bawumia is the greatest asset for the MPP. You dump him and say bye to progress. He must begin to be more assertive though. Dennis says, Bawumia really worked for the north there. Give Showboy. MPP getting more votes than 2016. If we reach Kumasi, then Wait, sorry. Hey, who? That's right. Onibanya says the MPP must consolidate their gains in the northern regions by giving Bawumia the nod to lead in 2024. His effect on the trend of votes in the regions has been tremendous. Fantastic guy. Great impact. Thoughts Pilo again says the way Bawumia is getting funds, the Amado. All right, so there you have it. Bawumia's effects all throughout the northern region. Let's see how it fares in the total elections for the presidency. All right, now moving on to other exciting content on social media. What we saw identified on social media: skirt and blouse. Now, this is the first time for some people you are hearing this. What is skirt and blouse? I mean, you've seen it in the trends. You're wondering what it's about. I'm going to speak to someone who is going to tell us in layman terms what skirt and blouse voting means.
So the skirt and blouse voting is a kind of system where a voter decides to vote for two different candidates belonging to two different political parties. So for example, in the Clote constituency where we have Citi FM, Citi TV, a voter decides that I'm going to vote in this general election. When the voter goes, the voter decides to vote for the presidential elections. When he looks at the candidates in the particular presidential election, the voter decides to vote for GhElections in that particular election for president. In the same constituency where the voter is also supposed to, or is expected to vote for a parliamentary candidate. But in voting for the parliamentary candidate, this time he didn't vote for the candidate belonging to the GhElections party. He decides that he's going to vote for a parliamentary candidate belonging to the CPP. In this case, that particular voter has decided to go for the skirt and blouse. So instead of voting for GhElections presidential and GhElections parliamentary, he goes for GhElections presidential, CPP parliamentary. So this is what we mean by skirt and blouse anytime we talk about it in the news or we talk about it during our analysis.
All right, now this is the first time you are hearing the word or you're hearing these words, skirt and blouse. Some of you tweeted by saying, for example, 1,000 says skirt and blouse everywhere. Electorate voting based on works and not family ties or brand, and that's a win. Rexford Kingsley also said, "Charlie, no be small skirt and blouse. Menace vote." And then Selby also says that I like the skirt and blouse voting. Certain areas are no longer strongholds. If you don't work for the people, then you will leave the seat. And then Kwan Jr. or Style says, so the skirt and blouse, them they vote who go where am. Now, I want to call this international news sort of because this man who is quite popular, for those of you who know Ovation magazine, his name is Dele Mamudu, unfortunately happened to be on the bad side of Ghanaians because I think he poked his nose into businesses that are not his. And in the tweet, as you can see, he talked about the fact that lights have gone off in some areas when the counting of votes was underway, and Ghanaians did not spare him at all. So let us take you through some of the reactions that came our way when he tweeted that. Well, on to some Dele Mamudu tweets or reactions. Bernard Kweku Okai says, stick to interviewing #BB Niger contestants. That's your feel. Ouch. Kobe Dexter says, no brother bomb me past Dele Mamudu. He won't think about his country. No wonder Davido called him my guy. Right. Lumbamba says, lights have been going off all over in Nigeria. We don't see you tweet about it. Rest. Queen Kali says, Dele Mamudu needs to mind his business and focus on his country. All right, so there you have it. Entertaining reactions all through right here on the Election Bureau. Don't forget that the hashtag is Election Bureau, and also you could hashtag GhElections. When you tweet at us, you can tweet at me at Olele Salvador on Twitter, everywhere, anywhere, social media, and also at Citi TV GH. Don't forget Citi 97.3, which is also the radio wing of the Election Bureau production. Till I come your way with some more, don't forget to keep the conversation going, to keep the interactions popping, and guess what? You just might appear on TV. See you next time.
This is the Election Bureau, our continuous, comprehensive and factual coverage of the 2020 general elections. My name is Apnanya Michampedu. Tonight, I'm here with Godfred Akoto-Boafo. We are here to continue that coverage for you. We are live on Citi TV and 97.3 Citi FM, where we've been updating you on the elections. We're taking a breather. When we return, we'll delve into some more matters on the elections.
ADB is pleased to roll out its new mobile banking app. Download the ADB mobile application from Google Play Store or the App Store and enjoy limitless possibilities on your smartphone. After downloading the ADB mobile app, sign up at your nearest ADB branch and change your default password, which will be sent to your email after setup. You are activated to enjoy the most convenient and smart way of banking. Experience mobile banking anywhere in any time, such as account balance and transaction inquiry, instant transfer of funds to other customers in different domestic banks, transfer to any mobile money wallet in Ghana, airtime top-up for all networks, utility payments for DSTV, GoTV, ECG, Surfline, Vodafone broadband and postpaid, ADB, truly agric, and more.
Holidays, what a time. Just look. Hey, Daddy. Hey, drama. Drama lives here. You never know what they are learning. Choose the STV today for only 229 Ghana cedis. Whatever your Christmas is your moment. And this holiday season is about to get even more special.
It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy, gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink keeps you going.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You're welcome back, and we are still in the second day of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections here on the Election Bureau. As we continue to update you on the process so far, I'm here with Godfred Akoto-Boafo, Head of Current Affairs here at Citi FM and Citi TV. Hello, Godfred.
Hello, always a pleasure.
Yeah, in the morning we're on radio.
Yeah, here we are this evening.
The hassle continues.
Oh, of course, until we have a clear picture of who has won what. We are here for God and country.
Yeah, and it has been an eventful day while we await the collation of results from the entire country, especially for the presidential elections. And a number of issues happen here and there. But before we delve into the issues like the Techiman South constituency, before we came on air, Bernard Avle and Kojo Akoto-Boateng were giving us the figures and the data based on what we have gathered here at the Election Bureau from some 200 and is it 17 constituencies? So which regions and constituencies have we tabulated, and how did we arrive at that figure that our viewers can see on their television screens?
Well, I can start from the Volta region on that one. So for the Volta region, we have reported 15 out of 18 constituencies.
Okay.
So that accounts for the numbers that you're seeing. So for the Volta region, for instance, by the totals we have now, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama has polled 514,607 in that region. For the NPP's Naradonkwe Akufo-Addo, 95,478. And then you have Christian Andrews of GUM. He is currently at 3,977. You have Ivor Green Street, 552. Ekwadonko, 143. Henry Latte, 140. Hassan Ayariga, 320. You have Kofi Akpalu at 197, David Apasera at 189, Bridget Jobenuku at 201, that's the PPP's candidate, and then Nanakno Dajiman Rawlings at 517, and then finally the independent candidate Alfred Walker at 359 votes. So if you come to the Western region, for instance, we are reporting 14 out of 17 constituencies. So at the moment, we have not reported for Takwan Swayem. We have not reported for Wassa Amenfi East and Wassa Amenfi Central. Outside of that, we have accounted for 14 other constituencies. And in the Western region, I can clearly count 340,191 for the NPP's Naradonkwe Akufo-Addo and 293,514 for the NDC's John Mahama. And moving forward, I'll just be focusing on those two for now, just to save us some time.
Yeah.
If you go to the Central region, we have been able to report on 14 out of 23 constituencies. So we are still waiting for a constituency like Upper Ayawaso West. We are still uploading numbers for those. So we should be done with that very, very soon. In that region, 313,994 for the NPP Senator Naradonkwe Akufo-Addo, 308,321 for the NDC's John Mahama. If we come to Accra, we have reported on 30 out of 34 constituencies. At the moment, per our tally, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama has 1,216,704 votes to the NPP's 1,088,787 votes.
That's for Greater Accra.
For Greater Accra. If you go to
the number of constituencies again.
We have reported on 30 out of 34.
30 out of 34?
Yes, in the Greater Accra region. If you go to the OT region, we reported on 7 out of 8. We are waiting for Krachi in Jomoro. And in the OT region, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is currently at 163,630 votes to the MPP's 92,103. We can keep going at this. We can look at the Eastern region, where we have reported on 31 out of 33 constituencies. The MPP's Naradonkwe Akufo-Addo 708,988, MDC 440,020. If we go to Ashanti, we have reported on 46 out of the 47. Yes, 46 out of 47. The MPP is at 1,262,800 votes to the NDC's 412,495. Go to Bono East, we've reported on 6 out of 11. And in that region, the NDC is John Mahama, 128,490 to the MPP's 93,681. Take you to a half for 6 out of 6. So we've done everything in a half for constituents, the half a region, sorry. In that region, the MPP 122,612 and the NDC 116,405. If we go to the Bono region, we are awaiting 2 constituencies, so reported on 10 out of 12, And in that region, the NPP 219,151 to the NDC 253,209.
Okay, so Godfred, while you're letting us in on the specific regions and constituencies we are picking the results from, we've updated that figure on your television screen. So for the presidential race, now we have figures from 223 out of the 275 constituencies. Now, the NPP has 4,989,548. The NPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, has 4,989,548, representing 51.3%. And the NDC's John Mahama has 4,702,504. 4,702,504, representing 48.3%. So these are figures we have collated here at the Election Bureau from 223 out of the 275 constituencies and nationwide. So Godfred, that's the update there. But we've seen the regions, the Ashanti, Oti, Central, Western, Volta regions. Which other regions are we getting our figures from?
So Upper West, we've reported on 10 out of 11. We are waiting for just one there. So in that region, the NDC 211,074 votes, to Nana Akufo-Addo's 109,228. In the Upper East region, we have reported on 10 out of 15 constituencies. In that particular region, the NDC's John Mahama 184,886, and Nana Akufo-Addo 98,170. The Savannah region, we've reported on 6 out of 7. So the NDC's John Dramani Mahama 112,894, Nana Akufo-Addo 64,826, and then I'll take you to the Northern region finally. We've reported on 9 out of 18.
Okay.
So quite a bit to go in that particular region. At the moment, out of the 9, John Dramani Mahama has garnered 261,358, and Nana Akufo-Addo has garnered 193,781.
Okay, so that's for the northern region. Yeah. Do we have any figures from the Bono Enclave?
I have done that already.
No. Okay, yeah, it was among the earlier pack you did. All right, so that's what we have there with regions where we are collating our figures from here on the Election Bureau. But with these figures, these are for the presidential election, but a lot has happened with the parliamentary race. When Bernard and Kojo were going through the figures, you could see that a number of MPs have fallen. They will not be returning to Parliament. Which of them came to you as a surprise? It's quite a tall list, from Nalerigu Gambaga to Mion, to Adenta, Madina, Timpane, Okankwe North, Jomoro, Lejokuku, Krowo, a number of them. So let me begin from the ones that shocked you.
Okay, say shock. Yesterday when I was on nights, I said on the show that if I were Anthony Cabo, I would be very, very worried. I would not sleep. This morning, he's no longer going to Parliament. He's lost that seat, the Laura seat. It was one of the incredible achievements of the 2016 election, him being able to win that constituency. But what paved the path for him during that particular election was the fact that they had Emmanuel Samsam. Samsam was an independent candidate, was also very popular. And he took votes away from Bidzidin.
Okay.
In
2016.
In 2016. This time there was no Samsam on the ballot sheet. So it was just a head-on battle between the NPP and the NDC. And so Anthony Cabo lost. And I wouldn't say I was surprised. It was a bit of, they should have seen that coming. But talking about genuine surprise, though, where do I even begin from? Let me talk about the Minister of Planning.
Okay.
Professor Jan Barfor, who lost the Winchi seat. Now, that is the spiritual home of the MPP. So it's a seat that is very dear to their hearts. So it took me a bit by surprise that he had lost that particular seat. But then again, from the primaries, we should have had an inkling from there. He was contested by 6 people who felt that they deserved the right, and 6 is a high number for somebody as influential as Professor Jambafo is in government. He eventually won out, but he has lost them the seat.
To
Fisheries,
Seydou Haruna.
yes. Again, Elizabeth Afolikwe, I wouldn't say I'm surprised by it. There are those who had predicted that this was one of the seats in the Greater Accra region that was likely to fall. People had expected to put up a stiff fight, but she eventually lost to her perennial contender, Namomo. So the Fisheries Minister, that seat was also surprising for me.
Okay.
Let me add, let me see. Titus Nikwate Glover, MP3. That came as a bit of a surprise for me, looking at how he had seen out the challenge of Kempis. Now, Kempis was formidable in that particular constituency, had been MCE previously, very popular with, because of his sports background. The constituency is also a very heavy sporting constituency. And Titus himself has a very strong football background. Used to play football, even did a bit of kick around with Afinia United back in the day.
Okay.
So he has that background as well. And it helps in that particular constituency. So I thought that once he had been able to overcome Kempis twice, he would be able to consolidate his hold on that particular constituency. But no, Mr. Odampton has put paid to those ambitions. Himself, a former MC, and has taken out Titus Nikwate Glover, who is also Deputy Minister for Transport.
And there were issues there. I think a couple of weeks leading to December 7, his contender, Odampton, was arrested over some issues. The NDC supporters massed up at the police station, and a number of things. It's interesting that he has lost in this particular election. So that one also surprised you, Tema East?
Yes, Tema East.
Okay.
You see, and I guess there's also a lesson to be learned there, in the sense that it's the kind of constituency where the happenings of the past week will put people off.
Okay.
People would have made up their minds already, but it looked almost like blatant intimidation at a point. And if you also looked at some of the campaign antics of Titus Nikwate Glover in the build-up to this, let's be honest, there were a couple of viral videos we all saw. It was in bad taste, to say the least. And so it looks like people took that into their hearts and into their minds when they entered the ballot box, and they have punished him for it. So Deputy Minister of Transport is gone. Let me say Deputy Defense Minister Derek Odro. He lost the Nkranza North. Very, very rambunctious personality in Parliament. Very abrasive.
Yep.
Likes to speak his mind. And he rubs people the wrong way. If you're not used to Major Derek Odro, I've listened, he's done a lot of interviews where public reaction to him has been almost repugnant, where people are like, what is this guy talking about?
The recent one being the issue of providing security for parliamentarians following the demise of the Mfantsiman member of Parliament through that armed robbery.
Yes, he created a reputation for himself as a politician who didn't really care about what people thought about him. It was like, I will speak my mind. This is who I am. But sometimes when you get to the public office, you have to cultivate a personality. You have to cultivate some kind of, maybe just some restraint.
Even against your values? Because people said,
it had nothing to do with values.
That's his opinion, and that's the mindset with which he is working with.
When you come into public office, it is not like you are speaking to your constituents. That's different. When you come into public office, you are speaking to a broader spectrum of society. And he failed to grasp that. He is somebody, any time he granted an interview, people were put off. Even if he were saying the right thing, people were like, what is this man talking about? He doesn't know where he is. So
he was the abrasive nature.
Yes, so he rubbed people the wrong way. So when I saw he had lost, I was not surprised. But let's also put that down to local politics and the growth there. So there is that one.
Okay. Before you go on, we are having more constituencies adding up to our tally of the presidential results. So for now, we have 226 out of the 275 constituencies nationwide. Okay, so the NPP, Nana Akufo-Addo, has 5,666,334. That's the NPP's Nana Akufo-Addo's figure for now. The NDC has 4,768,961. So Nana Akufo-Addo is at 51.3%. John Mahama is at 48.3%. And these are results from 226 out of the 275 constituencies, which we have collated here at the Election Bureau. So, Godfred, let's go ahead with your list. You've told us about Nkranza North.
Yes.
Also, Laura, Crowell, and Titus Glover, Tema East.
Yes.
Which other areas?
Yeah, I will tell you about others, but also just to tell you that we have some results coming in from Nadoli Kalio. So
Okay.
we will get to that in a bit. But let me complete my list here. Okay, George Nei Anda. I don't think he expected to lose this particular seat. The Otu Senya constituency has a reputation for not returning MPs, and he had campaigned on the basis of, look, I've done well, the government has done well, so bring me back as Member of Parliament. I can't say there are myriad of factors in that particular part of the country. Look, it's one of the poorest parts of the country.
Yeah, which is in your West constituency.
And people might say, oh yeah, it's close to Accra. Yes, it is close to Accra, but people are poor. Okay. And not much has changed in those particular constituencies over the past 4 years. So it was always going to be a tough ask for Nei George Anda to go back. And I guess it is the reason why members of parliament don't last in that constituency, because nobody is able to make that significant shift. And I guess politicians who vie for that particular seat should learn. And I'm hoping Madam Tete Agbutui, who has won that seat, will look at the long list of victims in that constituency and strategize, to deal with the situation. Because other than that, these are people who look like they want to see something significant change in their lives, and they vest that in the MP. If it does not happen, you are gone. So for me, George Nei Anda, I will add him to my list. And let me add one more, and then we can move on. Quite a few, but
okay.
Boniface Abubakar Sadiq. He lost Medina to Francis Xavier Susu, my old schoolmate. Now he snatched that particular seat from the NDC in 2016 from one of my favorite MPs, Sorogo. I like Sorogo because Sorogo is the kind of guy you can put your TV on and he's sitting on the TV discussing a telenovela. Yeah, he loves his telenovelas. Yeah, Sorogo. So I liked him for that part of his life. You know,
in the 2016 campaign, it came up that this MP is always.
No, I mean, an MP can't have a life. An MP can't have a social life. He can't have interests. You know, so I was not holding it against him. But the thing is, this Boniface Abubakar Sadiq came in on the back of the very strong Zogo community in that particular constituency. There are a lot of people I spoke to who complained about the fact that he changed strategy. For somebody who was very accessible in the build-up to the 2016 election, once he came into power, and I'm surprised he made this error, having been an MP before in Salaga, and knowing what it means to people to be able to have access to you, people said he was no longer readily accessible. In the election in 2016, he was the kind of person who would show up at your doorstep, have a conversation with you. He was everywhere. He put boots on the ground. In the past 4 years, he has not done that, and people lost that connection with him, even though he was a man of the community. And here they had a young man who is also of the community and has worked for the community. There are a lot of people in that part of town who see one of their own. And the story of Titikaka is remarkable. I went to school with him at the University of Ghana. We were Commonwealth all together at the time. And his rise is remarkable. You know, he doesn't come from the best of backgrounds, but he's been able to pull himself up. Does a lot of pro bono work in the constituency, and that's how he's made his name. You know, all these big human rights cases he picks up and pursues. for people. And he does a lot of that in the constituency. Multilingual as well, speaks Ga, speaks Ewe, speaks Hausa. And you can find him with the people. And let me add this. I think Boniface Abubakar Sadiq underestimated him.
Really?
Up until the last month or so of the election.
Hold on to that, and let me recap the figures I gave earlier for the presidential election, the results we have. So 226 out of 275 constituencies. The MPP's Nane Akufo-Addo has 5,066,334, representing 51.3%. So it's 5,066,334. And the NDC's John Mahama has 4,768,961, representing 48.3%. And these are figures from the 226 out of 275 constituencies. So go ahead. You were talking about how you feel.
Yeah, Boniface, I just felt he underestimated Francis Xavier Susu for a long time. And maybe until he did his surveys in September, October, November, and realized that no, this young man is going to give me more trouble than I anticipated. And if you look at the distance between the two, our own Caleb Kuda spoke to me. He said he admitted to Caleb that he was surprised by the margin that he had lost by. He lost by almost 15,000 votes. And but he just says he's going to...
He's contested
the results, but 15,000 is a lot to contest. But it's his right to contest as well, so he should not be denied that right. But the thing is, he left it too late and was taken by surprise, as he himself admitted.
Could it be that he's still not in touch with the fact that the constituency numbers grew with the registration, and so that margin could actually be the situation on the ground?
Yeah, and that is interesting. You know, prior to the election, when Bernard had this brilliant idea that, look, we need to look at what these growth spurts in voter population mean for these constituencies. And once we start discussing this, for instance, I asked him the other time, Ewutu Senya East is always popular. If you look at the numbers, there's a 30% growth or so plus in that particular constituency. Adding to their numbers, they entered the top 5 in the country. Big numbers for the MPP all the time, but it didn't mean that the MPP was going to get majority of the new numbers. Nobody knew. And the same thing happened to Medina. Big numbers joined the fray, but there was no guarantee that these numbers were going this particular way. And obviously, if you look at the turnaround in votes, it does look like the numbers went with the young man on the ballot. And again, if you look at the demographics of the numbers of the new voters who entered that range, the 18 to 35. The 18 to 35.
Fresh blood.
And yes, the fresh blood. And the fresh blood were in the urban areas. So you would find them in places like the densely populated areas like Medina, Denta, because these are places where there's also low-cost housing. Renting a house in that part of town is relatively cheaper than renting a house in this part of town. So you find a lot of people who are migrating towards that part of town, but come to work here. So somebody like Francis Xavier Susu perhaps might have looked like one of them, a young man who lives in the community, doesn't have too much, has run basically a campaign on the back of his sword. I remember he was interviewed on Point of View, and he said, look, the primaries cost him almost 300,000 Ghana cedis, and he had to be bailed out by friends. He didn't have any money. Okay, so good kudos to him. He's upset a big one, and it's going to take Boniface a long time to get over this, considering his struggles getting from Salaga, finding a home in Accra at Medina, defeating Sorogo, and then getting to be there for just one term.
We'll see how that goes. This is the Election Bureau, our continuous coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections on Citi TV and Citi FM. We are looking at some parliamentary results and the ones that caused some form of surprise, depending on which side you are on. So, Godfred, still on that lane, how about Adenta? Were you surprised at the results?
You know, sometime I interviewed Bawumia someone, on
face to
face, and I asked him this question: are you worried by how busy your schedule is? Because he ran a super effective campaign. I was working around that part of town in 2016, so he was somebody I was very familiar with. He was everywhere. You could see him. He was active. He was very engaging. He would stop you and have a conversation with you about why you need to vote for him. I think he took on a bit too much when he became communications director of the MPP, because it took him away from the constituency. He's also a very busy legislator as well. But taking on the communications director, there are those who will tell you that, well, that gives him national projection, so his constituents would see him. Yes, but his constituents would see him working a different job. His constituents would not see him working the job that they had voted him for. They didn't vote for him to become communications director of the NPP. They voted for him to represent the people of that particular constituency in parliament, and they were not getting enough of it. And it also denied him the time to be able to go back there and engage people and perhaps lobby. And he tried the lobbying, because there were a lot of roads that people were complaining about that eventually got some attention. But perhaps it came a bit too late and allowed his opponent, who's also pretty savvy, because he's lived in the area for a long time, has campaigned in the area. And there are those who even accused Ramadan of not campaigning as vigorously as he did in 2016. You know, although it's an allegation that you cannot justify, because how do you say that, okay, he didn't campaign as hard as he did? But there are those who said, well, he relaxed a bit. But the point is, he did enough. And if you saw the emotion in Ramadan's face, he wailed. He didn't cry. He was wailing with joy.
After he was declared winner.
After he was declared the winner, people had to hold him because it was like, finally, it's happened. And there are a lot of people who predicted this. And if you spoke to residents of Adenta, they didn't have anything against the Bawumia Samoa. But a lot of them were also quite open about the fact that they were going to vote against him. It was one of those constituencies where Adenta residents, where people will tell you, as for YB, he will go. People will say it, as for YB, he will go. As for YB, he will go. Yeah, he's a nice guy, but he will go. You know, and we had a lot of that. So
more of constituents being fatigued.
No, not necessarily fatigued, just constituents feeling they didn't get what they deserved. You know, they felt it's like you buying a Ferrari and discovering there's a Tico engine in it. And so they felt a bit cheated by that. Hard luck to him. He's a fine politician, speaks really well. I think he represents his party brilliantly. I'm sure he'll find a way to make a comeback. Bawumia Samoa.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Okay, let's stay within Accra and talk about Okankwe North. Issa Fuseni lost the parliamentary election in that constituency to Theresa Awuni of the NDC.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that, but there are those who also say it's been coming for the young member of parliament. His constituency is a very complicated one. He lives in the constituency. He's not one of those MPs who has run away from the constituency. He lives there, he engages the people, but it's a difficult task in that part of town. You know, and
Okankwe North.
Okankwe North, yes.
So that's Achimota, Akweteman.
Yes, that part of town. You know, and
New boy.
He'll be very disappointed with himself. He had a very close primary. He had a very, very close primary, and perhaps that should have been the signal that if he's not careful, things will not go well for him. Unfortunately, the price is bigger now. He won the primary, but the seat is gone. So perhaps the party would look at it and say, perhaps we should have done something at the primary level and, you know, protected ourselves there. But I'm not too surprised by it. Another very good mind. He's done some fine work in Parliament. He's an investment analyst, so he knows his numbers when it comes to money. So he's one of those persons who does good work when it comes to finance in Parliament. But hey,
unfortunately,
it did not.
He won't be returning to Parliament. Okay, let me take you to Lejekuku and talk about the Deputy Health Minister, Dr. Bernard Okoboy. He will also not be returning to Parliament after the parliamentary elections in that constituency. Benjamin Aiku of the NDC won. I remember on Voters Diary, we were talking about the Lejekuku constituency, and you mentioned that the race there will be tight.
Yeah.
And we are seeing its manifestation today.
Yeah, Benjamin Aiku Nate, or Nati, based on how good your Ghana accent is. And it was a heavy one. This was like 18 hours at the Tishi police station of collation going back and forth. And if you look at the numbers, it was a pretty close race. So Mr. Aiku 55,938, Okoboy 54,072. So again, this is another constituency where, since Nia J. Boy Sekan won the seat consecutively in 92 and 96, everybody's a one-term MP. They don't mess around there. And I'm a bit conflicted by this. You know why?
Tell me.
If you were looking for a model parliamentarian, it would be Okoboy. You know, in terms of access, in terms of communication, in terms of doing parliamentary work, you know, it's a mix of things. Being in the community, he lives and works in the community.
Yeah.
Being visible in parliament, he's very visible in parliament because he's deputy minister of health and he's seen as one of the rising stars of the NPP. Knows how to explain party policy very well, represents the party on several media platforms, and he acquits himself really well. People like him. The first time I had him on the big issue, the responses were crazy. People were like, who is this guy? You know, this is perhaps they need to get him out more. And he eventually built on that and became deputy health minister during the period of the COVID. So I'm a bit mystified, but I'll get to Mr. Ayiku's gifts as well, because he also has significant advantages. You know, so I'm a bit, that's what I'm saying, I'm mystified by Okoboy, because if Okoboy can get kicked out for playing the role of a parliamentarian properly,
the constituents wanted something else beyond relatability, beyond doing your work well.
You know, what do you want exactly? That's the thing. What do you want exactly? But the thing is this: he's gone, and I'm very disappointed personally. But let's talk about Mr. Aiku. And as soon as he entered the fray, everybody knew it was going to be a race.
Okay,
everybody knew it was going to be a race. He's also a man who has deep roots within the constituency, very well known within the constituency, has a lot of businesses within the constituency, and that matters because he's a significant employer in there. He has ways of engaging the people in terms that they understand. Now, one might say Okoboy is accessible, but Okoboy is also a bit of an upper class person in that part of town. Hold on. Aiku is a proper Lejokuku man. Those who are listening to me understand the point I'm trying to make here. And these things matter. So for instance, you meet Okoboy will sit down and, you know, have attire with the boys, they'll play football and all those things. There's a reason why he does those things, because that is how you gain acceptance with these people. It's not about money, it's not about all those things. Those things matter. That you are a son of theirs and they feel that, oh, I am equal with you at all times. This person, Mr. Aiku, is one of those people. I remember during the Homo War celebrations, and it's perhaps there are those who have attributed Okoboy's loss to that particular incident during the celebration of the Homo War, when some celebrants got into trouble for violating COVID protocols. And the story was told that on the ground, Okoboy was blamed for the arrest. And guess who bailed the people who got arrested? Mr. Aikunati. So that particular scenario, you know, perhaps contributed to this, but in the end, he won. A lot of people, when I spoke to Anas Seidu Numa Rusanda, for instance, earlier on, and Anas knows that area quite well, they were like, look, this guy is going to win. They were quite clear that this guy would go. So it's like I said, personally, I'm sad because if you wanted to show an MP, like I would show Koboy, but here he is, gone.
All right, so that's Dr. Bernard Okoboy, MP for the Lojokuku constituency. He will not also be returning to Parliament. Let me take you up north and talk about the Damongo constituency. Adam Mutawakilu, he's a ranking member on Parliament's Mines and Energy Committee. Galus, they call him. And he will not be returning.
Again, one of those MPs who will be missed, and Duke will not enjoy this one because when he does his series on Sages of Parliament, it means he has to update that report because Mutawakilu has joined the outgoing Sages of Parliament. And for those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about, our parliamentary correspondent has this very interesting report he does on people who matter in Parliament and who are leaving Parliament, and I'm sure you'll get to hear more of the reports before the week is over on his Sages of Parliament report. But solid guy. Again, he's everything you want in a member of Parliament in terms of the work in Parliament. Knows his beans. If you call him on anything on energy, mines, he knows what's up. He knows what is happening. He knows what the current policy is. He knows the modern trends, and he knows how to communicate it well. He knows how to make a case, and he has done an incredible job keeping the majority on their toes, the government on their toes when it comes to matters of energy policy and the like. But back in Damongo, here he was facing a very formidable young man who had come from Deputy Chief of Staff, lawyer, Jinapo. His brother is on the other part is on the other side. They have a father who is also significantly influential in that part of the country. So I honestly was not expecting Jinapo to be able to do this, but those who have said that, look, Jinapo spent a lot of time on the ground, and the work he put in is what has gained him the seat. And those who are on the ground say, look, the kind of campaign that was run is one that might not be matched in a very, very long time. People have benefited properly in Damongo.
I think on our constituency radar from Damongo, the people were talking about a classroom block, furniture, water, and other things that Abu Jinapo had provided. But we spoke to Adam Mutawakilu. He was able to tell us on top of his head a number of projects he had embarked on. And as for boreholes, he just dashed them like that.
Yeah, boreholes, and then these grinding machines as well. He had distributed a large number of those.
Corn mills.
The corn milling ones. But unfortunately, it didn't work for him. But my compensation is in the fact that we are replacing one fine mind with another. Absolute respect for Mr. Jinapo, who is coming in, Deputy Chief of Staff, very good lawyer, a young man on the rise. I'm sure he will represent the people of Damongo well.
Okay, so that's for the Damongo constituency. This is the Election Bureau on 97.3 Citi FM and Citi TV. My name is Abnanya Mechampedu. I'm here with Godfrey Akoto-Boafo, and we are getting you through the night with more on the general elections as we await the final collation of the results. Now, let's talk about, we've done Ewutu Senior West. You said it was one of those that another Tete has snatched it from under. Okay, Ekumfi, Kingsley Atukujo. Ekumfi is a really popular constituency because of the eco juice. People talk about it, and unfortunately, the candidates there, the incumbent MP, lost to Abeku Kwensel of the NDC. Was that one expected? This is the central region.
Yeah. Again, Ekumfi is one of those constituencies. Look, forget the factory there. It is poor. You see, and it looks like the people have realized this and have decided to act on it.
Okay.
And again, Mr. Atukujo, very likable person, but just didn't work out for him because the people had made up their minds that they were going to change. Okay, so it was a storm that was coming, and there was nothing he was going to be able to do about it. I'm sure there were a lot of people who told him that, look, you are going to lose this particular race, and I'm sure he would have said, no, it will not happen. But not much has changed. Yes, there's a factory around, but not much had changed in the lives of the indigents of the area. So I'm not too surprised that he's gone. And the thing about this also was he's deputy fisheries minister on a coastal, plain as well.
His boss is gone.
Yeah, and so both the fisheries ministers are gone. It should tell you how people are feeling about
that sector.
About that sector right now. There's a lot happening there, but on the ground, just people felt not much had changed. So, too bad for him.
Okay, Kensley Atokujo, Confit Constituency. How about Cape Coast North, Barbara Asha AEC?
Well, I will not say I know too much about the local politics of Cape Coast North, so I will not go too much in there. I will say I'm not surprised.
Okay.
I'm not surprised. There had been a bit of controversy, earlier in the year, of a personal nature, but as to how that had an impact on the elections, we do not know.
Okay, so Barbara lost to Kwamina Minta Nyako of the NDC. Let's talk about somebody you are quite familiar with, Alexander Aban, Ayawaso West MP.
Well, my good friend from Ayawaso, it was one of those seats that, again, people had predicted would go. Even I think we kind of did a bit of recce there.
Yes.
Early in the year. Engaging, and a lot of residents were not happy. They felt the roads were not good. They felt they had a bit of an absent member of parliament, and not in the sense of his presence, but in the not his physical presence, but they did not feel that he was impacting their lives. And it's a trend. A lot of constituents in that part of town simply feeling that, look, our MPs are not doing enough for us, and we need to see more effort. It's not just enough that you represent us. It's not just enough that you show up every once in a while and make a donation here and there. We want to see a significant shift. If we were at A, by the time you are done with 4 years, we want to see that we are at B or C. And a lot of the people in this particular constituency did not feel that Honorable Aban, one of the, again, best parliamentarians we have, when you talk about doing the work of parliament, in parliament,
not in the constituency.
They had issues in the constituency. But again, when you come to doing the work of parliament in parliament, if you go to parliament and you ask them to name 10 MPs themselves, there's no way they will not mention Alexander Aban's name. When it comes to matters of law, reviewing, constitutional material, he's one of the go-to guys. Likes to keep to himself.
Yeah. And he frees his mind as well.
Yeah. He has his own, and it's never really had an impact on his political career, him freeing his mind. But I think his people wanted a bit more of him than they felt they were getting, and they've opted for a different option. Okay,
let's go to the Bono East region now and touch base with Michael Chachu Aholu in the Techiman South constituency. Earlier, we told you about how there were some disturbances following declaration of the parliamentary results there. We understand that declaration wasn't from the Electoral Commission. Michael Chachu Aholu has joined us to bring us more. Michael, so what exactly happened and what brought about this different results we are learning of?
Okay, so what happened, each all of us, I should even say, about an hour to 5 p.m., we had NDC raising some crucial questions up to the inclusion of 5 polling station results in the collation. So the NDC's argument was that the EC did not have pink sheets for these polling stations, and if the EC has no pink sheets for the polling stations, it actually cannot collate any official or any credible votes or voter results. So what happened was the NDC was contesting, they were protesting, and they were saying that the EC can in no way add any votes to the already calculated or tabulated results which they had. So the NDC was actually raising this issue when all of a sudden results were placed up on the projector. This projector was also outside, but because it was daytime, a lot of the folks outside couldn't see it. But it's clearly stated that the NPP parliamentary candidate for the Tichiman South Constituency had won the parliamentary election. This did not go well at all for the NDC protesters or the NDC supporters rather, who were outside the collation center. They started throwing stones, they started making noise, and the security services who were there trying to control the situation started firing warning shots into the air. Unfortunately, I don't know how come, but some of the bullets managed to hit some of the protesters. We spoke with a doctor who treated these protesters who were sent to the Holy Family Hospital here in Tichiman, and he stated that about 8 of these protesters were brought in. One, unfortunately, passed on, according to the doctor, but the rest were being treated with one in a critical condition. So that's the situation here. The atmosphere in the town is really a quiet one. Streets which usually were filled with people moving up and down, attending to economic issues and moving from one point to the other, they are almost empty. Everywhere is quiet, which is unusual for Tichiman, if you know Tichiman as a town.
Okay, Michael, so what happened was that during the collation process, some results were projected, and the EC says those ones didn't come from them.
Yes.
So what is the certified results then? Has the EC been able to complete the collation now?
Okay, so right after the incident of the shooting, it has become very difficult to reach the EC. Even with the Ghana Police Service, the security agencies, they are refusing to speak with us until they themselves gather further information. But I tried speaking with the regional EC director. He stated that as of now, he cannot comment on the issues. We have not received any official message from the EC as to whether the results that were projected is the official EC results for the Tichiman South parliamentary results. So as of now, we are left hanging. We don't have parliamentary results. We don't also have presidential results. As the NPP in the Tichiman South Constituency, of course, the results that was projected stated that they are going around circulating that they have won the election, and their supporters should be rest assured that Martin Ejime supporter has won the constituency.
All right. Talking about the candidates, are any of them at the collation center, and what have been their reaction to the developments there?
Okay, so after the incident, I had to actually get to safety with my camera person. But right after the incident, the security services managed to get both parliamentary candidates out safely. After now, the NDC is planning a conference, a press conference. I'm currently at the location for the press conference, waiting to hear from the side of the NDC as to what their next step of action would be.
Do we still have supporters at that collation center?
Well, I can't say as to that, but the time after I was leaving, that was by 5 p.m., there was no NDC supporter at the collation center. But we had a few of them hanging around in shorts, just watching us to see what is actually going on at the collation center.
Okay, but what is the atmosphere in the township as the voters await the results from this election?
So, if you know Tichiman well, the population here, majority are settlers. And these settlers, a lot of them have affection for the NDC, and for that matter, for Christopher Bayure, who is the NDC parliamentary candidate. A lot of them are in shock. They can't believe that they have actually, it's possible that they would lose the parliamentary seat, because from the morning, the projections from the NDC data which they collated indicated that the NDC had won the seat. So this message, this happening actually took most of the NDC supporters by surprise. On the streets, very, very quiet. We have a small chit chat where individuals talk about how they have been cheated, how they believe that the EC is in bed with the NPP. Of course, all these allegations, but that's what's going on.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael Chachua Holu, reporting from the Techiman South constituency in the Bono East region. We understand there's a stalemate over the results there. The EC is not yet speaking about whether they have certified results. The MPP is projecting different results, and also that shooting incident. He tells us one person has passed on as a result. The others are in the hospital receiving treatment for various degrees of injuries. And so that is where we are now, Godfred, with the situation in the Techiman South constituency. This issue of results declaration.
Yeah, that's I think Martin J.
Mensa
Kosa. I hope they're able to settle this without any more loss of life, and the tension can calm down a bit so we can just move on with it.
All right. This is the Election Bureau on 97.3 Citi FM, also on Citi TV. We are taking a breather. When we return, we have more. Don't go away.
Rigworld Solutions, forging the frameworks of Ghanaian industry. Engineering solutions from the heart of Takrady, Kejebil. At Rigworld Solutions, we manufacture industrial bolts and nuts, fasteners, hoses and fittings for the extractive and petrochemical industries. World-class products with local expertise. Locate our factory in Kejebil of the Takrady Takwa Road. Call 0302-949917 or 0540-107504. Email enquiries@rigworldsolutions.com. Rigworld Solutions, crafted in Ghana, engineered for the world.
Nana, come and help me. You need to learn, but I'm more interested in drawing. How are you going to be part of the business if you don't learn? You just don't understand.
Morning. Anyone for some Lipton?
The rich taste of Lipton awakens body and mind.
Let me have a look at your drawings. Son, these designs are amazing.
Lipton Yellow Label Tea, awaken to what really matters.
Holidays, what a time. Just look. Hey, Daddy. Hey, drama. Drama lives here. You never know what they are learning. Choose the SCV today for only 229 Ghana cedis. Whatever your Christmas is your moment. And this holiday season is about to get even more special.
It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink. keeps you going.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Speed thrills, but it kills. An open road in good condition may entice a driver to speed. As a driver, you must not speed, especially in areas where speeds of less than 50 kilometers per hour are required. Road engineers sometimes construct speed humps in an effort to make drivers reduce speeds, especially in residential areas, commercial areas, and near schools where speeds of less than 30 kilometers per hour are required. If you are driving in such areas, please slow down so that you can bring your vehicle to a stop when you have to. Stop road crashes now. Stay alive.
This road safety education is brought to you by the National Road Safety Authority.
Nana, come and help me. You need to learn, but I'm more interested in drawing. How are you going to be part of the business if you don't learn? You just don't understand.
Morning. Anyone for some Lipton?
The rich taste of Lipton awakens body and mind.
Let me have a look at your drawings. Son, these designs are amazing.
Lipton Yellow Label Tea awaken to what really matters.
GoTV is everyone's favorite place this festive. A place of incredible adventures where all the rhythm is. A place of winners where friendship means everything and where you find love in its purest form. GoTV, Bronya Pape Fie. Stay connected using my GoTV app or get your GoTV decoder, GoTenna, and a month of the best of local and international entertainment on GoTV Plus for as low as 109 Ghana cedis. GoTV, love it.
At McDan Shipping, we saw a chance to invest in a logistics company whose technology streamlines shipping operations. Perspectives like this has made McDan the leading cargo consolidation manager. Clearing and forwarding come with speed and dependability. Cargo handling, air freight, transporting, transits, warehousing, and bulk logistics. With branches in Africa, Asia, Europe, USA, and all over the world. McDan Shipping, your total logistics partner.
Hi, babe. Am I seeing the series?
Can you see me now?
I can. But wait, who's calling you?
I'm sure that's my mom.
I'm sure it's one of those girls.
Want to have an apple?
I'm trying to change the
It's been a while since we last linked up, since we shared our news and told our stories.
Last week you just talking about this week is very, very low. What's your suggestion? We will look into that.
Makola Market has been closed down for cleaning and sanitation.
Since we last celebrated together.
Don't buy anything. Don't claim 5 Ghana credits. Free!
From 1st October, get 5 cedis airtime Twitter whenever you buy any 3 bottles of these Guinness Ghana products. Simple, cool chop and kasa. Just dial *1000* and the code under the crown, followed by the hash key, and your free airtime will drop. Let's raise our glasses and link up again. Offer is valid while stocks last. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
You're welcome back. This is the Election Bureau, 97.3 Citi FM and Citi TV. Our continuous coverage of the 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. My name is Abnanya Mechampedu, here with Godfred Akoto Boafo. We're looking at some shocks that emerged from the parliamentary elections. We continue. Now, Godfred, before we get to some other constituencies, we are having a statement from the NPP's candidate for the Ododo constituency.
Yeah.
Let me take my time. Nilante Banaman.
You don't want to get cut off.
No.
For Nilante Vanderpoint.
I know.
To tell you that you were in the spirit. But that was an. I am glad that race is over. You know, the tension and the incidents were just getting a bit out of hand. So. But let me just read the statement from Nilante Banaman. He was quite confident in the build-up to the election. I interviewed him also on face-to-face, and he was certain he was going to grab this particular constituency. So it says that it has been an exhilarating campaign period for me and the NPP, and we have savored every moment of it. Let me first thank God for how far He has brought the NPP and I in the Ododo constituency. I also wish to thank our Council of Elders and Patrons, constituency executives, zonal coordinators, polling station executives, and the good people of Ododo that supported my candidacy for Member of Parliament. I thank you for the prayers that have lifted my spirits, the countless acts of courage, generosity, and grace that I have experienced during this campaign. Although I am disappointed with the outcome, I will continue my commitment to public service by helping others and fighting for the ideals and principles that will make our dear Ododo a better place to live in. For all those who care, for all those whose cares have been our concern, this political campaign might have come to an end, but the work goes on. The cause endures, the hope still lives, and the ideals that drive us shall never die. It is also my prayer that the good Lord will grant eternal rest to those who have lost their lives for this cause, and to the injured a speedy recovery. I hope that the perpetrators behind the heinous attacks that led to the deaths and injuries will be made to face the full rigors of the law. God bless you, and may He continue to bless our dear Ododo. Thank you, Nilante Banaman, who happens to be the man who runs Premix Fuel in Ghana. So,
okay, so
statement from him.
That settles Ododo.
Nilante Vanderpoint has won that one. All right, let's go.
All right, so let's go on and talk about Nalerigu Gambaga, the constituency of the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, Hajia Alima Mahama. She lost.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by that. That's the local government minister. That's the local government minister. You know, but she was unable to hold on to the seat, and she lost it to, let me see.
That would be Alhaji Baba Seidu Isifu.
Yes. And it's a bit surprising because I look at her performance in the 2016 election. She did quite well. She performed quite creditably. 27,501. She defeated Isifu Seidu, who polled 23,150 in that constituency.
So it was a rematch.
Yeah, it's and I'm sure she herself will struggle to come to terms with this particular loss, and it does do some damage for her. This is somebody who has aspirations beyond Parliament. This is somebody whose aspirations go towards being vice president one day, and she's one of the more formidable senior female politicians in the MPP. So a loss like this does dent your position a bit, because if you, as local government minister, if you cannot hold a seat for the party, you know, then we say, okay, what kind of hold do you actually have? So on a personal level, this will come back and worry her a bit. Haji Alima Mahama.
Okay, let's go to the Jomoro constituency.
Yes, quite the interesting one. That seat was initially held by Paul Essien in 2016. It's a seat that flip-flops.
Yeah.
It flip-flops between the MPP and the NDC. The NDC held that seat in 2008 and 2012, and then the NPP took it over in 2016. That was
and then
Paul
Sammy
Essien.
Nkrumah was also.
Yes. And, you know, I will talk about that. It's a bit disappointing that, you know, she could not make it again, considering who she is, you know, and all that. But again, kudos to the madam who I'm trying to.
Dorcas Afo Tofe.
Yes.
Yeah, of the
yes.
NDC.
Yes, Dorcas Afo Tofe. Of the. She's a philanthropist.
Okay.
She's done well. She used what was available to her. In the final days, she relied on her very popular daughter to bring Shatawale to town.
Oh.
Yes, her daughter is a musician. I think she's called Fantana.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. But she, I will not put the...
Shatawale in Jomoro.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that she looks like somebody who did work. She did the hard work on the ground. So I'm just not going to put the credit at the visit of Shatawale.
That would just be a spice.
A spice, yes. She would have done quite a bit of work to take the seat from Paul Essien. So well done to her. We'll see if she'll be able to hold it. She's a bit of a newbie on the scene.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting how she fares in Jomoro.
Okay, so that's for the Jomoro constituency. I'm trying to cross all the various constituencies. Let's go to the Ashanti region and talk about New Edubiase. It was among the seats the NDC had, and then the MPP took it over in 2016.
And it's one of those seats that they will hate losing because the Deputy Agric Minister, Jojo Dro, held that seat. It was an NDC seat that the NPP picked up, and Odro was rewarded for it. You know,
but the appointment.
Yes, of course, you have to show appreciation. These things matter, you know, in local politics. So it was important. But what did not help him was the candidate. You know, Adam Salam, young man. But for those who follow football, his name will make sense. Okay. That is Abdul Salam Yakubu's brother. That's the CEO of New Edubiase United. Now, for a long time, the only good thing in the constituency for a lot of young men is New Edubiase United. It has employed people, it has sent young men from that town abroad, and he's a management member of that football club. Okay, and this was a club where basically pushed for the building of a stadium in New Edubiase when former President Mahama was running affairs. And he went there and made a promise. Now, he did not live up to that promise.
Yeah.
And they held it against him. And that is why the seat fell. Now, over the past 4 years, no progress has been made on this particular stadium project. But other projects have been done. So they've had a school there. The government has also improved communication in some of the communities there. So quite some considerable work has been done in New Edubiase. But it was just one of those seats that the NDC really, really wanted back. And when later on we get to the Ashanti region to look at it on a regional basis, I think Chairman Wontumi was very disappointed. He had a project 47. He ended up doing 42. So we will discuss that, including New Edubiase. So yeah. Okay. Congratulations to Salam. I think he started out as favorite. Jojo did not stand a chance the moment a name like Adam Salam entered. And in that part of town, like I said, Abdul Salam Yakubu, very popular. His brother, very popular. There's another brother who's also a management member. Oh. You know, very, very, very popular. And they are very invested in the community. You will meet them in all kinds of places. You will not suspect you will meet them, but they will be there.
Okay, let's update our viewers and our listeners on the figures from our collation on the presidential election results. We now have 227 out of the 275 constituencies. The NPP's Nana Akufo-Addo has 5,114,688, representing 51.4%. I'm taking the number again. 114,688, representing 51.4%. Now, NDC's John Mahama has 4,803,240. 4,803,240, representing 48.2%. 48.2%. So that's what we have now, 227 constituencies. Nana Akufo-Addo has 51.4%. John Mahama has 48.2%. And away from that, we'll get to talk about more constituencies. Let's stay in the Ashanti region a while longer.
Yeah, and also just before
okay.
It looks like we'll get some updates from the Western region as well. A regional picture.
Okay.
As soon as we're able to get Ebenezer Afeni-Dazi, you will get that. It looks like that particular region has been able to bring its work to a close on both the presidential and the primary side. He will provide details, but basically, NPP has won that region for the presidential, but in the parliamentary, they have lost 4 seats to the NDC. So Eben will provide some details later.
Just before we wrap up on this particular one, the new EDBSA, I understand Adams was also a sports presenter, and they say he was a good commentator. He did a bit of work with Focus FM in Kumasi, our partner stations who have been picking our coverage of the election 2020. So that's what we, Ashanti region. Formina, the dismissed member of parliament won the election as an independent candidate, Andrews Isiama. And Formina.
Yeah, incredible achievement. I wanted to just get some numbers. Yes, so Andrews Isiama, lawyer Andrew Isiama Amwakun, won that particular election. He was the incumbent. His story is now one of the popular ones of this election. Kicked out of parliament by his own party. Speaker made a ruling on it. He polled 12,000.
All right, Godfred, hold on now. We have to cross over to the Information Ministry. The Information Minister, Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah, is addressing the media now.
That these matters are responded to right now, especially at this time in the election. And he's making false allegations that the military of the Republic of Ghana is involved in efforts to change results and subvert the will of the Ghanaian people. So we will speak specifically to some of these issues, and then we will take questions and respond to them. Now, first of all, the claim by candidate Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. That claim is false. Anybody who has followed Ghana's electoral process knows that there are returning officers at the 275 constituencies. That's different from the returning officer for the presidential election. These returning officers collate the results and make a formal declaration of who has won the constituency. The Ghanaian media is littered across all 275 constituencies and their collation centers. You are the ones who are reporting this election. If indeed anybody has gained 140 seats in parliament by now, you will know. Wouldn't you know? You will clearly know. So we do not think that, first of all, it lies in any candidate's mouth. Yes, we understand the political parties and their campaigns throw out numbers and explain where they are in their own coalition, etc. We've seen pictures from both sides and press tours. But a claim by Mr. Mahama that his party has won parliamentary majority is false. You, the media, are observing at all the 275 coalition centers across the country. And I'm sure you yourself can confirm, as at now, that they do not have a parliamentary majority. So it is important that at this point in time, this claim be shut down, so that the Ghanaian public, some of whom may be going to bed tonight, the international community listening, doesn't start getting that idea that Mr. Mahama's party has won a parliamentary majority. I think the figures, as are being collated by the Electoral Commission and being declared, are quite clear. The last one I saw, the media putting out, not what we the parties are, the media putting out, was about 227 constituencies. And the details were there about who has won what. So please do not be deceived by any candidate especially candidate Mahama at this point in time that his party has won parliamentary majority. That's item number one that we need to tell the people of Ghana and the international community about. Item number two is a dangerous matter. This dog whistle to supporters by the candidate that they should jubilate. And we are clear. This is a dog whistle to people to get out on the streets and jubilate. Now, first of all, we are happy that this call has largely not been heeded by the Ghanaian public. As you monitor the countryside, largely, this call has not been heeded. Because the Ghanaian people are discerning and can see through some of the, games on election night that candidates play. But we think it must be categorically said that it is utterly irresponsible and it flies in the face of good conduct and even the peace pact that the candidates signed a few days ahead of the election. I want to show you the true nature of some of these candidates. The peace pact that the candidates signed, I think President Akufo-Addo, Mr. Mahama, I think there were other parties that got a rep or so to sign, witnessed by the Chief Justice of the Republic. It says that you acknowledge and you commit to the following. A, that the remaining rounds of campaign sequel to the general election shall be conducted with decorum. B, that we shall monitor and keep in check the excesses of our supporters as and when they get out of line. Now you have candidates rather egging their supporters on after they have signed this peace pact, egging their supporters on to jubilate. And I'm explaining to you that nobody is a kid in this country. That is dog whistle for get out there and, celebrate. They go on. That they hereby commit themselves and supporters to continue to conduct their campaigns in a peaceful manner, that they undertake to accept the results of the election and concede to the winner accordingly. Then they commit to a number of things. After signing this, you now have candidate Mahama himself, not his campaign or his party. Those ones, you understand the party portion. But now you have the candidate himself asking his supporters that they have a right to jubilate. And like I've said to you, it's a dog whistle for asking them to do it. We want to, as a government of Ghana, strongly urge all candidates to desist from such conduct. It has the potential to raise tensions, to heighten anxiety, and most importantly, it will leave your supporters severely disappointed if and when an eventual loss is occasioned for you. And so we think that the responsible thing to do as a government at this point in time is to call it out and let the public know, don't fall for that. Item number 3. As you are aware, Ghana has had about 8 successful elections since the 1992 Constitution was rolled out. The Electoral Commission has a proven track record of successfully conducting elections. This EC has come under a barrage of criticisms from this particular candidate. But as we can all attest to, so far, the exercise of this election has generally, the part conducted by the EC has generally been smooth. No candidate should at this stage get into this exercise of seeking to undermine the work of the EC. It is most irresponsible and it would endanger the peace of this country. Now, another matter worth speaking to is the attack on the media. Again, if you listen to the candidate's commentary and the commentary by, I think, the General Secretary of his party immediately following afterwards, they are now attacking the Ghanaian media, that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. I'm sure you heard that you are now in the business of churning out fake results. Everybody knows that the media in Ghana, independent, experienced in observing elections at collation centers, does the simple exercise of bringing in the numbers and doing the analysis. And this election, let's commend the Ghanaian media. Many of you have invested in software that allows you to do interesting analysis, do comparisons, etc. You are beginning to notice, just like what the outgoing president of the US of A has been doing. Candidate Mahama is now suggesting that the numbers that the Ghanaian media are churning out and the collation that the Ghanaian media is beginning to do, which you have done in previous elections, are false and are fake. And we think that, again, it is important to call it out. This is not the first time that you see a candidate begin to make such allegations when they know something that maybe the rest of the population don't. And that's why I cited the example of the U.S., where the U.S. president, who is outgoing now, consistently been attacking the media as being fake news, enemies of the people, etc., etc. We're beginning to observe a bit of it here. And we think it's important not to let it slide, but to draw your attention to this. Now, again, another claim is being introduced into the conversation, and it's important to draw the country's attention to it, that Mr. Mohammed's party says that it has won majority of the regions, and therefore it can extrapolate that it ought to win the presidential election. For the avoidance of doubt, we need to remind everybody of what the rules of engagement are and what the facts are. The rules of engagement is in Article 63, Clause 3 of the Constitution 1992. And I'll read you just a little bit of it. It says, a person shall not be elected as the president of Ghana unless at the presidential election the number of votes cast in his favor is more than 50% of the total number of valid votes cast at the election. It has absolutely nothing to do with the regions that you claim or you purport to have won. The constitutional provision of who wins a presidential election is in Article 63, Clause 3. Please take time and read it and educate the Ghanaian public. That if any candidate comes to tell you that he thinks that he has won a region which he thinks is big, therefore he should be the next president, or a collection of regions. Ghana's election is not an electoral college like what happens in the US. Ghana's election, in accordance with Article 63, Clause 3, is simple. You have to win 50% plus 1 of the votes for the presidential election. And so please, this misinformation or disinformation that is being introduced into the Ghanaian election as it goes on, is important that we call it out so that the general public does not fall for it and begin to correlate that, oh, therefore, if this person wins X number of regions, then he should be declared president. No, there's an exercise for doing that, and that exercise, we understand, is being done by the Electoral Commission. In conclusion, the Electoral Commission has proven, I think over the last 8 elections, he has the capacity to do that which is doing. We want to urge the general Ghanaian population and all other stakeholders to remain calm, to remain vigilant, yes, and to follow the EC's processes and the updates that the EC will give us, and not be moved by comments now by a presidential candidate to do otherwise. And this is what we believe the government ought to put out at this stage in the election tonight. I'll do a quick summary, and then I will take your questions. If we're in church, I will say, and you may, you know, was the same when you're Brenna, Moshia, or Hasi. Namum, your friend Waha, and some baby, you know me, and Sabi. Mifi as the enemy, Tremo said, the entire Menamidana Kasani said, many minister of information. But about way, Mizunami, a candidate. Kasa make and yet parties and assembly maker. Ghana buying and a air Kasa, and a city so said me, and I mean Kasa Magana buying. The entire you bring Ghana buying any or my needing common say, presidential candidates Nebako, Yura Mahama, Ababo and Tinga Central Fonchim Bay, Don Ribako, Nifa, and Abe Don Ribakuni. No, he can't send you and Seminole a buying Susun and your MPP party, a buying, and the entire meeting say there's a difference between me as candidate and me as Minister of Information for the Republic. Ghana buying Susun will say, you can't want to be, or say, or no party and your majority in the parliament, or say, the supporters, influence in your money, and no Kasakwa, they all kinds of multi room, and your money, they say, Omadi Kunim. Or say, EC no, Katasumu, so assess election results, no. Now, soldier for Crown Pokahobi. Now in Ghana, back of Samoa, Sansim will say, said the Entotuna say, and Samoa would tip and was say, you two and one more. Now, say in Ghana buying SC was Sansim way home. The Edikai say, presidential candidates be announced, Yura Mahama, as any party winning parliamentary majority. Pato a Mogo Sabri. The entire Mogo is Ghana. Parliamentary elections, there were returning officers with 275 collation centers. More central phone now, more 275 collation centers. Obi obedin kunim bi ha mo ran bo dem anabeboa. Enti se sabre so be winning parliamentary majority 140.
All right, so that's the Information Minister Kojo Nkrumah addressing the media. Basically, he just denied the claims by the NDC flag bearer John Mahama that his party has won majority of the seats in Parliament in an earlier press conference we brought you by the NDC. This is the Election Bureau. My name is Sapnanya Michampedu. I was here with Godfred Akutobua for the coverage continues right here on Citi TV and Citi FM. Do stay tuned in.
This is the Election Bureau. Welcome to our special coverage of the 2020 elections of Ghana. My name is Vivian Kai. Look, we'll continue our conversation with Nathan Kwa. We'll move straight to the NDC's headquarters now, where we're told a press conference is currently ongoing. Okay, while we try to get back to that feed and let you know what the party concerns they're raising around the voting and the coalition, let me bring in Nathan. Nathan, interesting results trickling in back and forth presses between the two contenders over what is happening, who has what and all that.
Yes, it's quite typical of an election, especially an election as important as this. And you would expect both parties to throw in their hat to, try to control the narrative, try to, show their best hand and try to tell their supporters that everything is under control. There's no need to worry or panic. So I'm not too surprised at all that this is happening. If you go back 4 years ago, you had the MPP being a lot more vocal and a lot more upfront with their press conferences. I remember they held a number of press conferences between about 8 p.m. and the day after elections. And then you had the NDC responding with their now very popular comfortable lead press conference. But now you can tell that...
Now we have flip-flops.
Now we have flip-flops. Now you can tell that the NDC has decided to act first or strike first, organize the press conference, throw their narrative into the mix and see what happens. So on the side of politics, I find it quite fascinating. But when you look at it from another perspective, in terms of the things that surround tension, anxiety, nerves, I think that it just leaves people very unsure. Yeah. I've had several calls and messages, people asking what's going on, what's going on,
who's winning, when are they announcing?
All of that. So yes, I can understand that for politics it is to be expected, but you would also want to, pray that these parties do not push anxiety levels way up high. Elections already generate a lot of tension. I've been speaking to people who say that if you drove around Accra earlier today, the roads were not full. People were, I don't know whether they were.
It feels like a holiday.
Yes, because people are not sure of what's going to happen. So, so yeah, that's the thing. I don't know what more we'll hear from the parties, but I suspect we'll hear from them a few more times before the official declaration is done by the EC.
Okay, let me take you to the Ashanti region before we come back to the NDC. The Electoral Commission in the Ashanti region is about to hold its press conference to declare some of the results. So if you're ready, we can take the feed.
On 3 and they won 3. We won a Citi South. No, in half we won 2. We won a Citi South. And we won a Sunafo South. In the central region, almighty central region, as you may be aware, is one of the key swing regions. And that is where the incoming vice president or the vice president-elect is coming from. In 2016 central region, we had 4 seats. Now, from this election, we have won a super massive quantum size of the number of seats, which is 23, and we won 13 out of 23. So you may want to take down the notes. Ekunfi, we won. Upper Denchira West, we won. Asen North, we won. Ewutu Senya West, we won. Cape Coast North, we won. Chifu Etimokwa, we won. Esikuma Odobim Brakwa, we won. Gomua West, we won. KEA, we won. Edumaku Enyai Esiam, we won. Cape Coast South, we won. Gomua East, we won. And Aguna East, we won. This constitutes 13 seats in the central region. Now, Western region, almighty Western region, they call it their stronghold. We won 8 seats out of the 17 seats. Amenfi West, we won. Amenfi Central, we won. Amenfi East, we won. Christian Huni Valley, we won. Jomoro, we won. Elembele, we won. Evaluator at Jomoro, we won. Wasa East, we won. This is Central Western region. We had 8 solid seats in the Western region. Now, Western North region, the Seshi area, there are 9 constituencies.
So that's rather the press conference from the NDC's headquarters. Earlier, I told you I was taking you to the Ashanti region where the Electoral Commission was declaring some of the results. I'll take you there and now and come back later to the NDC's headquarters. Let's go to the Ashanti region now.
John Dramani Mahama of the NDC had 653,149. Christian Kwabena Andrew Gum had 12,564 votes. Ayawaso Kwabena Green Street of CPP had 1,356 votes. Ekuyadonko had 593 votes. Henry Herbert Latte had 304 votes. Hassan Ayariga had 482 votes. Kofi Percival Akpalo had 712 votes. David Apasira had 444 votes. Bridget Zogbenuku had 435 votes. Nana Kunedu Ajima Rollins had 476 votes. Alfred Pame Asiedu Walker had 952 votes. The total ballot cast was 2 million. The total valid ballots that were cast was 2,467,291. We had rejected ballots of 34,858. The total votes cast was 2,502,149. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
That was the Ashanti Regional Director of Elections, Richard Bano, who just declared the results of the results we have for the Ashanti region here. And as you can hear, the MPP and the NDC, they are both excited about the result that has just been declared.
We are not fighting. We are debating.
Yeah, they are both excited about it, and we have here the. Okay, we have here. I have here with me Kwamezu, the Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NDC. The Ashanti Regional Secretary of the NDC, who is here. Kwamezu, earlier we heard you made some. You raised some concerns regarding the results that the EC gave. What are some of the concerns that?
I think what matters now is that we are temporarily satisfied with the announcement made so far in the Ashanti region. We will study the results, and if there's cause for any further comments, we will make. But as it stands now, we are pleased that the NDC has been able to garner over 26% in the Ashanti region. And traditionally, all the elections we have won in the Ashanti region, we have garnered over 25%. Any elections that we have done below 25%, we have lost the national elections. So it is historically proven that any time NDC does over 25% in the Ashanti region, we win the presidential elections. And this election is no exception. We have recorded over 26%. We are confident that it will be called and announced in our favor. And a befitting declaration will be made in few hours' time when President John Dramani Mahama will be declared as the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
Okay, we heard you earlier on bidding bye-bye to the MPP people here. What's that assurance that you have that's giving you, that you have, that you think, okay, you think at this moment they are saying bye-bye to the Jubilee House?
I'm sure you have monitored the media. Initially, they speculated 21% for the NDC in the Ashanti region. Their own press conferences, they indicated the NDC has only garnered 21% of the total valid votes cast in the Ashanti region, because they know that anything above 25% is a victory for the NDC. So we are surprised that they are not sticking to their 21% after the announcement has been made. But they have signed, they have appended signature to the over 26% the Electoral Commission has just announced at the regional level. And like I indicated, let anybody come out and dispute the claims I have made. Historically, in the Ashanti region, anytime NDC garners over 25% of the total valid votes cast, naturally, we have made it to the Flagstaff House. So this is a victory for the NDC. You are aware that we have been able to add an additional seat to our 3 existing seats in the Ashanti region. It is non-negotiable. It is established that John Dramani Mahama, inshallah, in few hours from now, will be declared as the president-elect for the Republic of Ghana. And they are aware. They know quite well. We are only waiting for the declaration to be made.
Thank you very much. And we have here the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei Mensah, who will also share something with us regarding the result that has just been declared. What do you have to say about the result that?
Thank you very much. I was expecting not less than 1 million difference between MPP and NDC in Ashanti region in favor of the MPP. And once we have that, we've won. You see, it's a fallacy for people to say that they obtained 26%, and for that matter, they are winning the presidency. What they've forgotten is that they failed to do analysis about the northern region votes, where we've appreciated significantly, including even Volta region and all the other regions. So you see, it's a fallacy. We need a minimum of 1 million to cancel any difference in all the other regions, and we have over 1 million difference. That is enough for us to claim to victory. All the press conferences they've made, and unfortunately, even with the former president, who has been a president of this country, who should have been a statesman, comes out with press conferences without facts and figures, and claiming that because they think they've had majority seats in parliament, which is wrong. And for that matter, they are winning the presidency. I'm telling you, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo is going to be crowned as the president of this country with more than 50%. We are not going for any second round. This is a second defeat for former President John Dramani Mahama. Disgraceful defeat. He should have maintained a little integrity that he has. Now he's destroyed every integrity that he has. That's why I've said he's been affected by systemic integrity deficiency syndrome. And that's the end of him in this country. Every integrity that is had is eroded now.
Okay, thank you very much. That was the Ashanti Regional Minister, Simon Osei-Mensah. And okay, we'll move on. Please.
All right, so basically I'm taking over from my colleague here, and we're still here at the regional EC head office here in Kumasi. The Electoral Commissioner just, the regional Electoral Commissioner just announced it, and we are here to really find out from the various political parties what they make of it. But before we do that, it appears that some people actually don't know more about it when it comes to the figures, the percentage, and all that. So I will move back to the Regional Electoral Commission boss to really find out what are the percentages and all that. So, Mr. Benjamin Banobio, just for clarity, just run us through the percentages that the various political parties had.
Thank you very much. The NPP had. Let me sit down. The MPP had 71.77% of the vote that was cast yesterday, and the NDC had 26.1% of the vote that was cast. 26.1%.
All right, so basically, we just wanted, so just go over it again for us, sir. Just go over it again for us, sir.
I indicated that NPP chalked 1,795,824 votes, and that represents 71.77% of the votes cast. And NDC had 653,149 votes, which represent 26.1% of the votes cast. So the remaining political parties shared 2.2% of the votes that were cast yesterday.
All right, so that's basically what's happening here. We have an IT person who is with the NPP. Basically, per your own projections, how does it look like for you?
Well, I'm more than confident and happy to say that the MPP has done an amazing job here in the Ashanti region. Looking at the numbers, if you can see my screen here, we did a comparative analysis of 2016 elections and 2020 elections. And looking at what we have done in this election, 1,795,824 votes, representing per the EC 71.77% of that vote. That has shown that the NDC and the MPP has done a wonderful job here in Ashanti region. If anybody thinks they can win an election here in Ashanti region with 26%, then they are joking. Let's also look at the country as a whole. We've done so well in the Volta region. We've done so well in the Northern region, and we've done tremendously well here, even in Ashanti region. If you look at the table that we've built here, places like Achuma, Kwahoma, where MPP chalked 77,823 votes here only in Ashanti region. That alone can wipe out a lot of the votes that the NDC claim that they are having. So with what we have seen today, we are more than confident that the MPP has won the 2020 elections. And inshallah, by tomorrow or by tonight, EC will be declaring Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo President-elect of the Republic of Ghana.
So you are with the IT team. You are with the IT team, and we have been seeing some designs going around and all that. What is your projection?
Well, we are not off on our projections at all. We started collating right after elections. We put steps and procedures in to make sure that we had our data on time. And that is why we are confident. And we are telling the people of Ghana that we know that Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has won the 2020 election. And inshallah, EC would announce Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as elect president of this republic tonight.
All right, so basically we've been here at the Regional Electoral Commission office, and the commissioner basically gave us the results. That's for the presidential. He has given what President Akufo-Addo had, and also what former President John Mahama had. So now we're moving to you, Vivian. And so Vivian, take over, and we'll continue with it. This is Election Bureau here on Citi TV. And also on Citi 97.3 FM.
That was Edward Opoma for our team lead in the Ashanti region, where we've got you covered. Nathan, the Ashanti region game now is intensifying, a very key region for this election. Now, the NDC were looking for 1 million. The NPP were looking to claim all the NDC seats and do move into the 90% and all that. The figures we are seeing from both sides, what do you think about the two figures? Let's start with the NDC's 26%, culminating into 653,149. Good enough to shake any results in totality?
Well, I mean, if they had gotten 1 million, then that's a headline-grabbing thing. But they would be happy with this because history tells us that anytime the NDC is doing 25% and above in the Ashanti region, it puts them in a good place to win an election. But of course, that's always in junction with other numbers, right? But if you look at, for example, in 96, the year 2008, 2012, in those three elections, they did 25% and above. More interestingly, they were doing close to these numbers. So if you go to 2012, when they last won the election, the NDC did 612,000 votes in the Ashanti region. 8 years on, they are doing 653,149, which is a massive improvement. But again, that also falls in line with their plan of getting a minimum of 25%. Now, this is 26.1. But this in isolation doesn't say anything. They have to get other things going for them. But if they are getting 26% from the Ashanti region, it's good. They'll be very, very happy with their output. And their chairman, Kwame Zu, has noticed the numbers. He studied it, and he's happy with this turnout. Of course, if they got 800,000, they'll be delighted because the more they get, the more it eats out of the MPP's grip on the region, and then it may go their way. But they'll be happy with this turnout. I'm sure when they look at this and they add it to their numbers, I'm sure it gives them enough confidence to come out and say they've done this and that and that. But I think more significantly is what they've done in the parliamentary election that will excite them. Gaining one more seat to the 3 they got. Of course, they were at 5 at a point, and they fell to 3. Now they've moved to 4. They got New Edubiasi back, and they'll be happy because that's a seat that was almost always voting for them, but 4 years ago it didn't work out. So they'll be happy with what they've done. But like I'm saying, I'm sure they'll look at this and compare it to what is happening all over the country. And then these numbers will start to make sense, or these numbers will be more significant to them and to all of us who are watching this election.
Okay, MPP 1.795 million, moving them to 71.77%.
That's an improvement on their 2016 number of 1.646 million. They've done a lot of work there. It's when you look at how often the president went to the Ashanti region during the campaign, it shouldn't surprise you because you see, for the MPP, it's a numbers game. Their biggest rewarders, or the biggest places where they reap a lot, is Ashanti and Eastern. If the turnout in Ashanti and Eastern is high and is very good, it puts them in a very, very good place to win the general election. That's why the president went around, urged people to vote, come out and vote your numbers and all of that. The second reason why the president would hammer on the Ashanti region was the emergence of the independent candidates. And I'm sure we'll discuss the independent candidates. But because they were a threat, those independent candidates can eat into their numbers and they could derail any plans they have. Because like I'm saying, it's a numbers game. Ashanti region is a very, very large region. Lots of constituencies are in there, 40 plus constituencies. If the MPP is winning 47 actually, if more people turn out to vote for them, then it could be game over for the opposition. So it's nice to see that they've risen in terms of the turnout or in terms of the number of votes they got. And it's no secret. The president has been there. He's spoken. His candidates on the ground, the party machinery has been urging people to come out and vote. So I'm not too surprised that they clocked this number, which is an improvement on the 2016 numbers.
Okay. Significance of Ashanti region in this election. I mean, we know it's a stronghold of the NPP. Both parties were heavy on campaign of that region. It was a back-to-back fight and all that. Why are they all pushing? And now, if you watch the press conference that just happened, both parties rejoicing. Of course, this election, that's what we are saying. Everybody is saying, I'm winning all that. But the significance of this region, taking into account its historical background, dynamics and all that.
It's, like I said, it's numbers. It's all the numbers. And it takes its roots from how our elections are built as a country. You see, unlike in other places, for example, in the US, where you have to win a certain number of states. In Ghana, it's first past the post. So if I have 5 regions and you have 1, and your 1 will get you the 50% plus 1, you're gone. Yeah, cool. That's it, really. And because the Ashanti and Eastern regions are large in terms of size, in terms of voter population and all of that, it's a place where you have to try and get a good grip of. And that's why the NPP and the NDC are heavily looking at this, because it's a turnout business. The more people turn out to vote, especially for the NPP, the better their chances are of killing off an election very quickly, because they'll get good numbers from there. They'll win the war of differences. And I say that that's important because, for example, whereas the NDC will throw a K2 South or a K2 North at the election machine and say, here are our big fat numbers, have that. The Ashanti region have got 3, 4, 5 of those in waiting. Your Subins, your Menshiers, your Bantmans, your Forikroms and co. can pull out heavy numbers that will negate differences that the NDC may have in other places. So it is important to the NPP because they need more people to come out and vote. They need to have their turnout hitting crazy numbers, 80 plus, for them to know that, okay, if we secure Ashanti, if we secure Eastern, a few more thousands from the other places, then we are good to go. The 2008 election is a great example of how and why the Ashanti region is important, because candidate Akufo-Addo would have nailed that election by just winning Ashanti and Eastern and then a little push from the other places. And overall, it was just settled by, 40 or so thousand votes between himself and the late candidate Mills. So it's important. Now, in reverse, it's equally important for the NDC because they will need 2 things to happen. One, they need their own people to turn up and vote in their numbers for them to get the magical 25% minimum and upwards. And then the more their numbers turn out, they are very sure, or the more their numbers turn out, they'll have to get a few more or try to push the MPP's turnout numbers down so that the numbers can work for them. Or if you work their arithmetic, it can go for them. Because for the NDC, for example, they need to win a small part of Ashanti. Then they need to add all the other places that they need to win. Your Greater Accras, your bonus in the new, old or new forms, your central regions, your Western North, a good amount of Western, plus some of the new regions up north, Upper East, Upper West, and all of that. So the Ashanti region is critically, plays a very critical role for the 2 parties. For the party that draws a lot of its numbers from there, and for the party that wants to eat just about enough to add to whatever they have already for them to cross the line.
Okay, let's update our viewers and listeners. We're live on Citi 97.3 FM as well as your screen, Citi TV. Let's update you on the latest to do with the presidential numbers. We currently have 231 constituencies out of the 275 constituencies. Let's see how the 2 main candidates are performing. Candidate Nana Akufo-Addo currently ahead with 51.4%, culminating to 5,197,767. 5,197,767. That's 51.4% for Nana Akufo-Addo. Candidate Mahama has 48.2% if you add the 231 constituencies out of the 275, and that translates into 4,881,282. 4,881,282. So as we go along, immediately we get more of the constituencies, we'll let you know, and hopefully we'll see how things are panning out for the two main candidates. Now, interesting developments in the Ashanti region with regards to the NDC's performance with the constituencies. Let's start with Asawase. Asawase, the MP who retained his seat, the Honorable Mutaka, did very well, increased his numbers significantly and all that. What did that trick for him? And what's your initial reaction over his good performance? He said, he himself said, this is his best performance ever since he started the political game.
Well, I mean, if you go to Asawase, again, the makeup of the constituency is quite interesting. It's a place that has, you know, settlers and people who would typically vote for the NDC. And the NDC has performed well in Asawase ever since it was created in 2004. And for the current MP, he got into Parliament very early in 2005 because the MP who won the seat passed on, and he who was his campaign manager had to succeed him. And over the years, he's been accepted by the people. They vote for him and all of that. They believe he's the best man to lead them, and that's why he gets their mandate. Now, I had a few worries for him because I thought that, one, he was going up against the MCE. And if there's anybody if there's anybody who can match an MP in terms of things to do on the ground or things that can be done, it's the MCE. He has access to funds. He has government machinery behind him. He's in the proper place or position to provide the kind of development people need. So you would have figured that Ali Dusedi was going to cause a problem. It turned out it wasn't that much of an issue. And for Honorable Muntaka, you notice that he was extremely aggressive on the ground. Remember all the episodes around registration and all of that? I'm sure that gave him an inkling that, look, this election would be tough, it would be close. He had to stand up and fight the MCE, who would have governments behind him, who would have all the resource and machinery behind him. So again, if you look at the numbers, it doesn't surprise me, but I thought his opponent would provide him a bit of a competition. I have to admit, when we spoke to him on Voters' Diary, you could tell that he understood what this election would mean, and he walked in very prepared, very ready, had everything sorted. He was alert, he was open to admitting that, look, this place is tricky, and he had to navigate his way well, and congrats to him, he managed to back the seat.
Now, he even went ahead to say that he felt the media also played a key role in his win, because most of the things that came up that could have let him lose in the election or having an impact on his numbers were always on time to bring out those issues, and that helped him a lot. But with Seidu, you think he underestimated the whole race?
I wouldn't say so. I think he knew what he was potentially up against. He knew he was going up against a very experienced MP, somebody who knew the terrain. I just think what he may have underestimated was the loyalty of the voters. Probably he thought that, look, as MC, I've done all I can do to get the people to swing my way. But these are people who've always voted for Muntaka Mubarak. They love him. They want him to stay. They've urged him to stay. I remember when we interviewed him, he even said he thought he was going to Parliament for 4 years and he would walk away. But after doing it for 4 years, the people urged him, we want you to stay. And I think that is huge. That is very significant, and I don't think his opponent underestimated him. I think he probably may not have imagined how loyal these voters were to Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, and the numbers tell the story. They voted massively for him, and they've given him another 4 years to see what he can do for Asawase in the Ashanti region.
Okay, so for his figures for parliamentary, he got 51,659. Against his contender, Ali Duseidu, who got 31,256. So he got 20,403 extra ahead of his contender, that's Mutaka. And if you look at the presidential figures, he did better than his presidential candidate, ex-President Mahama. President Mahama polled 47,406. Against Nanado's 35,214. So that's with the Asawase seat over there. For Mena, Fomena, this gentleman, Fomena is just something else.
Yes.
He was so sure, and he knew what he was doing, and he got it right.
Oh, yes. This was somebody who was not perturbed after everything that had happened. I'm sure if it were another person, the person would be very worried that his seat had been taken away from him. He had been kicked out of the party. He was essentially walking into an election without a party.
Yeah.
But I suspect he had done his work. The constituents were very pleased with him, and it showed in the numbers. And I think that that's one example of, again, the independent candidate who can cause a major problem. Because imagine if the NDC, for example, had brought a candidate who was equally popular, equally capable, and had the appeal to draw votes. Imagine what would have happened.
Yeah.
Probably the NDC candidate could have won, and now it could be a different story. But whatever it is, I think the Honorable Amakwesiama has made a point, and he's made a very clear point to his party that you may, or to everybody, that you may not necessarily need the party machinery. The party provides you a base, credibility, access, all of that. Great. But if you know your work, if you are closer to the ground, you are providing for the people, you are making things happen, they like you and they believe that you are the one working for them, you may not have a party behind you. You may win an election. And this is a very clear case of somebody who knew his base, knew what he was about, and he's gone on to show his party that, look, now in Parliament, he holds a position of huge value because he's independent.
Yeah.
And he can cause the support of any side he wants. And he could be the decider, assuming Parliament is hung, for example. He could be the person to tilt it one way or the other. And I think he's in a very interesting position. I would love to see how he relates to the party going forward, because he's always been a party person. It is this episode of going independent that has kicked him out of the party. But I'd really love to see how he relates to the party. Will they patch up and get back together? Does he stay on his own in Parliament? What does he do? I'd really love to see what he does in the new Parliament.
Well, what does the outcome of his independence and then winning the election say about issues to do with primaries and issues to do with the reaction of the party over concerns raised by some of these candidates?
I think all parties, and in this case, the MPP in particular, needs to understand the mood of delegates. When you are heading into a primary, understand what the people want. Understand who their favorites are, because not choosing their favorites will hurt you. It could hurt you immediately by that person not winning the primary, assuming he competes with somebody else. But there's a bigger price to pay in a general election, like we've seen in this case, like we saw in the Amase case in Accra. You could pay heavily, and you can gift wrap a constituency and hand it over to your opposition, who one may not be prepared to win, or is not even expecting to win. So I think that the parties need to understand the mood of the delegates and think carefully. And this business of let's shield somebody and let's not shield the other person, I think parties need to weigh each candidate and ask themselves, this person that we are shielding, how valuable is this person? If this person is of value to us, then you can. But if you are not too certain, or you feel that the people don't want this particular candidate, then you have to think twice, because like I said, you will pay for it, either in the primaries or you will pay premium in the general election, like we've seen in Fomena, like in Accra, and other places where independent candidates performed strongly, just to remind the parties that even with our small base, we can cause major headaches in the main election.
But how come the parties, I mean, with the intelligence they have on the grounds, mixing with the people and all that, usually get it wrong with these things? Because for men, I remember the president himself went to that constituency. Chiefs were met, party executives were met, statesmen were made to the effect that he should rescind his decision, he will not be supported and all that. Yet, I mean, the party went ahead knowing what they knew and all that. But I'll let you react to that. I have to take a quick break for us to make some money. When we come back, we'll talk more about this Fomena issue. Don't go away.
Rigworld Solutions is a wholly owned Ghanaian company that offers multiple engineering solutions for the extractive and petrochemical industries. We manufacture industrial bolts and nuts, fasteners, hoses and fittings. From our factory at GhElections in Takoradi in the western region of Ghana, Rigworld Solutions employs Ghanaians to produce world-class products. With cutting-edge technology, all products are manufactured to ensure the strictest adherence to customer specifications. The threading, cutting, chamfering, and stamping of the bars are modeled around the ISO 9001 global standard. Safety is at the heart of every production process at Rigworld Solutions. From the coating to the sandblasting, the washing and the phosphate treatment, our quality control checks are the most rigorous in the industry. We have instituted full part traceability throughout the manufacturing process, and all products are measured and inspected for specification conformity before deployment to you. Locate our factory in GhElections off the Takoradi Road. Call 0302 949917 or 0540 107504. Email enquiries at rigworldsolutions.com. Rigworld Solutions, crafted in Ghana, engineered for the world.
It's a good day to meet every challenge. It's a good day to want more out of life. It's a good day to wish for it, work for it, go get it. Familiar taste, a delicious indulgent with a flavor you just can't hide. Refreshing energy, gives so much for so little. For a strong performance, you've come to the right place. Good Day Energy Drink. Why wait a minute to enjoy a good day when every second counts? Good Day Energy Drink keeps you going.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to your health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Africana City is building bamboo bicycles to help children get to school.
Nana, come and help me. You need to learn, but I'm more interested in drawing. How are you going to be part of the business if you don't learn? You just don't understand.
Morning. Anyone for some Lipton?
The rich taste of Lipton awakens body and mind.
Let me have a look at your drawings. Son, these designs are amazing.
Lipton Yellow Label Tea, awaken to what really matters.
Africana City is building bamboo bicycles to help children get to school.
Hi, babe. Am I seeing the scene? Can you see me now? I can. Wait, who's calling me?
I'm sure that's my mom.
I'm sure it's one of those girls.
You want to have an apple?
I'm trying to change this.
It's been a while since we last linked up, since we shared our news and told our stories.
Last week it was okay, but this week is very, very low. What you suggest?
We would look into that.
Makola Market has been closed down for cleaning and sanitation.
Since we last celebrated together. From 1st October, get 5 Cedis airtime total whenever you buy any 3 bottles of these Guinness Ghana products. Simple, cool chop and kasa. Just dial *1000* and the code under the crown, followed by the hash key, and your free airtime will drop. Let's raise our glasses and link up again. Offer is valid while stocks last. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
At McDan Shipping, we saw a chance to invest in a logistics company whose technology streamlines shipping operations. Perspectives like this has made McDan the leading cargo consolidation manager. Clearing and forwarding come with speed and dependability. Cargo handling, air freight, transporting, transits, warehousing, and bulk logistics. With branches in Africa, Asia, Europe, USA, and all over the world. McDan Shipping, your total logistics partner.
Hi, babe. Am I seeing the series?
Can you see me now?
I can. But wait, who's calling me?
I'm sure that's my mom.
I'm sure it's one of those girls.
Wanna have an apple?
I'm trying to change the
It's been a while since we last linked up, since we shared our news and told our stories.
Last week it was okay, but this week is very, very low. What's your suggestion? We would look into that.
Makola Market has been closed down for cleaning and sanitation.
Since we last celebrated together. From 1st October, get 5 Cedis airtime total whenever you buy any 3 bottles of these Guinness Ghana products. Simple, cool chop and kasa. Just dial *1000* and the code under the crown, followed by the hash key, and your free airtime will drop. Let's raise our glasses and link up again. Offer is valid while stocks last. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Africanacity is using plastic waste to provide affordable homes.
It is still the Election Bureau. My name is Vivian Kai, local here with Nathan Kwa. We're bringing you a special coverage of the 2020 elections. Results have come in, coalition done among others. Let me take you to the Volta region, speak to one of our correspondents there to give us an idea of how things panned out in parts of that region. Welcome, if you can hear me, to the Election Bureau, Mr. Veggie.
Thank you.
What can you tell us about the process in your area of coverage?
Okay, thank you. I have been at the Citi South Constituency where we witnessed the elections on yesterday through to today through the coalition process and the declaration of results this afternoon around 2 p.m. I must say that the process in the South constituency has been that has been relatively peaceful and calm throughout the whole of yesterday and today. Prior to the elections, there has been tension as the Citi South constituency has been marked by the Ghana Police Service as well as the small arms and the small arms unit as one of the major hotspots in the Volta region. So there has been a lot of eyes on the Citi South constituency as to how things will pan out on the voting day. And surprisingly, things went very in a peaceful manner, and there has been calm tension. Yes, there were security presences throughout the constituency, especially around the border where you could visibly see the military, the customs division, as well as the immigration visibly patrolling the borders and around borders. So that is how the security presence has been. But surprisingly, at some other polling centers around Bawumia and Klikor, there has been total absence of security at the polling stations. In talking with the presiding members, they have been telling me, or they told me yesterday, that the security persons told them there has been they are inadequate to man all the polling stations, the over 200 police stations in the Ketu South constituency. And that is why some constituencies did not have security persons manning them 24/7. But the patrol team has been visiting them every now and then, and they even left their numbers behind for any eventuality they could get in touch with them for them to respond swiftly to that. I think that is how the atmosphere has been yesterday till today, that the coalitions happened, and the results have been declared this afternoon.
Okay, so coalition has totally ended in that part of the region?
Yes, voting has ended, especially at the southern side of the Volta region, comprising the South Tongue constituency, the Three Tongue constituency, the South Central, as well as the North Tongue, the Akachi North and South, Anglo constituency, the newly created Anglo constituency, the Keta constituency, as well as the Ketu South constituency. Voting has ended and results have been declared. If I take you to the Ketu South constituency, the major contenders in the elections, that is the NPP as well as the NDC, I'm told their candidates are all first-timers. If you remember, the incumbent MP for the Ketu South constituency, who happened to be the former finance minister at the F1 John Dramani Mahama's administration, Citi TV, actually stepped down during the primaries. He didn't pick form with the notice that yes, he has done his piece, and therefore he would allow other members of his party, which is the NDC, to also pick the mantle and go into the elections. And that primary had been won by the former Deputy Cultural and Tourism Minister, Honorable Dipa Abla-Gomashi there. So she actually went into the primaries with some other candidates from the NPP, the Ghana Union Movement, as well as the LPG. Now, she has won the elections massively with some 84,666 votes, 84,666 votes, followed by the NPP candidate, Mr. Tiano Kwasi, who has some 14,904 votes in the Ketu South constituency. So Dipa Gomasi comfortably won that with some over 70,000 votes there in the Ketu South constituency. The good candidate placed third for them with some 836 votes, with the candidate of the LPG winning, following at the fourth place with some 213 votes there. What was surprising was the total rejected votes at the Ketu South primary elections. They have about some 1,562 rejected votes there, with a total valid vote being 100,617. 100,617 total valid votes, with total vote has been 102,179 there. The total rejected ballots or votes, which were quite surprising at the parliamentary, were worse under the presidential elections, because under the presidential elections, the Ketu South constituency witnessed a total rejected vote amounting to a whopping 3,251. 3,251 total rejected votes, which was quite alarming, because if you have a constituency that is being claimed to be one of the major constituencies that will determine the votes of the opposition, and one of the biggest opposition parties in the country, the NDC, having a total rejected votes of about over 3,000 votes, that is quite worrying to watchers of the elections, especially the Kodio, as well as others who played major parts in the build-up to the elections, like the NCC, as well as other civic organizations who would tell you they played their part into the elections, and therefore they do not really understand why the total rejected ballots in both the presidential and the parliamentary could be amounting to some 5,000 total rejected votes over there. If you look at the results closely, the NDC has won, has been leading in the presidential because that has not been declared yet. I would still treat it as a leading vote for the NDC in the presidential with some 86,582 votes. 86,582 votes, followed by the NPP President Nana Akufo-Addo on the ballot there in the Capital South, gaining some 10,949 votes in the Capital South constituency, closely followed by the Ghana Youth Movement. Looks like there has been some radical Southern Volta idea in the election. In almost all the 8 or 9 constituencies are the southern sector of the Volta region. The Ghana Youth Movement have been placing at 10th place in both the parliamentary as well as the presidential vote. In the presidential of the Capital South, they have some 741 votes, placing 10th place in the presidential polls in the Capital South constituency, followed by the NDP, which is Nana Konegu Ajiman Rollins, and the rest of the votes amounting to some less than 500 to 600 votes among the other parties in the constituency.
Okay, so apart from K2 South, your area of coverage, which other key constituencies with interesting personalities should we know about that we're going to see them in January in Parliament?
Okay. Another interesting constituency we have what's in the southern Volta side is the neighboring Citi North constituency, whose incumbent is the Honorable James Kluche Aveji. Now, he went into the race with the NPP candidate, who happens to be the Minister of Chieftaincy, Honorable Kofi Jamesi. It is so surprising that Honorable Kofi Jamesi has been able to also gather a good number of votes in the Citi North constituency. If you look closely, Honorable James Kluche Aveji won with just a little over some 2,000 votes, which is very real in the Volta region, because if you watch closely, the Citi North constituency is one seat that the Honorable James Kluche Aveji every voting year is able to get a good number of votes there. But this year round, Honorable Kofi Jamesi has given him a run of 6 months where he won by a bit over 2,000 votes there in the Citi North constituency. Now, people would, constituency there will tell you that, look, most of them would wish that Honorable Kofi Jamesi would win. You know, he played a major part in some traditional areas or city councils carving out of the Anglo state. If you talk about the Agbenos traditional area, as we speak, he has soon that traditional council has been inaugurated as an independent traditional council away from the Anglo state or the Anglo traditional council, and they are on their own. And if you look at the Agbenos, part of it is also into the Citi North constituency. So it looks as if an appreciation sort of to Honorable Kofi Jamesi through his ministerial role he has played to get them independent for them to be on their own, being carved out of the Anglo traditional council. So it's more or less a thank you to him to give him a whooping over 23,000 votes for him. He also won by over 26,000 votes. Just 2,000 votes. If you go to the Volta, other part of the Volta is the Hopper constituency, where the current Asian minister will have to vote at the NDC seat over there. So it has actually changed hands. In the Oti region, the seat in the NPP has been won back by the NPP, and so it is an NPP or 8 constituencies in the Oti region. So if you come to the vote, out of the 18, NPP has won one, it's the Hokoi constituency. And then people tell you that it is expected that that seat will be won by Honorable John because the proximity and has invested into the campaign campaigning in that constituency where almost or even the national campaign machinery has been there to help him in his campaigning activities. Anytime the president moves, you see the minister moving with him. You see the information minister, Ramo Nakayos, and I'm moving with him, with some key stakeholders of the NPP, like the former General Secretary, Mr. Kwabena Jepong. People of such caliber moving into the corporate constituency to campaign for him will tell you that the party has invested so much energy into the corporate constituency that is now essentially won for this man.
Okay, we have to wrap up, but your final question. So apart from the Hohoi constituency where the MPP picked up the parliamentary over there, generally, what has been the performance of the MPP in the region generally?
Okay. Generally, if we should deal with our provisional figures, we are projecting that the NPP performance in the region would be a bit better than previous election years. It seems good the way we are seeing, then it will mean that this election year will be better for the NPP compared to other election years in the region. We cannot put a figure to it now or a percentage to it now, but we are projecting that the NPP will perform better in other election years compared to this year. Before I leave quickly, a quick correction. The Captain North constituency, the Honorable Jempi actually won by over 28,000 votes, and the Kofi Gamesi had over 23,000 votes. So that's about 5,000 votes difference there in the Captain North constituency.
All right, Mr. Veji, thank you so much for that extensive report of the Volta region, the performance of some key personalities in that region, and then the general performance of the MPP. Of course, we know that is a stronghold of the Volta region, and it still remains. The Hohoi seat has been taken by the Energy Minister, Mr. Peter Mewu. So that's just the difference in what has happened in that vote in that region. But it looks like it's still a very strong place for the NDC. Nathan, we're talking about Fomena, the fact that the president was in that constituency. They met with chiefs. The candidate himself was, Andrews, was told to rescind his decision. Constituents were met with, executives were met with, and all that. He's still stuck with his guns and all that. And I was asking you earlier, how come political parties sometimes get it wrong with these situations? Because they would have the intelligence, they should be on the ground as well, and all that.
It's a matter of internal politics, really. There are times where parties are going to primaries and the decision is, let's support this person because he's probably a favorite of the hierarchy of the party. He's a favorite of one person or the other. And then they decide that we'll shield this person, probably against better judgment. Whereas if you had fielded another candidate or you opened up a contest, you would get a better understanding of who can do what for you, or who takes which boxes in the party, who strikes which chords. And I think the primaries should, political parties should allow these competitions, because in the primary, you will tend to see the candidates that can get you a win. Look, if somebody makes it through a primary, open contest, he beats his opponent's hands down, that tells you that the person is built and ready for a national election, and the person is most likely to succeed. But when you shield people from competition, you never know what you are leading them to, because one, you are taking them away from competition. Two, you could be hurting your own chances in an election. And we've seen this, Honorable And Rama Kwesiama has shown all of us that you could have a candidate who decides to go by himself and he will cause you a headache. So I think that it's just internal party politics and some very funny decisions that parties take. At the time, they never see the consequence of those decisions. Even if they see the consequences, probably they assume that, okay, this is in, say, a safe region or a safe place. What's the worst that could happen? The candidate's votes will depreciate. That is all, and he'll win the seat. I'm sure sometimes they never think of the fact that people are likely to go independent. And maybe they don't see the threat of an independent candidate. But again, the MPP will have to learn the lesson. And the NDC itself, in years past, they have also learned the power of, learned the lesson of not thinking through decisions carefully. And they've paid the price heavily in parliamentary elections.
Okay, let's look at the other constituencies of the NDC was able to retain and all that in the Ashanti region. Which ones are getting your attention from that?
New Adubiase, because the NDC had almost always done well there. You know, they had almost always done well in New Adubiase, and they lost it in 2016. And this time they brought a candidate who, of course, definitely from the place, but a candidate who, you know, was going to strike the right chord, Abdul Salam Adams. Now, in that New Adubiase part, there's a very interesting thing about New Adubiase. One, that place was said to be the home of a stadium that was supposed to have been built under the previous Mahama administration. Now, for the people of New Adubiase, that stadium was everything because of their heavy love for football. And there's a football club in that area, New Adubiase Football Club, whose owner and bankroller, very strong, active NDC person. Now, once that stadium could not get off the ground, it generated some dislike in the constituency, and the NDC paid heavily for it by not winning there, in the parliamentary at least. And so 4 years on, they managed to find somebody who, one, is related to the owner of the New Adubiase Football Club. They virtually share the same name, Abdul Salam Adams, and he's contested and he's won. And for the NDC, they'll be happy with this because this is a place they do well in. So for it to slip, from them 4 years ago, they had to get a right strategy, and the strategy was they brought in somebody who knew the ins and outs, strong NDC person. He's managed to swing the seat back in that direction. So I'd love to see how that constituency develops in the next 4 years, because this is a place the NDC can confidently say, oh, this is a place we do well in. How would they treat the constituents? What happens to them? What would they provide? Because again, if they are not ready and willing to do the work, the constituency has shown that they are very ready and willing to vote the other way. So I think that for the NDC, they'll be very happy with this. And I kept my one eye on this to see what will happen. And it looks like the NDC has revised its notes and it's worked for them.
Okay. We know that the Manso Dubia constituency, there was an independent candidate, Dr. Ose Kofi. He, at a point, was leading the incumbent, Dr. Yao Frimpong Ado. I don't know whether you have any developments on that.
No, I do. I mean, the figures I have, they put Dr. Frimpong Ado at 17,652 votes, whilst the NDC Simon Kwekwe J got 10,753 votes. So that's the latest I have. I suspect we'll have to get back to people on the ground to find out.
So it appears the independent candidate wasn't able to shake the system like others did.
Yes, like others did. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I just think that for me, it's not even the power of the candidate to cause a problem. The fact that people get so disgruntled that they want to go independent tells you that when it happens, something is not well with the party. And the MPP had a good number of candidates going independent, in places like Honorable Patricia J's constituency, for example. There was that as well. There was this place. There was in Fomena and other places where people decided to go independent. Even in other regions, Bernardo Drotechi, for example, he was very certain that he was going independent. He was set in his ways. It didn't work for him. But at least he would be satisfied because he campaigned on principle. He left based on principle, and he wanted to see his cause through to the very end. So I think that for both parties, especially the MPP, they'll have to sit down when dust settles on these parliamentary numbers. No matter which way they go, they'll have to sit down and look at the number of people they have lost on the ground, either via independent candidates or actions or inactions. They'll have to go back and look at the workings of the parliamentary elections once again.
Okay, let me take a few of your messages that you sent us. This message says, I have a little request. Can you analysts also publish the results of the parliamentary seats that have been certified for us to know who is leading, as well as the remaining areas that results are yet to be certified? In addition, if we can also break down the parliamentary results on regional basis, that will be very great. We did that some hours back, but don't worry, we'll try and make up your request for you. So I will do that. Andy says, I'm following you guys with your updates about the elections. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Jojo from the Volta region says the AC has done a good job so far, and I think the update from the political parties are unnecessary and can unconsciously cause panic. Let's wait for the mandated body to declare the results, you say. This one says, good evening, Citi FM. I'm really enjoying your coverage of the ongoing elections. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, Citi TV. Good analysis, good job. But Nathan, this is a question for you. He's asking. I want to ask, don't you think Kwon Katamanso should be split? Look at where Kwon is, and then Zenu to Katamanso, and you find Santor in the Far East. I'm asking because most people in Santor do not even know the parliamentary candidates. The real action goes on the other part of the constituency. This has led to slow or no development in Santor, you say. This one says, good in-depth discussion. MPP especially should consult you, Nathan, to deal with their headache problem on imposition of candidates on their constituents.
Vivian, and I've been telling my colleagues, for me, the most bizarre case was the Akwetia episode. And I say that the NDC will never win a parliamentary seat in the easiest of ways like this, where it was very open and it was very clear. You see, it wasn't as though the constituents in Akwetia hid their intent. They did not hide their intentions. They stated clearly. They didn't want anybody. They wanted Amase. They wanted Messier Dujenfi. But as to how the party figured that by bringing somebody else, it was going to win the seat, I don't know. And then, like I said, they just gift-wrapped the entire constituency and handed it over to the NDC for them to win without putting in a lot of work. Of course, the NDC must have campaigned, but I wonder if they believed they were going to win. But this was something that the NPP dropped into their lap, and I think that it's the greatest error you can ever make in a parliamentary election. That's why I'm saying, read the mood of the constituents. Bring them who they want. Once you bring them who they want, you win the seat. And it wasn't as though Amase did not have crossover appeal. We went there. Vivian, we saw Bernard's report. Said we had been there before. And people wanted Amase. Both NDC supporters and sympathizers, MPP supporters and sympathizers, because she had done the work. She had the appeal. She had tangible things she could point to. And people were very ready to support. And people were very ready to show the things she had done for them. And then the party took this very strange decision, taking her away. And then you know that even the constituents wanted her to go as an independent candidate. But the party stepped in, said no. I think at that point, they should have realized the game was up. But they did not see it, and then it's gone. Akwetia is gone away from them, at least for the next 4 years.
We'll see whether they are able to get it back. Okay. This one says, Ben from Crowell, he says the media needs to call the security agencies to order. The number of innocent citizens who have died in this year's election, you say, is unprecedented. Well, we don't have figures to that effect. But of course, when there's violence anywhere, and the security must step in immediately to deal with that matter. This one says, I would like to make things clear that the people of Ketu North are totally tied with the Honorable Aveji, who is the MP. He nearly lost his seat because the people are not seeing his impact in the constituency, you say. This one says, this is Abdul Basit from Wa. Yes, I remember during Volta's diary, he used to make his projections on two constituencies, Laura and Wa. Yes, I believe. Let me see whether he got it right. Yes, he says, hello, Vivian. Remember, I told you Cabo was going down and that Rashid Pelpo was going to be maintained because of the WA Central seat was not for sale to the highest bid. Was not for sale to the highest bidder. Okay, so you got it right. And then this one says, I want the figures for Tema East Constituency. Okay, we'll give you that in a bit. Tema East Constituency. That seat, the Honorable Titus Glover, the Deputy Minister for Transport, has lost that seat. But I'll give you the figures. I'm sure you want to see the difference. He actually called for a recount. The first, he lost by a couple of numbers. He called for a recount, and after it was done, it was
for Titus Glover, he got 32,320 votes, while Isaac Odampton of the NDC got 41,663. So that was huge.
That was huge.
And so, this was after he called for the.
That was after he called for the recount. So, Isaac, I hope you've gotten the numbers. Nathan, if you can go through the numbers again.
Yes. So the NDC's Isaac Odampton polled 41,663 votes. 41,663. And then Daniel Nikwate Titus Glover, who walked into the race as the incumbent MP, recorded 32,320 votes. 32320. So that's that. The number of rejected ballots, 641, and the valid votes were 75,112.
Okay. So that's it. Another person wants to know the total vote cast for the Honorable Kofi Jamesi for both 2016 and 2020. We'll pull that out and give you those figures in a bit. And a lot of you want us to go through the parliamentary results by region. I'm going to pull that out also in a bit to give you an idea. Every region who got what. About an hour or two ago, we went through all the regions with Bernard and Kojo. So we'll pull that out and run through the regions for you. So give me a few minutes to do that for you. So Ashanti region, we can wrap up with Ashanti region, a stronghold of the MPP.
Yes.
Volta region, I mean, apart from Volta and Oti, let's bundle it together.
Yes.
Apart from seeing the energy ministers passing through nicely in the Hohoi constituency, not much stir has been caused.
Yes.
Volta,
the NDC won
region,
17 out of 18, and you found that. I mean, those who were expected to win did win. Lots of their very strong MPs won. The Jifa Gomashi, James Kulchi Aveji, the others, Okujeto Ablakwa and Co. also won. So there were no major surprises there. I think that Ameu's capture of Hoho is really the talking point, because from a huge position or from a huge deficit, he had to make up the ground, he had to campaign. He was up against really the tide of the region. Now, this is a region that will not necessarily vote for an MPP candidate or an MPP person, but he was on the ground, he worked, and he's been consistent. Look, not a lot of people would want to openly show that, look, I'm for the MPP and operate in the Volta region and be there for that long. But he's done so. And I think that hard work
paid off.
It paid off there. So I don't know how the NDC will see this. They'll have to go back and figure out what it is that he did. But I suspect that a number of things worked for him. One, his targeted campaigning made a lot of sense. A lot of times MPs are very broad with their campaign promise. Oh, I'll give you this, I'll give you that, and I'll do this and I'll do that. He was very targeted. So he located the youth, promised them jobs, and for a lot of people that made a lot of sense. So you are not promising everybody everything, but you are targeting a small group and you are ensuring that you can make it happen. And I mean, checks on the ground, he had supported a few people here and there. For a lot of people, once they could feel that impact, it was enough to tell them that there's a lot more from where this is coming, So if we give this gentleman an opportunity, it won't work for him. And I think that his position as energy minister played a part, of course, access government machinery, and he was always there. He wasn't somebody who was absent from the place. If you speak to people who are there, I'm always very visible there, and I think he's put in the work and he's been rewarded.
Okay, so we'll see how That goes for him. Good evening, Vivian. Please, did Carlos Ahinkra win? I've not heard anything from his constituency. Nathan will be pulling that out. So quite a lot of requests coming from you guys. You want Carlos Ahinkra, whether he won or lost, we'll give you that and the figures. You also want Savlalugu seat in the northern region, what's happened with that parliamentary seat. You also want the list of the northern region, who won what for the MPP and the NDC. Will bring you that. Also, Jamesi 2016 and 2020, what his figures are like. And then I'm getting another one. He also wants the northern region as well. So we'll be pulling out all those documents for you. But whilst you're waiting for us to give you details of that, let me direct you to our website, Citi Newsroom Online. That one has the map of the whole country, where the blues are going and where the greens are. So where the NDC won, it's over in the map proper is in there, and for the NDC is in there. So you can get that while we pull everything that you are requesting for us to do. So Nathan, Volta region, interesting one, and then
yes.
Ashanti region,
yes.
also interesting.
We had a texter who wanted Jamesi's.
Yes.
Okay, so Jamesi, he polled 23,913. This was in this year's election. That's in Ketu North. Ketu North. So he polled 23,913. 23,913. James Klugia, he won the seat. He got 28,041. So by a difference of about 5 or so thousand there. If you go to 2016, I'm trying to work out the 2016 numbers for our viewers. If you go to Ketu North, I'll get those numbers there. But again, all green there. James Klusia Aveji he's not had any major issues there. Somebody also wanted some information on Carlos Ahinkra. The last update we got from our reporter Benjamin Nketia, it was still very inconclusive. There were still some issues there, and we'll try and find if things have improved in that part, because some of the constituencies, for example, like Trouble, for example, we know that things are not clear. There are still issues.
Still having their issues there. Our reporter is still there, so immediately we get anything on that, we'll go there as well.
So back to Kofi Jamesi. So in 2016, he got 15,596. 15,596. So he's improved greatly from 15,000 4 years ago. He's now doing 23,000. But of course, James Klusia Aveji also moved from 25,000 to 28,000. So you can see that Jamesi has improved greatly, but not well enough to catch James Klusia Aveji, who's held on to the seat that he won back in 2016.
Okay, so do you have your northern region, or all the regions, so that if we can quickly go through?
Well, yes, we can.
If you can start with what you have.
Okay, I'll run through what I have. So let's talk about the northern region. This is the new look northern region. It's not as bulky as it used to be. So this the new look northern region. So we know that in Karaga, for example, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, he won the seat. He got 28,335 votes as against the NDC's Adam. Alasan Swalihu Dandawa, he got 19,690. So Karaga has gone the way of the NPP. There were 1,076 rejected ballots. That's high.
A lot.
That is high. That is high. And from the numbers that have come in, some of them point to the fact that a good number of, or a high number of rejected ballots are coming from that part of the country. When the numbers settle, I will dig deep and establish a bit of a trend. But at least from a cursory glance, I have seen rejected ballots in the excess of 2,000 coming from constituencies further up north. I don't know what exactly is going on there.
Did you remember 2016? I think I did some analysis with you on rejected ballots in 2016. Went to the upper East or so
Yes,
region that had the
highest
so
number of rejected
if you
ballots.
pull out your analysis, if you can give us that at a point.
So
okay.
that's something that I think we'll get back to and find out what exactly the issue is. Our reporter, I think it was Richard Fogo, was explaining something. This was yesterday when the results started coming in later yesterday. Or later in the day. This was just around the same time yesterday. He was explaining. I mean, he based his explanation on a low level of education and the confusion over positions on the ballot. Positions on the ballot. So he pointed to the fact that the presidential ballot paper was very long. And so in handling it, you could stain the ballot and it could get rejected. The other bit was that even though the parliamentary poll is short or the ballot paper is short, people are a little confused because they are told, oh, your preferred candidate is positioned this. But when they see the shortened ballot paper, it's very complex for them to understand, wait, is it the same order? Is it in a different order? Those kinds of things. So I think that's something for the EC, I think, and more of the political parties to think about as they go along. Let's talk about Kumbungu. Those numbers are also here. Dr. Hamza Adam of the NDC, he's won the seat, got 24,278, as against Abdul Salam Hamza Fatau of the NPP, he got 18,243. If you go to Myong, now Myong went the way of the NPP. If you listen to their General Secretary yesterday, he mentioned that they had won Myong, and it turned out to be very true because their candidate, Musa Abdulaziz Ayaba, got 21,552 votes, and the NDC's Abdul Mohammed Aziz got 14,158 votes. We are looking at a total valid vote count of 36,487, votes cast 37,547, and a rejected ballot number of 1,060. 1,060.
Okay.
In Karaga, the rejected numbers were 1,076. This one is 1,060.
Okay.
So a bit of a red flag there.
Okay.
If you go to Nantong, Dr. Salifu Yakubu of the NDC got 12,554, and Mohammed Hadi Tuferu of the NPP got 16,000 votes. So the NPP won in Nantong. If you go to Bimbela went the way of the NPP, that's Dominic Nitiwu's constituency. He got 40,023 votes, and the NDC's Alhaji Mahamadou Atana Tongma got 27,796 votes. And again, red flag, your rejected ballot count in Bimbela was 2,339.
That's a lot. Okay, so in all of the northern region, how many seats have gone to the NDC, and how many? First of all, how many seats are in the northern region?
Okay.
We have everything, and what has gone? How many have gone to the NDC?
Okay, so you have Gushegu, Karagat Pandai, Kumbungu, Mion. That's 5. You have Nantong, Bimbela, which is another 2. That makes 7. Wulensi, Saboba, Sagnarigu, Savelugu, Tamale Central, Tamale South, Tatale Sanguli, Tolong, Yendi, and Sabzugu. So you're about 14, 15 or so. I don't know if my arithmetic is right there, But you have a lot of it going the way of the NDC, and I'll get you specific numbers as soon as I can.
Okay.
Work.
So whilst you are getting me those numbers, let me go to another constituency in the Greater Accra region that has been going back and forth over issues to do with coalition and Trouble constituency. Moses Anim is the guy who has won the elections there. But let's get more from our correspondent, Akosia Ochre. Akosia, if you can hear me, welcome to the Election Bureau. Have they finally collated the results? And we know Moses Anim is ahead as he won, and has that been announced officially?
All right, thank you very much, Vivian, and thank you to your listeners. Yes, at about an hour ago, the collation and the declaration of results came to an end. Honorable Moses Anim, who is the incumbent member of parliament for the Trouble constituency, was declared the winner for the elections here. So this makes the third sitting member of parliament for this particular constituency. He won in 2012 and won in the 2016 elections, and of course winning this one. Most of the constituents in this particular constituency are excited about this particular election and the win for Moses Inim. Well, what I can say is that the process that is throughout from voting to the collation at the collation center, which happened at the St. John's Grammar School, was not really a smooth one. It was described as slow by the polling agents and some of the constituents who came there to observe. And after yesterday, 12 a.m., collation started. But then most of the poll agents or presiding officers of the various institutions who were supposed to be submitting their, who were supposed to be submitting their information to the officers had left their ballot boxes and had gone home to sleep. So they came to the collation center this early morning, and then some came at about 12 p.m. to do their submission of votes. Well, so because of that, a lot of delays had been enacted throughout the day. That is from yesterday 12 a.m. to about 4 p.m. when the process to being able to declare the results had begun. A lot of people were not too excited, so constituents could not even come to the collation center to witness whatever is going on. But what I can say is that at this moment, he had been declared, and I was at his residence where most of the constituents who had voted for him, some supporters of the NPP were there to welcome him. He spoke to the media, and he had a lot of things to me and then my other colleagues from other media houses.
Right, so we'll take that footage, him addressing the media right after his victory. But of course, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on this constituency that has been on the heat for hours, and finally Mr. Moses Inim has been declared as winner for that constituency. He spoke to media personnel immediately he was declared as winner of the constituency. Let's see and hear what he said.
I told you that we believe in the Almighty God, that victory comes from God. And that is why our mantra remains that the battle is the Lord's. And as I told you that others prepare themselves with weapons, horses, and whatever, and we believe that God will bring victory, that we were going to win massively for the president and also for myself and the party. And at the end of the day, we won massively. Let me thank MC Honorable Accra for standing firmly behind the party, the constituency, behind all of us. Let me thank the constituency chairman and the rest of the executives. Let me also thank our coordinators, our police station executives, the voluntary groups, the identifiable groups, the members, supporters, and everybody who played an immense role in ensuring that we had this overwhelming victory. About 60% is overwhelming for Ghanaians to choose all the time to rule this country.
Okay, you seem to have a lot of supporters rallying behind you in your constituency. What do you think you are doing right?
Well, I told you whatever we do is the direction given to us by the Almighty God. It is not by our might, it is not by our sense, it is not by our knowledge or ability. It is the grace of the Almighty God who has given them the opportunity to serve and is guiding us to it. For me, that is all. We have a good heart and serve the MPP as a whole, the municipality, the MC, the constituency executive. Everybody has a good heart, and our drive to serve this country regardless and doing the right things regardless is what motivates others to follow suit. But for us, it is just the grace of God that has given us that opportunity to serve, and it's changing things around for us to move forward.
Okay, Honorable, your people have given you 4-year mandate. What should they expect in the next 4 years to come?
I've told you our major challenges are road networks, which of course we've had a lot of contractors being approved and giving contract to work. Some are on site working, some are yet to come. So the next move which we are going to do is to pursue those who have contracts and they've not reported. We're going to pursue them vigorously as much as we can to get them back to work so that they will be seen working. Before you exit this week, you see a contractor on site who have started the place. We will continue. Today he was on site. We will continue doing that and we will pursue that. Then also we are
So the Honorable Moses Enima retaining his seat for Trouble Constituency after hours of back and forth over issues to do with coalition and all that, he has been finally declared as the winner for that constituency. Let's now start giving you some of the regions in terms of which party is getting what. We just did a bit on the northern region, Ethan. You are wrapping up on the northern region. I can see you're still getting the figures.
Yes. I'm just
you can start with what you have. But in a bit, we'll go to the western region. We have the collated results from there to give you an idea of that region, what it looks like for both parties. Nathan.
Okay, so let's start with GhElections. That's the first on my list. Now, GhElections had Hassan Tampuli, who's head of the MPA. So he won that seat. It was a close race. He got 30,401 votes as against Mohammed Yusuf Mali of the NDC. He got 28,055. So we can put GhElections down as going to the MPP. So that's one for the MPP. I've mentioned Karaga. Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam won that. So that's another one for the MPP. So GhElections and Karaga. I have to confirm Pandai, that's Matthew Nyindam and Daniel Wakpal. I'll confirm that for you. But Kumbungu went the way of the NDC. So we can note that, Dr. Hamza Adam. Mion went the way of the NPP. And Nanton went the way of the MPP as well. Okay. But then Bimbila also went the way of the NPP.
Somebody asked for Bimbila, so now you know where it went.
Bimbila, that's Dominic Nitiwu's constituency. Now you go to a place like Wolensi. Wolensi went the way of the NDC. Dauni Abukari, he won that seat. He had to hold off competition from Thomas Donko Ogaja there. That was a very close race. Then Saboba also went the way of the NDC. So that's Bukari Joseph Nikpe, and then he went past Abraham Jawo. So that's Wolensi Saboba. Sagnarigu, that's A.B. Efuseni's constituency. That went in his favor as well. Went past Felicia Tete. And then Savelugu, I need to confirm Savelugu for you. But if you go to Tamale Central, Ibrahim Mutala Mohammed, he went past Dr. Ibrahim Anyas, who's head of NAPCO. Yes, who's head of NAPCO. It didn't really work out for him, but good effort there. Tamale North, that's Alassane Suhini's constituency. He won that, went past Alassane Dahamani. And then Tamale South went the way of the NDC. That's Haruna Idris's constituency. That's Haruna Idris, strong character. obviously was going to give a strong showing. And then Tatale Sanguli went the way of the NPP. Tatale Sanguli went the way of the NPP. Then you have Tolong. Tolong going the way of the NPP too. Then you have Yendi going the way of the NPP. That's where Umar Farouk Ali Mahama, that's where he contested.
That's a traditional...
the numbers that have come in from the new Northern region, as I choose to call it, because it doesn't contain the parts of Northeast and Savannah anymore. So it's a new look Northern region.
Okay. So Northeast, we are told the MPP failed to secure its 6/6 mantra. The MPP, however, has won 4 seats out of the 6 seats in the Northeast region. This is a shortfall to its earlier target of winning all the 6 seats in the region. Now, the NDC won Nalerugu Gamba constituency and the Pumpugu constituency, whilst Yagaba, Kobori, Chireponi, Yoyo, and Wale have been taken by the MPP.
So you mentioned that Bumpurugu went the way of...
Bumpurugu went the way of the MPP. So the NDC won Nalerugu Gamba constituency, and of course, yes, and the Bumpurugu constituency. So the NDC won Nalerugu Gamba and then Bumpurugu constituency. But Yagaba, Kubori, and Chereponi, and Yoyo, and Wale have been taken over by the NPP.
Yes, I mean, Wale, that's where the vice president comes from. And you can tell that his impact on that part is quite strong. You know, 4 years ago, Dr. Bawumia would have been seen all over the country holding the lectures, the presentations. He was the starman of the campaign. This year, he's done that, but not on the grand scale as 4 years ago. Look, in the last few weeks before the elections, he spent his time there in that part of the country, going to Savannah, Northeast, Northing, those places. And you can tell that going round has helped, because for the MPP to pick up 4 out of 6 in Northeast, yes, they'll say that it's a short of their target of 6 out of 6, but it's still a very, very remarkable achievement, because every election year brings its own challenges. And so to go there, and I feel that for the vice president, it was important that he was seen there, because the work of vice president can take you all over the place and take you quite far from your home region through no fault of yours. You have to serve your country. That's completely understandable. But I love the fact that he went around, stayed there in the last few weeks or days towards the election, and managed to put his imprint there and give the MPP some good numbers or some good seats in that part of the country. So thumbs up to that. And we wish the MPs the very, very best. And congrats. I mean, it was a good effort, winning 4 out of 6 in a newly created region. That's some good work.
Okay. Let me take you through the winners and the losers there. Haja Alima Mahama, she lost the Nalerugu Gambaga constituency seat. She was the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development. She actually lost the seat to Alhaji Baba Seidu Isifu, a businessman who is her cousin or so. I remember when we did the report. So a very interesting one. He, at the time when we did the constituency radar, said he felt he had done much more than her, who was supposed to be a minister. And I think his victory speech, he's also saying that he would audit the contracts. You know, she's building a number of roads and bridges. He's going to audit those contracts as well. So we'll see how that goes. Now, Bumpurugu constituency, the incumbent Solomon Boa lost to Abednego Bandem of the NDC. Solomon Boa, he was the Northeast Regional Minister, and he had been the MP for that constituency since 2012. So that's with that.
So clearly the power of incumbency couldn't help him there, and add the weight of being a minister still couldn't help him there.
Yoyo constituency, Oscar Lewa snatched the seat from the NDC's Joseph Nabu. Now, Joseph Nabu has been the MP for the constituency on the ticket of the NDC since the constituency was created in 2012. So that's one of the seats that the NDC lost. Now in Yagaba Kobori constituency, Mustafa Yusuf won the seat from the NDC's Ibrahim Abdul Rauf Tanko.
Yes.
So that's
Mustafa Yusuf is the executive director of the National Service Scheme. So that's something for those who may not know.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he lost this. He gained that seat actually. Now at Chereponi, NPP's Abdul Razak Tahiru, he won the seat from the NDC's Samuel Abdullahi Jambayite. Chereponi NPP's Abdul Razak Tahiru won the seat from the NDC's Samuel Abdullahi Jambayite. And then finally, at the Waliwali constituency, which is the vice president's home constituency, Hajia Lariba Abudu retained the seat for the MPP against her closest contender, Abubakar Abdullah. We understand that's the sister also.
Yes, Lariba is related. Yes, is related. Yeah. She's related to the vice president.
So well done to her.
Yes. Home advantage or having the advantage of a vice president in your corner. But of course, I mean, she had to put in the work, and you would have imagined that Dr. Bawumia would also have done a few things to help. And for a lot of these places, campaigning and being visible is extremely important. And having somebody, of course, I think it cuts across. Having somebody with clout in your corner also comes in very handy. It's the case of Ekwasifwa Vincent, in where he won in the Ashanti region. He, of course, he has the education minister in his corner. And it was important. That factor helped him in winning the primaries, which almost guaranteed him a seat in parliament.
Okay. Let me give you the Upper East region, what it looks like for the two parties. Now there, we are told by our correspondent, the National Democratic Congress, they swept 14 out of the 15 parliamentary seats in the Upper East region, leaving the MPP with just one seat. Now the NDC increased its parliamentary seats in the region from 12 to 14 after snatching 2 seats from the MPP. The MPP lost the Timpani, the Navrongo and Zibela seats to the NDC, but they recaptured the Binduru seat from the NDC. So for the Upper East region, the NDC has it with 14 out of 15 parliamentary seats. And like I said before, for the Northeast, the MPP has 4 out of the 6 constituencies rather in that region. So that's what you have for the two.
And just a few minutes on the Upper East region. Yes. I think that in the entire parliamentary race, one of the first people to fall out of the race was Tangoba Abayage. I remember she considered
early.
Very early last night. And I found it quite interesting. Before things had taken, I'm sure she had access, or she got some access to the numbers. Yeah. She had seen the computations, and she realized that she wasn't going to defeat Samson Chiragia of the NDC. But I think that it's
I was actually surprised. I mean, I don't know the dynamics and the local politics over there, but after whipping Kofi Ada during the primaries, I thought she was going to do great.
Yes, I thought so too. But in hindsight, when you think about some of these things, it could just have been that the candidate or the delegates may not. The delegates were hurt by the loss of Kofi Ada in the primaries. So it could have just been that in the main election, they decided that, you know what, we won't vote for Tangoba Abayage. We'll probably vote against as retribution for not voting for or not allowing Kofi Ada to win. I don't know. I'm only guessing, because sometimes you can have people win primaries and then they go up into the main election and they cannot win, especially when they looked very comfortable. I watched her last interview on the Citi Newsroom before the election. She sounded very confident. She was asked, you know, of the NDC candidate, and she said something in the region of, I mean, he even knows I'm going to win the seat, and she sounded very confident. So it will be interesting to drill deep to find out how did she lose to the point where she gave up very early. I'm sure she looked at the numbers and she realized that, look, this is really...
There's no point in carrying on. You've lost. Let's just move on. Okay. Let me give you Upper West, what it looks like. We're told by a correspondent that the NDC snatched 3 parliamentary seats from the NPP in the Upper West region.
Upper West region.
Yes, bringing their total number of seats in the area to 8. This is for the NDC. Now, the NPP, we are told, currently has 3 parliamentary seats, which include Lambusi seats, which they won from the NDC. They have the Nandom and the Sisala East constituency as well. So the NPP has 3, Lambusi, Nandom, and Sisala East. This is for the Upper West region.
In Nandom, that was won by Ambrose Derry.
Okay.
Ambrose Derry beat Dr. Richard Kuire of the NDC to win about 15,000 votes to about 11,000 or so. So that was Ambrose Derry doing very, very, very well there. Okay. And then the Sisala East went the way of Isahaku Chinia, you know, he of the MPP. He won that. Remember, you mentioned the 3. So Sisala East, Nandom, and Lambusi, with all the others going the way of the NDC.
So let me run you quickly to the with the NDC what they have now. Now they are now occupying the Sisala West seat, Wa West, Wa Central, Nadoli, Khalil, Jirapa, Wa East, and Tafiema Buse Isa seats. Now the new seats the NDC have won are Laura, which was occupied by the Deputy Roads and Highways Minister Anthony Abeyefa Kabo, and then the Wa East and Sisala West seats. So,
now the Laura seat is occupied by Beat Zidane.
Yes.
Wily old, experienced
politician.
He beat Anthony Kabo. Who I thought, I mean, I could be wrong, but I felt that in the build-up to this year's election, he was a bit quieter than usual. I could be wrong. I don't know if you also got the same inkling. I thought he was a little quieter.
Kabo was more seen and heard than him. And then
I'm even talking about Anthony Kabo. I thought that comparatively, I thought he was
the previous.
Yes, I thought he was quieter this year than say 4 years ago. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I did not really feel his, because Anthony Kabo is a very, when you know he's around, he will grant the punchy interviews, he'll be front and center of the campaign, he'll be giving the NDC a lot of grief, but I thought he was relatively quieter. I don't know why, I don't know how.
Maybe he saw his challenges and were dealing with them.
Probably he realized that there was a lot more work on the ground.
Because there were issues in his constituency, the chairman or so. At the end, they had to get him out of the party and all that, based on 1 or 2 things. But let's move away from the northern regions. When we get more on the totality, we'll fill you in on those questions you're asking us around the various constituencies. But like I said, you can go to our website, citynewsroom.com. We have all the constituencies that we have access to, the collated results, and there are 2 maps. You see the presidential map as well as the parliamentary map, giving you the figures for who is winning what in the various regions. But let me take you to the eastern region and see the results in terms of presidential, what the figures are as announced by the officer in charge there for the Electoral Commission. So let's go there.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us throughout this period of waiting for the collation and the final declaration of the presidential election results in the Eastern region. At the end of the elections, our duty as a region was to collate all the presidential results and announce and forward same to the National Collation Center. Here are the final results. Total valid ballots cast 1,236,940. And we have total ballots rejected 37,887. Then total votes cast 1,264,827. And the details are follows. For the candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo pulled a total vote of 729,146. Mr. John Dramani Mahama 454,176. And we move on to Christian Kwabena Andrews 9,535. Ivan Kabana Green Street 818. Epiadonko 357. Henry Latel Herbert Lati 202. Hassan Ayariga 446. Kofi Percival Akpalu 493 votes. David Apasra 264 votes. Bridget Jobenuku 358 votes. Nana Konedu Ajima Rollins 348 votes. Alfred Kwame Asiedu Walker 608. So we arrive at total valid votes as mentioned earlier 1,236, 940, with rejected ballots 27,887, and total votes cast 1,264,827. So primarily we are just announcing the figures. The final declaration will be done at our National Collation Center. For the party MPP, for the 33 constituencies, valid vote cast 729,146, representing 58.9%. NDC total votes 454,176, representing 36.7%. Then we have GHElections, total votes 9,535, representing 0.77. CPP 818, representing 0.07. GFP 357, representing 0.03. And then GCPP 202, representing 0.2. APC 446, representing 0.04. Then LPG 493, representing 0.04. PNC 264, representing 0.02. Then PPP 358, representing 0.03. NDP 348, representing 0.03. And then the independent candidate 608, representing 0.05. I've mentioned the total valid votes already. 1,236,940, and then 27,887 as rejected ballots, and total votes cast 1,264,827. Total registered voters 1,641,215, and total turnout is 77.07%.
So that's the officer for the Electoral Commission giving us the figures for the presidential, certified figures for the presidential results in that region. And as she said, the NPP clearly leading with some 729,146, 729,146. That's the figure the current president, Nana Akufo-Addo, polled in that region against the NDC's figure, John Dramani Mahama, 454,176. 454,176. Let me stay with the Eastern region. Let me quickly speak to our correspondent there, Neil Ni Kanaku, to get more with regards to these figures. Neil, if you can hear me, welcome to the Election Bureau.
Thank you very much, Vivian.
Neil, it's been a long 2 days, but give us a general idea of your region. We've seen the figures presidential. You can go ahead and add the general look for the parliamentary when you start your submissions.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening to our cherished viewers also. Now, this region, which happens to be the home of the president, has 33 constituencies now. Prior to this particular election, the NPP had close to 27 seats they were occupying, and the NDC, on the other hand, had 6 seats they were occupying. That is the Kobo block, that is the Lower Manya, Yellow, and then Asojaman. And then when you go to the Afan Place area, Afan Place North and South, and then they also had the Ade. So, but the figures which came in today indicated that the NPP has been able to rescue the Akwatia seat, which they lost in 2016 to the NPP's, I must say, they've added that seat back to their fold, and then also they've also made an inroad in getting the Ayawaso seat, which also used to be the seat for the NPP, that is Honorable Ayepe. They also retained that seat from the NPP in that particular area. But unfortunately, they lost the Ayawaso seat. So that has been the major changes in this particular election. The NDC also retained the Upper Manya seat, which the NPP won in 2016. So currently, that has been changes in dynamics in this particular election. Now, when you come to the presidential results, in a few minutes, the electoral the regional director gave out those figures. The NPP raised some concerns about the tabulating. They also formed room tabulating the figures, and then it came out that the EC officials failed this one record, that's both presidential records, that is for the NDP and then for the NPP. So there's been some slight addition to this particular figures which were given by the Electoral Commission in this particular area. Now, when you go to the others, so the Ayawaso area, they failed to add close to 22,915 for the NPP, and then the NDP also had 6,823. So these figures added onto the general one, which was given by the Electoral Commission for a few minutes after they declared the election. And Boom Party now they have an addition of 284, adding up to what they initially had during the declaration by the Commission. So, the result as it stands now, the NPP had 752,061 as it stands now. I'll take it again. The NPP now have 750,061. NDC, on the other hand, now has 470,999 as it stands now. So there's been some slight changes now. And when you talk about mood in general, people, when you drive in town, you realize that some people are guided at the huge out in South office of the NDC in their party colors, and then the NPP sympathizers are also at their party area. Everybody is waiting for the declaration, but stands now, they are not claiming that the leaders that they emerge victorious in this particular election. So one or two in this particular example, we are all waiting for the Electoral Commission to come out officially with the declaration. But as is now, people are into this used to be happens to be the second of the NPP, and the NDC wants to also enjoy this particular area in terms of the general election. So the mood here is kind of that people are all they are not sleeping now. They are not sleeping. They are all waiting, and then they hope they will get good news from the Electoral Commission as we speak now.
Okay. We can't let you go without looking at one of the interesting contests there to do with the Aquatia seat. Tell us about that seat, the results, and how it went over there.
Yeah, so the Aquatia seat, if our viewers and our listeners will carry their minds back, when I went to Constituency for the Constituency report, I indicated that the residents there came won against the NPP, that is the regional executives and national body, because they were not happy with the treatment of, I must say, area when it comes to the parliamentary election. They were seeking, or they thought that the leaders were going to guide or protect Amasi, who came to defeat Papa somehow in that particular area. So they didn't even mess with. They came out, they spoke indicated that they were going to prove to the leadership of the NPP that they are the residents. They should listen to them. When my colleague also went to that, they said the same thing. And then just last week, I went there with Mr. Mani, and then they were still saying they were going to vote for them. So personally, I'm not surprised with the election, because in some way or two we predicted that it was going to be a seat that the NPP may lose, and then it's happened now. Because people of Aquatia themselves wanted somebody from Aquatia. They told us when you look at that is the guy from the NDC side who has won a seat for Puyo, and he's an Aquatia boy, he's an own boy. He's a minor, he's known in the area, from Aquatia. And I must say, after she won the seat in 2016, she's always on the ground, she's always in the constituency, she's from the lives of people in that particular area. When you talk about training, when you talk about assisting, since she was a hairdresser, so she didn't take lightly when it comes to developing and then skills of these particular young girls, and even artisans in that particular community. So I must say, cut across people, sympathizers of the NDC, should just come to you, and then you make sure that she sorts you out. So these people were even very angry about I must say, not going as an independent candidate. Because they had a series of rallies, they had a series of health walks, forcing Amase to go as an independent candidate, because they assured them they were going to vote for her. So I'm not surprised about what we are seeing, or what we've seen now from the Aquatia constituency when it comes to the NPP losing that particular seat.
All right. So if you have the figures, can you tell us how many seats the MPP has and the NDC has in total of that region, or what you have, what the numbers are with these two major political parties, if you can?
Okay. So the NDC retained the more areas, that is they retain the Akusumo area seat. They also retain the Yellow seat. They retain the Lower Manya seat. They retain the Upper Manya seat. They lost the other two seats, and then they've added the Ayawaso seat. And then when it comes to their strongholds, that is the Accra North and South, they secured those seats. So as it stands now, the NPP lost that the Ayawaso seat, and then they lost the Yellow, the Upper Manya seat, which they gained in 2015. And then they also lost the Akwatia seat as we speak now.
All right. Thank you so much, Neil Ni Kanako. He's a team lead in the Eastern region, filling us in on the numbers to do with the parliamentary results as well as the presidential results. So Nathan,
not too surprised that at the numbers we are seeing at the turnout, the Eastern region would regularly vote heavily for the NPP. So that a lot of it has followed type there, where the NDC would usually do well in the Kobo areas, places like Esojaman, that's a broad Akosombo area, they usually win, and this year they managed to win that as well. The surprise, quote unquote, and put it that way, is the Akwetia seat that, of course, they had some time back, and it was Baba Jamal won it some time back, and then they lost, and they managed to get it back this year. Their candidate, Okoyo Henry Boachi Adon, managed to win the seat, and I say it again.
Ronaldo.
Yeah, all kinds of names, Ciro, Okoyo. But yeah, he won. I think that it was a seat that was gift wrapped and given to the NDC.
Okay, let's move to the central region, if we can. Interesting results also coming from that region. Quite a number of gains for the NDC in that region. A lot of flip-flops in that region. If you can run us through the parliamentary, the key ones that have caught our attention.
Okay, all right. So let's start off with Abra Asebu Kwamankese. This was where Felix Kwachi Ofosu was contesting. It didn't work out for him there, unfortunately. He lost to Elvis Morris Donkor. Very slim, 176 votes. And again, we all got to know via his Facebook post when he said, he lost by 176 votes. As earlier, this seat somehow was part of the NDC's bag of seats.
Of the flips.
But it turned out, it wasn't that way. Aguna East went the way of the NDC as well. Queenster Sawyer. Queenster showing great resilience to hold off Professor Kwesi Yanka.
Queenster, I mean, she blows my mind. She's fought against some of the biggest, strongest. Primaries went against their Ahoys, one of their Ahoys.
She won. Now she's held off
with Mr. Yanka, Professor, and she's able to beat all of them.
I will have to find out what it is about, because you see, these are established names. I'm talking about Professor Kwesi Yanka, somebody who is part of the conversation around education in Ghana. I'm talking about the Ahoys. Immovable objects, really. I mean, they're like immovable objects in the NDC, and you manage to keep them at bay in a primary. If you go to Agona West, Cynthia Morrison, who's the gender minister, she won her seat. She got 30,513 votes as against Polofori Amwes 27,673. That's relatively close, but Cynthia Morrison showing strength there. And then if you go to Ejumako Enyanesiam, Kasiela Tuforsin, he won that seat. He beat Dr. Rashid Etuaful of the MPP, 28,229. Dr. Etuaful got, and Dr. Kasiela Tuforsin, he recently got his PhD. Yes, in economics. So he got 35,229 votes. That's a strong race there, but Kasiel showing strength, showing resilience, showing that this was his constituency and he wasn't ready to give it up.
We are told now he qualifies to be a Mugabe of that.
I'm sure. I don't know how he feel about that title, but this is a seat he has kept his hand on for a while. And if you go to Asin Central, Kennedy Ajipon, the very controversial Kennedy Ajipon, who's quite known, he won that seat as well. He held off competition from Honorable Noreen Shaibu Mijima. Asin South went the way of Reverend in Team Fojo. And it's quite interesting. In Team Fojo, there were the belief, and I also had that understanding, and I thought that the independent candidate, Joseph Damche. Now, Damche broke away from the MPP, again, following primary shenanigans. He wasn't allowed to contest, and he wanted to go independent. Did very well, got 15,000 votes, as against Reverend Intim Fojo, 17,000. So think about just how much more Reverend Intim Fojo could have gained, assuming he didn't have a contender from within the party. And then Nicholas Nana Bafo of the NDC, he got 10,201 votes there. There were 701 rejected ballots in that constituency, so that's something we need to think about. And then Ayawaso West. It was a repeat of one of the women from the Tete household against George Anda. So 4 years ago, it was George Anda dislodging Hannah Tete. Yes. 4 years on, it is Hannah Tete's sister, Gisela, who managed to floor George Anda and win the seat again for the NDC. So quite an interesting race. And when I heard Gisela Tete was going to contest, I wondered why. Was it some vendetta or something? But it turned out that while Hannah Tete, in her time as MP or in her time as the active person in the campaign and was competing, Gisela was a strong pillar behind working the ground, doing a lot of the groundwork, you know, helping her on the ground, and it looks like that came to play in this, because this is somebody who will be known in the constituency. And this is something I learned about Hannah Tete and her sisters, that her parents or their parents took them back to the constituency very early. Even though they did not live there, they were frequent visitors to the constituency, and so they were not strangers, or they are not strangers to the people. You see, so somebody will say, look at these people, they look like they are not from there. But yes, they frequent the place very, very often. Very, very often. And most of the Tete women are in politics. So Gisela is now an MP. Hannah Tete was once an MP foreign minister. And they have another sister of theirs who's a part of the NDC communication team and all. Then you go to the very popular Ayawaso Senya East. And that place just can't stop seeing controversy, because on election day there were episodes there. But Hawa Kumsin, she won 57,114 as against Phyllis Nakoyo Okunos 51,561.
But she did
close race,
very close.
Nakoyo did very well. You'd imagine that Hawa Kumsin, who is a stalwart, well known, has the backing of government. You'd imagine she would blow the election wide open, but this is a very, very slim margin. I don't know if she will come back again, because when these margins start to get smaller, the more you compete, the quicker these margins erode for you. And I don't know if Nakoyo would want to come back, but I'm sure she'll think about that. And the other big people falling as well, Barbara, you see, who was at the education ministry, still is, and she also lost her seat to Kabuna Minta Nyaku. Very slim race, 22,972 for Mr. Nyaku, who's the MP elect, and then Barbara you see getting 21,643. So that's how close it was there. Then if you go to Cape Coast South, Kweku Ricketts Hagan, he also kept his seat. He held off competition from the mayor of Cape Coast, Ernest Arthur there. So quite close. 21,118 for Kweku Ricketts Hagan and 19,714 for Ernest Arthur. Close race, but Kweku Ricketts Hagan emerging once again. If you go to a Futu, even though I don't have my numbers, of course, Alex Afenyo Martin, you know, he would pick up that constituency. Went past James Kofi Annan there. And then in Ekumfi, the NDC won. That's quite surprising. Ekumfi was not in the hands of the NDC 4 years ago. It flipped. They added it to the bag of flips, but yes, it is true. Abeku Krenso won Ekumfi for the NDC. He beat Francis Kingsley Atukujo the MPP. So that's something the MPP would want to think about. This is a Kumfi. This is where the juice factory is. And if government talks about 1D, 1F, they are very, very quick to highlight the success. And I don't think that success is in that really, to highlight the success of the Kumfi fruits and juices factory. So if that couldn't swing that seat towards them, then you have to start to wonder.
There was something wrong.
Something else was happening on the
You remember
ground.
I went to the central region.
Yes.
When I went to Winneba, you know, Winneba market, you have a lot of the traders, they don't come from Winneba, they come in and trade. And so you see people from Ekufi, Dentra, all sorts. And I asked them about the 1D, 1F, you know, what will make them vote? You know, they say developmental issues. So 1D, 1F expected to provide jobs and they were not impressed really with that. So there should be something
else.
They wanted to make money, get, you know, other things, but
so clearly they are and I remember other excerpts from those interviews from that part of the country. You get the sense a lot of people there are concerned about their lives, their economics of things. Do they have money? Are they well to do? How comfortable are they living? So that's something that parties need to think about. Other places, if you go to Gomoa Central, Gomoa Central went the way of Nana Eya of the NPP. She beat Moses Jehu Apia, who got 14,568 votes. Nana Eya got 20,537 votes. If you go to Gomoa East, the Kojo Asameni, he fell.
Yeah, I spoke to his constituents as well. They sounded a warning that they will vote against him. There was some issue about, you know, when we went across the markets, there was this issue about monies being taken from them to give them some sort of packages. And there was something similar in his constituency. And the women especially had warned that they would, you know, vote against him. So I'm sure that contributed to his...
Clearly that didn't help. Gomoa East went the way of the NDC. Gomoa West also went the way of the NDC. That's Alex Kojo Aban's
that was coming. You know, we went to, we went to Apam, we went to the famous road, which is so bad at I've forgotten the name of that road. And they were very unhappy with the MP. So that is, I'm not surprised with that.
Yeah, of course. I don't have Himang Lower Danger. Unfortunately, I don't have the details. But Samuel Atta Mills, he kept his seat. This was Commander Idina Grafu Ebrem. He kept his seat as well. Held off competition from Samuel Joe Aqua. And in the other places, Infantiman popped up in the news a few weeks ago for very sad reasons. But Madame Ophelia Hayford, she won the seat. She replaced her late husband who died in an alleged robbery attack and got 36,091 votes. The returning James, a son of the NDC, he couldn't get his act right a second time, got 32,379 votes. I don't know if he'll be back again. I don't even know if Madame Ophelia Hayford would want to contest again because it was a very stressful period and the context of the time or the situation of the time, you know, some will say sympathy votes and all of that, but she got a lot of support from the party that you have to agree to. I remember Eugene Ahin once went to give a very huge donation, bikes and other things
all
to
that.
help.
That's right.
And then if you go to Trifo Atimokwa, the NDC won Trifo Atimokwa. David Von D, he won there, but it didn't work out for Felix Kwachio Fosu. For him, I don't know what the plan will be. Should the NDC win the general election, I'm sure he may be considered for something. I don't know. Would he want to compete as another, give it another shot at being MP? Probably. He's already served in governments before, and that Mills, you know, and you know, that was way back in the day. So maybe he's thinking about being an MP. So we'll see. He's fairly young. I'm sure he'd want to give it another go in the next 4 years.
Okay, Central Region. What went for the NDC? What did they do right to get it to flip in their favor now?
I think it's a matter of what the MPP did not do, because a lot of our interviews highlighted the conditions of people and how they had not felt the impact of government, especially in their lives in terms of finance, economy, their standard of living, and also I don't think it was a matter of a lot of the things the NDC did. Of course, they would have gone round to campaign. Of course, the candidates would have pushed their messages and all of that. But I think it's a matter of constituent experience, what they had witnessed over the 4-year spell, they probably decided that we had not, benefited, or we had not experienced a lot of the things that a lot of the things government had put in place. So we're unhappy with our MP, we're unhappy with government and all, and so they decided to vote the other way. Some, and this doesn't surprise me, because people who are very close to the region, or people who live there, watchers of the region, say that sometimes the central region can be very complex. It can be a very difficult region to please. Yeah. And if they make their mind up that they will not vote for you, that's it, you are gone. So, you could have all these interesting policies, 1D, 1F, free SHS, but if they feel that their focus is somewhere else and those expectations are not being met, there's not a lot you can do to change their minds.
Okay. Let's move away from the central region. We'll go to the western, and then if there's time, we'll wrap up with the Greater Accra region. So let's see the western. I have presidential, the figures from the presidential election certified, and for that, the total for presidential elections, the MPP won that region. It was able to garner some 439,724. So the MPP won that region with 439,724, whilst the NDC polled 398,549. So 398,549. So let me give you an idea of which areas in that region where the President Akufo-Addo won. So I'll rather go through and then we see where he won and where the ex-President Mahama won. So Jomoro, the MPP won that area for presidential. Nana Akufo-Addo got 25,699, while the NDC got 24,484. Now Elembele, where Emmanuel Kofi-Boa won the parliamentary seat, beating the MC for the area. For the presidential figures, the NDC won that seat. It got 30,606, while the MPP got 25,095. Ahanta West, the MPP won for presidential. So these figures I'm giving are presidential figures. So Ahanta West presidential MPP got 32,498, and then the NDC got 18,259. Now Takrade, the NPP won for the presidential. Nana Akufo-Addo got 26,396, and then ex-President Mahama got 11,798. Second D, the NPP won that place as well for the presidential. Second D, the NPP got 17,807, and then the NDC got 9,708. Esikado, a very interesting one, the fight between for the parliamentary, the railways minister, the Honorable Joe Gache, Dr. Grace, a very interesting fight. But let me give you the presidential, how it panned out. Esikado, the MPP won the presidential. They got 33,561, 33,561. And then the NDC got 16,830. The NDC's John Mahama in Esikado polled 16,830. So you have President Nana Akufo-Addo beating ex-President Mahama in Esikado. The MPP won that as well for presidential, polling 21,299, and then the NDC 11,263. Shama, the MPP won presidential again. They got 24,500, while the NDC got 18,271. Let me move to Wassa East. Presidential, the MPP had 18,489, and then the NDC had 20,411. So for Wassa, the ex-president Mahama won in terms of the presidential race in Wassa. Takwa in Swaim, the MPP won that seat for presidential. Nanado got 48,456, while ex-president Mahama got 42,314. Prestia Huni Valley, the NDC won in terms of presidential, getting 56,810, while the MPP got 37,572. Memphis Central, the NDC won 28,321, and then the MPP 13,330. Memphis West, the NDC won that as well again, 34,219, and then the MPP got 23,847. So all coming up to 439,724 for the MPP, who won that region for presidential, and then the figure the NDC polled for that region, 398,549. So the MPP has it for the Western region.
Yes, that's a region they've kept for the second straight election. 4 years ago, they won that region presidential, and this year they have done so. I suspect the president will be very happy with that kind of result. But again, if you remember, when the president started campaigning vigorously, the Western region was one of the places he first went to, and he commissioned a number of things. I remember some of the landing beaches he commissioned. There were some waste treatment plants, there were some infrastructure projects, hospitals, and the like. So it doesn't surprise me too much that the people, have given him their vote, and so we'll see. It's quite interesting that for in a very strange occurrence, Central and Western are not going the same direction. Typically, you find them going together. So if Western goes one way, Central will follow. But you find that this year they've gone on their own individual tangents, and then it's quite interesting. So the entire region, of course, vote heavily for the NPP, and they've done so traditionally, of course, in times when government has changed hands and all of that. And if you look at the parliamentary too, there are some very interesting consequences, of what people have done, campaigns and all of that. Some key people losing seats here and there. So it makes very interesting reading if you want to look at the Western region. Okay.
A number of people wanted to know the Tema West parliamentary results. That's the seat occupied by Carlos Ahinkra. What the situation is, the certified results are in, everything sorted now. Honorable Carlos Ahinkra won that seat. He was able to pull 46,707. The NDC's candidate got 44,171. So Carlos Ahinkra has won the Tema West parliamentary seats. Now, currently, for the parliamentary seats, we have 202 out of the 275 constituencies. And for what we have as it is, 95 of those seats have been won by the MPP, and the NDC has 106 seats. So currently, we have 202 results out of the 275 constituencies. The NDC is leading on that front with 106 seats, and then the NPP has 95 seats. And there's one independent candidate, the Fomena candidate. He has that independent slot. So there's a statement coming in from the ECOWAS as well as African Union, and I'll take quickly that statement and come back to Nathan. The statement basically is on the post-election situation in Ghana, and this is dated 8 December 2020, issued in Accra. It says, we, the heads of ECOWAS and the African Union Election Observation Missions and the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel and head of UNOWAS, commended the people of Ghana for the peaceful conduct of the 7 December 2020 presidential and parliamentary elections. This is in line with Ghana's enviable track record of organizing peaceful and successful elections since the return to multi-party democracy in 1992. Now, the statement continues to say, as Ghanaians await the announcement of final official results from the Electoral Commission, the heads of ECOWAS and the African Union Election Observation Missions to Ghana urged all political stakeholders and citizenry to exercise patience and remain calm. Now, in recognition of the important role of political leaders, especially the two major parties, that's the MPP and the NDC, in preserving the peace in line with their commitments, including the signing of the Peace Pact on 4 December 2020, we urge all political parties and their leadership to respect the spirit and letter of these commitments. Furthermore, we appeal to political parties and their followers to refrain from any conduct that may undermine the successful conclusion of the electoral process. Now, we also call on state institutions to continue to carry out their responsibilities with professionalism and transparency. And we reaffirm our solidarity with the people of the Republic of Ghana in their quest to consolidate their democracy. So, Nathan, this is kind of your field, diplomacy. ECOWAS, AU, yes. They started sending those statements saying, hey, calm down.
Well, yes, it's important. It's important that the regional body would remind, member countries, and a member country like Ghana, this country has a lot of respect in the eyes of its peers and all of that. So it's important that these statements are sent to remind us of how we are seen, how we are perceived, and to remind us that we have decided to respect democracy, we've decided to practice it, and so we have to accept the things that come with it. We have to respect the institutions and allow them to work. And the other significant points I will make about this statement is, for example, this statement is important, you see, and it's a reminder to us and to the president. Remember, he's the current ECOWAS chair. Not too far back, he was superintending over Mali and giving them guidelines on what they should do, forming transition governments and all of that. The last thing you would want is for your own country to degenerate into something really unpalatable. So I think that this is a statement that the people in government will take quite seriously, and they will ensure that things are done well and done right. The president's own reputation as the ECOWAS chair is on the line, and Ghana's reputation as a country that keeps reminding its peers and neighbors that you can actually vote, you can actually change leaders as many times as you want through the ballot box, and you can do it without any major drama or any major consequence. So the statement, I feel, is in order, and it will remind everybody to respect the idea of democracy, respect the peace, respect the tranquility, and we'll go through this process and handle it very well.
Okay. Let's wrap up with the Greater Accra region for the parliamentary results. Let me say the block for our special coverage for the election 2020 will end at 12, and after 12 there'll be a new set of a panel and hosts to continue our special coverage. We're going all throughout till the results are declared. So the place to be, it's Citi TV. If you're listening via radio, Citi 97.3 FM. So don't change your dial or channel. So Greater Accra, we saw some interesting flip-flops in the region as well. My own, what do you call it, MP, the Honorable Okoboy for the Lejokuku Constituency, Deputy Minister of Health, was thrown out.
Yes, it was one of the very surprising things. Some people will say that, but why is it surprising? Yes, the constituency is known to change, its MP every now and again. But it's quite surprising because you thought that Bernard Okoboy was a very likable character. He's a very likable character, but it turns out that the people in the constituency had other ideas. They had other thoughts. Maybe he didn't meet their expectation. And yesterday when the results started coming in, and there were all these rumors he had lost, he hadn't lost, he had won, and all of that, some people sent in text messages and said, we'll vote Okoboy out because, you know, at a point he banned festivals and
they were not happy with the COVID.
The COVID, yes. So
it
looks like some people really took it personally, and they were waiting for this opportunity to also tell him a few things.
Because the war, it's a big thing.
It is a big thing.
During that period is where they come up with the songs and all that, and you can actually gauge your performance
when with some of those songs.
If the songs
are not palatable,
you know that you're in trouble. You didn't get the opportunity to know what the situation was in that case. Yes. And then we saw the arrest of some of them and all that. Yes. So it was a very, funny one. And then there was an issue of roads, which was fixed, no?
Yes, the roads were fixed. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think I could be wrong. I don't live there. But the roads got done. Mm-hmm. So you'd have imagined that, that should placate the people. It looks like that wasn't
not happy.
It was either he reacted a bit too late and maybe people had made up their minds way before the road got fixed or other things. Because
we are told that some of the interviews we did in the constituency, they felt that the road wasn't solely done by him. So he couldn't take full credit for that road to say that in terms of development, he had done it fully. So I think they scored him half with the road.
But I mean, the margins were very thin. He got 54,000, and his opponent, Bernard Ayiku, got 55,000, almost 56,000. I don't know how he'll be feeling now. Some people say that there's a bit of a curse or a jinx around deputy health ministers who are from Lejokuku. I'm yet to find out what the correlation is.
Actually, interestingly enough, you usually get deputy health, Ashanti, right? She had that position. And then there was another person who got about 3 or so have gotten that.
And it hasn't worked. So maybe when you're handed the appointment letter, you open it and it's Deputy Health Minister, and you are from Lejokuku. We don't want this. But yes, I think that it's a reminder. And I think I've always said this in the build-up to this year's election. I maintain that the interest or the strong points of interest were never going to be the presidential elections. They were always going to be the parliamentary elections. Because over time, voters had become sophisticated. They are more demanding and they are more unforgiving if you don't fix their problems right. I think that when we eventually fine-tune this concept we are running, people will see that, it's my MCE or DCE or assembly member who is responsible for these changes I want. Until then, MPs have put themselves in the position and they are promising developmental projects and all. Great. So now if I want something that is the MP I'll talk to. That is why I feel we will see the turnover of MPs more often, because people feel that they are the ones who are closest to me and they can affect my situation here. If it's a road, it's the MP who can get it done. If it's a school, it's the MP who can get it done. If it's a hospital, it's the MP who can get it done. If it's a street light, it's the MP who can get it done. Once it is not done, he'll feel my wrath come December 7 and I'll vote him or her out.
Okay. So apart from Lejokuku, which ones flip-flops caught your attention? Greater Accra?
Well, there were some others. Medina. Wow,
Medina. The young man got the old man out.
Yes. Francis Ayawaso got Abubakar Boniface Sadiq out. Remember that this was an NDC seat with Amadou Sorogo. After 8 years, people were tired. The NDC still brought him back. They paid premium. And I think Francis Ayawaso's, I think that the challenges he had with the last primary that it didn't work, he managed to win this one. You could tell he was building up. And he has a good relationship with the people there. They know him. He does some pro bono legal work. I hear he pastors a local church there. So this is somebody who knows the constituency inside out. And he was always...
his number was good.
Very decent numbers. 62,000 as against Boniface's 46,000. Earlier in the day, we heard Boniface saying he wasn't going to accept. Let me look at the difference. how can you argue against a 16,000 vote difference? There's not much. And I think the numbers should tell the people that we don't want you any longer. Yeah. You have to go and come back. But thumbs up to Francis Xavier. Great work to him. He's done some good work.
Okay, which other?
Then there was Adenta. Yawabia Samuel's constituency.
And Ramadan.
And Ramadan. Look, I think probably Yawabia Samuel may have taken a lot more on his hands. Somebody might argue and say, if you are elected comms director of your party.
What are you?
But the MPP comms job is a huge job. It is intense. I think that if you take away the chairman and the general secretary, the director of communications is a very, very important person in the party.
But Nana Komia was comms at a point and was MP.
Well, I don't know how
he was one of their best.
I don't know how he managed that, but it looks like Bawumia someone didn't get that mix right. Then he eventually paid. Remember, there were some issues with the roads, and people continue talking about it. He eventually gave them a response. Some work was done on the road, but it looks like they had made up their mind at a point. I don't know what he will be. What next? Does he come back again? What does it? I don't know, but we'll have to see what happens to him in that constituency. And there were, I thought Ododo, even though it didn't flip, the drama around Ododo was enough to have you keeping your eye on from the peace walk a few weeks ago that turned very bloody to the incident on the day. Remember our colleague Nia Ikwe and the episode at the City Engineering polling station, then Neil Van der Poel's arrest. And then to top it all off, the episode involving the president and Bannerman.
The campaign, the last campaign, the wrongful calling of.
But it was a tough run. But I think Neil Van der Poel has shown a lot of skill, resilience, toughness to see this through. I read Neil Bannerman's statement earlier saying that, look, he gave it all. He
did quite well.
He did well. He got 34,000. Neil Van der Poel got 41,000.
Yes. Because that seat is, the NPP has won that seat only once.
Yes.
The NDC has had that seat. And I kept saying from the beginning, I'm not sure the NPP, the Ododo was ready for the MPP to take over that seat, and it showed in the polls. But good fight from the Honorable Neil Bannerman. Congratulations for you. Good fight. We didn't see any serious violence there, and I think the two
of course, honorable mention to the race at Ayawaso West were gone.
Yes.
That was dramatic. But in the end, I look at John Dumelo's numbers, and I am very impressed.
Yes.
To get 37,000 as against Lydia Lassen's 39,000, that's impressive. A first-timer going down, fighting, campaigning, and pushing hard and seeing this through to the very end. I think John Dumelo deserves a lot of plaudits. I don't know when he'll come back. I don't know if he'll come back or not. He's still young. He may want to give it another go. I don't know if Lydia Lassen may want to contest, but we've seen a lot of first-timers not get it right. But I think John can say he got everything right. I think it's a constituency that maybe it's tough to please. I don't know, but I think his numbers were very impressive, and he gets my vote for the first timer of the election. I think he did really
I think he did great. And people keep saying that we should stop saying that because Lydia Hassan too just took over
from
course.
2 years
husband
ago.
and just a year, and also is new to the race. But they both did great, but for me, Dumelo did fantastic, and better luck to him. And next time, Tema East, we have a few more minutes to go. I think 2 minutes or so to Tema East, Titus Glover.
Wow, this was a bit of a shock, but it wasn't too much of a shock. Titus Glover once won a parliamentary election with 3 votes. 3, 1, 2, 3. When he defeated Kempes Ofosuware at the time. Last 4 years was a wider gap, but it looks like this year it just didn't work out for Titus Glover, and he lost his seat. Before the election, we saw him showing his musical side, and with
and a campaign. What song was it? I forgot it.
He was doing his rendition of a Shatawale song.
That's right.
But yes, it looks like he met a very strong contender in Isaac Odampton, and Isaac Odampton, who's now the new MP, really did prove that he was up for the task. He has a lot of work on his hands because it's taking the NDC a strong effort to win Tema East. They've lost it with slimmer margins, but he has managed to win with a very huge margin, and we wait to see what he'll bring to the table.
Right, Nathan Kwao, thank you so much. Before I go, I think a number of messages asking that we announce the Ashanti regional presidential results. So for the Ashanti region certified presidential results, the MPP had 1.795824, so 1,795,824, coming up to 71.77%, and then the NDC had 653,149, coming up to 26.1%. This is a special coverage of the election. This is the Election Bureau. Thank you so much for joining us, Vivian Kai Loko, as well as Nathan Kwao. This block ends now, but continues in a few minutes with Omar Sanda and the rest of the team. Don't go away. This is a place to be to get everything you need to know on the presidential as well as the parliamentary elections. But for me, it's goodbye.
Welcome again to the Election Bureau. Once again, this is the GH Election Blitz with me, Emmanuel Sapon. And you know the business. Anytime I come to your screens, I'm here to bring you the highlights on what's going on the world of social media in regards to the ongoing Ghana elections. It's day 2. We should know everybody's smoothness level. But in the meantime, some results have been declared in some constituency. And one of the constituencies that was one to watch was the Ayawaso West constituency. And guess what? It was a heels versus boots agenda right there, because Lydia Alassane was going head-to-head with John Dumelo. And guess who took the day? Lydia. And social media did not spare John Dumelo at all. And someone, Michael Schofield, said John Dumelo moved from Eyezu to Eyesu. Oh my goodness. Asabri says someone is using the laptop he got Mr. Dumelo to do John Dumelo agenda. Okay, NDC, would you stand next year? And that is the reaction of Dumelo's face, according to Impulse Buy-in. Saibu says, I hear John Dumelo is going around to take back all the corona rice he distributed. At this time, sure say the rice finished. Bernard says, I Claire, viewing Ayawaso West from afar. Laptop collection mood activated. Spider-Man Jomoro say. My oh my. Alright, so Kobe Katili says, after what has happened to Dumelo, no, you still believe politics is about popularity? LOL. Hey, my leader be hard pass. Yes, indeed. I think you could call this boots for Hughes, and Hughes definitely took the day. Son of Julius says, Gatters thems or Dumelo tier. But still, my leader Lasham simple. Hey, women go show you. The agenda never stops. Beyond Control says, John Dumelo in your left and Ghana Dimu. You're right. All right. Papi Kojo says, I'm with you, Mr. Dumelo. I cried in 2016, but I am with you. So those of you remember what happened to Papi Kojo in 2016, he had quite a number of popular songs during that season, during that era, and he didn't get a single award. I think a nomination at the 2016 Ghana Music Award. So he's definitely understanding how Mr. Dumelo is feeling right now. So yeah, that's about it for Dumelo's tweets, and back to you. Oh, but wait, before that, some people actually believe that John Dumelo, though might have lost the seat at Ayawaso West, he might just pass on to be the first deputy member of parliament elect and Ayawaso West vocal constituency. This is according to Thought Pillow. So as you can see there, he says, congratulations, John Dumelo. So there you have it. Unfortunately, John Dumelo couldn't take over the seat. So my leader gets to retain the seat fully, since their husband passed away.
Don't talk much. Yeah, I just show action.
Man, Charlie, don't mess with Ghanaians, man. Don't mess with Ghanaians, man. I don't know how John Dumelo is feeling right now. Maybe, just maybe, after we watch this video. All right, now another thing that we realized on social media was that the Bawumia effect has happened in the northern sector of the country, because we've seen a number of flip-flops where constituencies that were naturally NDC strongholds have now been flip-flopped into Bawumia strongholds.
Hey, assemble.
Exactly, the Bawumia effect has taken full control in the north, where the MPP has fortunately gained some seats in there, and social media went bizarre because they are giving credit to Bawumia's effect ever since he became the vice president of the current president, which is Nana Akufo-Addo. And this is what some of you had to say.
Alright, so let's do some Bawumia reactions, and starting off with that, we have Manche B. Ago, and he says, from the figures coming from the northern regions, Vice President Bawumia clearly won us the election. He's proving himself. Okay, Nibasak says the northern region is now a stronghold for the MPP. Bawumia effect, north is falling for MPP. Alright, Lord Kujo, or from our own Franklin Kujo of Imani, Africa, irrespective of who wins, it's clear that Bawumia is the greatest asset for the MPP. You dump him and say bye to progress. He must begin to be more assertive though. Dennis says, Bawumia really worked for the north there. Give Showboy. MPP getting more votes than 2016. If we reach Kumasi, then we sorry. Hey, who? That's right. Olivania says the MPP must consolidate their gains in the northern regions by giving Bawumia the north to lead in 2024. His effect on the trend of votes in the regions has been tremendous. Fantastic guy, great impact. Thoughts Pillow again says the way Bawumia is getting funds, they're mad. Oh.
All right, so there you have it. Bawumia effects all throughout the northern region. Let's see how it fares in the total elections for the presidency. All right, now moving on to other exciting content on social media. What we saw identified on social media: skirt and blouse. Now, this is the first time for some people you are hearing this. What is skirt and blouse? I mean, you've seen it in the trends. You're wondering what it's about. I'm going to speak to someone who is going to tell us in layman terms what skirt and blouse voting means.
So the skirt and blouse voting is a kind of system where a voter decides to vote for two different candidates belonging to two different political parties. So, for example, in the Constituency, where we have Citi FM, Citi TV, a voter decides that I'm going to vote in this general election. When the voter goes, the voter decides to vote for the presidential elections. When he looks at the candidates in the particular presidential election, the voter decides to vote for GhElections in that particular election for president. In the same constituency where the voter is also supposed to, or is expected to vote for a parliamentary candidate. But in voting for the parliamentary candidate, this time he didn't vote for the candidate belonging to the GhElections party. He decides that he's going to vote for a parliamentary candidate belonging to the CPP. In this case, that particular voter has decided to go for the skirt and blouse. So instead of voting for GhElections presidential and GhElections parliamentary, he goes for GhElections presidential, CPP parliamentary. So this is what we mean by skirt and blouse anytime we talk about it in the news or we talk about it during our analysis.
All right, now this is the first time you are hearing the word, or you're hearing these words, skirt and blouse. Some of you tweeted by saying, for example, 1,000 says skirt and blouse everywhere. Electorate voting based on works and not family ties or brand, and that's a win. Rexford Kingsley also said, "Shall not be small skirt and blouse menace vote." And then Selby also says that I like the skirt and blouse voting. Certain areas are no longer strongholds. If you don't work for the people, then you will leave the seat. And then Kwan Jr. or Style says, so the skirt and blouse, them they vote who go where am. Now, I want to call this international news sort of, because this man who is quite popular, for those of you who know Ovation magazine, his name is Dele Mamudu, unfortunately happened to be on the bad side of Ghanaians, because I think he poked his nose into businesses that are not his. And in the tweet, as you can see, he talked about the fact that lights have gone off in some areas when the counting of votes was underway, and Ghanaians did not spare him at all. So let us take you through some of the reactions that came our way when he tweeted that. Well, on to some Dele Mamudu tweets or reactions. Bernard Kweku Okai says, stick to interviewing #BB Niger contestants. That's your field. Ouch. Kobe Dexter says, no brother bomb me past Dele Mamudu. He won't think about his country. No wonder the video called him my guy. Right. Lumbamba says, lights have been going off all over in Nigeria. We don't see you tweet about it. Rest. Queen Kali says, Dele Mamudu needs to mind his business and focus on his country. All right, so there you have it. Entertaining reactions all through right here on the Election Bureau. Don't forget that the hashtag is Election Bureau, and also you could hashtag GhElections. When you tweet at us, you can tweet at me at Olele Salvador on Twitter, everywhere, anywhere, social media, and also at Citi TV GH. Don't forget Citi 97.3, which is also the radio wing of the Election Bureau production. Till I come your way with some more, don't forget to keep the conversation going, to keep the interactions popping, and guess what? You just might appear on TV. See you next time.
It's 18 minutes past 12 a.m. on Wednesday, December 9. We are still counting down to the declaration of the result of the elections of 2020 here in the Republic of Ghana. Wherever you're watching us from, this must be across the continent. It's definitely on DSTV across the country. You're watching us on all the all the digital platforms that we have available, or you're also listening to us on radio on 97.3 Citi FM or the affiliate stations across the country, or via the Citi Newsroom app or the Citi Newsroom website. You're welcome to our coverage. My name is Umaru Sanda Amadu, and we are here until we bring you some meaningful results to help you make sense of the elections of 2020. I know you may have not been able to sleep. You've been trying to follow all the results as we bring them to you. On your screens, you can see the percentage of what we've gathered so far. But the Electoral Commission has helped us in that the EC this time around, instead of waiting for results to come through the fax machines at the headquarters or the strong room, they have resorted to what they call regional coalitions. And these coalitions are out, and we may be having results sooner than you expected. I'm in studio with Bernard Kokwable, who is doing the numbers for us. Bernard, how is it going?
For me, or for EC, or for you, or for NDC, or for MPP?
First of all, for the country.
Wow, I think we've shown the world that we are a good democracy, because this is serious business. I mean, we've had countries where after the voting, some presidents are saying they should stop the count and all kinds of things. And here, people have said a lot of things, but I think we are all in the right place and we are waiting. So I think we are all learning, we'll mature, and our democracy would win at the end.
The president hasn't spoken. The former president, though, has spoken. You think that means something that...
Oh, no, not really. I mean, look, the president's people have spoken, right? Information Minister held a press conference. The MPP has been speaking. NDC has been speaking. The truth is that because the EC hasn't finally spoken, there's a lot of room for things to be said. And of course, if these people didn't speak, your program would be much more boring.
That's true, that's true. And boy, have they been speaking. They've been saying so many things. We'll be bringing you excerpts of some of the relevant ones for the conversation. But what I'm sure you want to know is who is winning the election. Bernard, what are the results looking like? And these are the results that have been certified by the Electoral Commission and uploaded on our portal.
Okay, I need to do a couple of things. The EC sent a statement out telling everybody to hold on and be patient, and that they will not announce the result at 5 o'clock. I think that statement is very important.
That was early in the day of Tuesday.
It was captioned, Electoral Commission urges general public to remain calm as it prepares to declare 2020 results. Let me just read that again for the purpose of those who haven't seen it. It says, this comes to inform the general public that the Commission is still receiving results from the regional coalition centers. Currently, the Commission has received 14 results from the regional coalition centers, with 2 outstanding, right? The Commission is working with agents of the political parties at the National Coalition Center at the head office of the Commission. The agents are reviewing all results prior to certification by the chairperson of the Commission, who is the returning officer for the presidential election. The Commission urges the general public to remain calm. The Commission intends to post all certified presidential results on its website. The Commission apologizes for its inability to declare the presidential results at 5 p.m. as planned. We, however, want to assure the public that the process of collating results have been transparent, fair, and participatory. It has involved political party agents at all levels, at the polling station, constituency, coalition centers, regional coalition centers, and the National Coalition Center. So you've seen there 4 levels. Let me just end with last 2 paragraphs. At the time of issuing this release, 2 representatives each of the political parties, including representatives of the NDC, are at the Commission, working with the Commission staff at the National Coalition Center. The process is going on well. We wish to assure the public that contrary to speculation being put out by sections of the public, the process has been seamless and collaborative. The Commission will declare the election as soon as it receives results from the remaining 2 regional collation centers. So guys, 14 collation centers have been received.
Out of 16.
They are waiting for 2. Meanwhile, the Commission has released results for 7 regions on 8 social media platforms.
So key things, the EC is collaborating with the agents of the respective political parties before coming out with these collated figures. And these collated figures, once they are ready, we just have to do an addition and we know what it is. But again, it's the EC chairperson who is the returning officer of this election who will be making this declaration. So these are the key things that they're saying to us. And also saying to us that we don't need to really be in haste because they're working and it has to be an effort-driven program that would result in proper results. So which regions have they been able to?
You need to know that this is a different process from what has been in the past. Where in the past, from a polling station, you go to constituency. From constituency, they send the results to national. So the commission chairperson would be waiting for 275 pieces of evidence to collate and announce. Now she's added a new layer. But what that does is that it decentralizes the election results. Because if 14 out of 16 regions have announced their results, all you need to do is to do the sums, okay? So in a way, it's become more decentralized. So you have polling center, constituency, region, national, which is the reason why this is delayed a bit. The other point is that because the polling stations were increased to 38,000, your queues were shorter, but the units of addition at the collation center were longer, which is why as of 2 a.m. we didn't get results as of yesterday. So we need to understand some of the things, I won't call them problems, but essentially the nuances of the new system. So what the new system does is that by the time she's announcing the final result, if you've seen the 16 announcements, you kind of know where this is headed. The good news is she says they've received 14. Now she says they put out 7 on their social media platforms. Now, we have seen some of what they've put out. So I have Upper West.
Okay.
We have Volta. I've seen Ahafo. I have seen Bono. I've seen Oti. But that's not 7. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So we have 5. It's actually on their social media platforms. So we should be able to, let me see how many I have here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Which regions do you have?
So I can just list, I think it's the same. I have Upper West.
Upper West.
Volta.
That's also, I have that.
I have Ahafo.
I also have Ahafo.
Bono.
I have Bono.
Then I have Oti.
Oti. So that's 5.
And then I have Northeast.
Oh, you have Northeast.
Yes.
What else do you have?
Yeah, so these are the ones.
So you have 6.
Yes, I have 6. And they said they've issued 7.
So it means it's coming.
We'll try to pull down.
So essentially, we'll show you this on the screen shortly. Basically, what has happened is that we have about half of the results almost ready. Okay. So essentially, as soon as the final 2 come and all the agents agree, they will sit down and let's add it. Don't forget that addition can lead to problems. Don't forget, some people said you add 1 plus 1. Yes. It depends on whether you're adding in base 2 or you're adding in base 10. So
it's not as simple as it looks.
No, but I mean, it should be simple.
It's a numbers thing again.
It should be simple. It should be simple. I think sometimes we complicate things by all the statements we make, press conferences and things. This should be simple in theory, but I know that it's not as simple as it is in practice. So what do we have in terms of Upper West?
So let's look at the results that are coming through from the coalition that has been done. And let me just quickly say that while they are issuing this on their social media platforms, the EC is also having its regional directors call press conferences, read press conferences. They read these things out to journalists. We've received the report from Volta, not Volta region, Eastern region. We received Ashanti region. We've taken one from Eastern region.
I actually think even in the Ashanti declaration, our correspondent made sure the officer repeated the numbers, and so the media has been a key part of this process. So we've seen Western, we've seen Ashanti,
we've seen Eastern.
Because of the way the system works, I'm not sure they could have held a press conference in all 16 regions because some don't have the connectivity. Certainly Ashanti does. Probably Greater Accra would do as well. So
let me bring you Upper West now. So it has listed all the 12 candidates on the ballot as you were issued on 7th December. It's a certified 2020 presidential election results, Upper West. Number 1, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. political party NPP. Total votes obtained 121,230. Now, they did not give percentages, they just gave the raw figures here. So, Nana Akufo-Addo, 121,230. This is for Upper West. John Mahama, Upper West, 238,972. 238,972. That's John Mahama for Upper West. Now, Gum or Christian Kwabena Andrews, 2,240, and he has become our default third candidate in this election. Ayawaso Kwabena Green Street of the CPP, 640, 640, and the results are actually on your screen. You can follow as I bring them to you. From the top, Nana Akufo-Addo, John Dramani Mahama, Christian Kwabena Andrews, now Kwabena Ayawaso Green Street. Equiadonko with the GFP, 360 for the whole of Upper West region. Henry Herbert Lati, 354 for the Upper West region. Hassan Ayariga of the APC, 487. That's how many he polled. Percival Kofi Akpalu polled 742. That's the total for the Upper West region.
Okay,
David.
now, so Sander, if you can run through the numbers again, it will really help us.
Okay, fantastic. So I'll just take it from the top. In order of appearance on the ballot paper that you were issued, Nana Akufo-Addo having been number one on that ballot, he polled 121,230 votes in the Upper West region. 121,230 votes in the Upper West region. That's Nana Akufo-Addo's total votes for the Upper West region. John Dramani Mahama's total votes for the Upper West region, and he seems to be in lead in that particular region, 238,972. 238,972. That's John Mahama in Upper West. Chirabosom, 2,240. That's Gum. Then Ayawaso Kwabena Green Street of CPP, 640. Equiadonko of GFP, 360. Henry Herbert Lati of the GCPP, 354. Hassan Ayariga of the APC, 487. Kofi Akpalu, 742. Now, David Apasera of the PNC, 2,794. Now, it's critical that you look at David Apasera's performance and the PNC's performance in Upper West region. David Apasera, PNC, 2,794. He has done better than all the other smaller political parties because of Golu, very significant.
The Sisala area.
The Sisala West constituency is the home constituency of the man who led the PNC at the time when they were in power. Bridget Akosia Jogbenuko of the PPP, 328. Nana Konedo Ajman Rawlings of the NDP, 406. And Alfred Kwame Asedu Walker, who did a significant job there in the Upper West region, 1,094. So those are the results.
There are two ways of analyzing these results. You can either decide to allocate percentages to say, of the valid vote cast, what percentage Nana Akufo-Addo get and what percentage John Dramani Mahama get. That's one way of analyzing this. But the simpler way, in my view, is to do what I call a delta analysis. So just write in your book MPP in one column, NDC in another column, and write Upper West in the left. Subtract the smaller from the bigger. So take...
Bernard, now you're making us do ADMA. So let me try that. So you do a table?
Yes. So just write Upper West as the item, and then MPP, and then NDC. Because MPP is 1, NDC is 2. So Upper West is your first row. Now, the difference between John Mahama and Nana Akufo-Addo is 238,972 minus 121,230. So the net votes for John Mahama for Upper West is 117,742.
117,000.
742. So Upper West, your net gain 117,742. Write that in your column. Then you come to your Volta. Run through the Volta numbers. Then we'll do the same. So if the NDC, if what happens is that if Mahama's number is bigger in the region, you just put it in the NDC column. If Nanado's number is bigger, put it in the MPP column. So when you finish, just add the deltas. The net vote is the difference between NDC and MPP.
NDC and MPP.
The one with the bigger number has won in terms of the lead. Now, the length of the size of the lead, that's where percentages come in. If the lead is above 50%, then it's a first round victory for the person. If it's below, then you have a runoff. You know what I'm saying?
So this is a national picture you're looking at after everything comes through.
Because the guys upstairs in the data room are actually calculating the percentages, because we need to know how well the small parties did. But I'm sitting here, I don't have all the time, so I'm just giving you a delta analysis.
Okay.
So far, Mahama has 117,742 plus in the upper west column. Mention the Volta, we'll do the net for the Volta column.
Okay, so let me take you to Volta region. Nana Akufo-Addo again, number 1 on the ballot, and his results come first. Total votes obtained 100,481.
So I'd like you to do it this way: 100,481.
Okay.
So that those at home can also write it.
Fantastic. So let me pronounce it in the normal words: 100,481, or 100,481. That's Nana Akufo-Addo, 100,481. John Mahama, home region, Volta, not strong region rather, stronghold, 606,508. That's 606,508. Bernard, I would have to suspend the mentioning of these figures because we have to dash to the Electoral Commission headquarters. We may actually not need to continue with this calculation. It appears we may be getting something significant coming from
Let's go straight.
Electoral Commission headquarters. So let me take you there. Jean Mensah and her team ready.
Jean Mensah, flanked by her deputies, Dr. Bosman Eric Asari, Deputy Chairman, Corporate Services, and to her right, Mr. Samuel Titi, Deputy Chairman, Operations. Madam Chair, we'll go straight to the presentation, respectfully. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me now? Hold on. I think the mic is on. Okay. So thank you very much for coming to the commission at short notice. We thought that it would be important to meet with you, to brief you on some issues that have arisen during the course of this evening. And I'm referring particularly to the Commission's inability to declare the results as planned at 5 p.m. today. I think the Commission had intended and had indicated its intention and willingness to declare the 2020 presidential election at 5 p.m. today. That is within 24 hours after the general election. However, we experienced quite a number of challenges, making it difficult for us to fulfill this promise. And what had happened was the unexpected rain that occurred in many parts of the country yesterday resulted in a number of voting interrupted. And the result was that long after voting, some centers had to continue their voting. And this led to some delays with voting and the subsequent collation of results. Naturally, this had an impact on our plans in the sense that our officers could not collate the results and forward them to the appropriate locations as planned. Secondly, we also experienced some challenges with the rain, and particularly in some of our areas in the hinterlands, but Western North to be precise. It was difficult for our officers to travel to the regional capital and to send the results there. So this led to some substantial delays, resulting in our receiving the results late. And this explains why the Commission was not able to release and declare the results as promised at 5 p.m. today. It's important to emphasize that the process is ongoing. As we speak, the Commission has received 14 out of the 16 regional results. We have the National Collation Center where we've had representatives of the political parties since yesterday. We have 2 reps for each party, and they are working with our own staff. As the results come in, the party representatives review them against what they themselves have received from the regions. And once they are satisfied that the results that have come to us from the regions is a true reflection of what they have received, they then append their signatures to it before the results are brought to my attention. As returning officer of the 2020 presidential elections, I then certify these results. Out of the 14 results received, we have certified 7 to date. Till this point, we believe that by the end of the evening, we would have certified the remaining 7. We are expecting to receive the 2 in the early hours of this morning, that making up the 16, and then it will put us in a good place to declare the results. We've also put the 7 results that we've certified, received, approved, and certified on the various social media platforms and the website of the Commission. So we are treating the citizenry to visit our websites and our social media platforms to review the results of the 7 regions that have so far been certified. It is important to note, and there may have been speculations of some attempts to manipulate the results. This is false. I think the process that we have is a very transparent and participatory process. And I think any interested Ghanaian is aware that at the polling station, we have the political party agents with our officials at the polling station. At the end of the election, at the polling station level, parties then count the results, they collate them, and they document them on the face of the pink sheets, the statement of poll, and the agents of the parties then sign on to this. From the polling station level, the results are sent to the constituency collation centers, again in the presence of the political party agents. And at the constituency collation centers, all the results coming in from the various polling stations are collated and put on the face of the pink sheet and signed on to by all the agents of the political parties. This is a very transparent and participatory process and involves both the Electoral Commission's officials and the political parties. This year, we have introduced a new level of transparency and inclusiveness. And what we have done is to introduce a regional collation center. So unlike the previous elections where constituency collation results were sent straight to the National Collation Center here at the head office, constituency results are sent to the Regional Collation Center. And there also we have the full involvement of the representatives of the political parties. So what happens is that every region collates all the constituencies in that particular region. And therefore, if a region has 20 constituencies, you find on the regional collation sheet the summary, the details of 20 constituency results. Additionally, we also have the regional summary sheet, and you find a summary of 20 constituency results. And this also involves the political parties in the sense that they approve this, they verify the information that is transported onto the collation sheets at the regional level, and they append their signature to it. So this is the level of participation of the political parties, making it impossible for anybody to rig an election. And therefore, if there may have been speculations out there in the public space in the last few hours, we entreat the public to ignore it, because the political parties append their signatures to these, collation sheets, regional collation sheets, starting from the polling station to the constituency and then to the region before it is sent to the National Collation Center. At the National Collation Center, I believe some of you may have witnessed what happens there. We find you have the representatives of the political parties who, when the results come in from the regions, they review it and verify it against what they themselves have received from their own agents. And once they are happy with it, they append their signatures to it before it is brought to the office of the chairperson for certification. It is only after that that the results are projected on our website or shared with the general public. So this is the level of participation that we see. It is important to emphasize that this year the results are still coming in the good old fax way and by email. And so what we are getting is not just numbers coming through some transmission, but there are photographs and images of the pink sheets and the collation sheets. And so at the National Collation Center, the results that are coming in are the regional collation sheet and the regional summary sheet. All of them are signed by the agents of the political parties. And this is what we have, and this is what is presented to the political parties before certification by the chair. So we thought that it's important to express our regrets for our inability to organize the declaration at 5 p.m. as planned. This is what had happened. The unexpected rains and some of the challenges that we experienced as a result of the rain. And indeed, some challenges that had occurred at the collation center made it difficult for us to declare the results as expected. We are hoping that we are hoping that in the early hours of this morning we'll receive 2 additional results and we'll thereafter be able to make the declaration sometime tomorrow. It's also important, in the past, the issue of parliamentary results was something that was declared at the constituency level. We've noticed that there's been some confusion about the number of seats in parliament, and we assure you that tomorrow we will make this information available to you as to the number of seats in parliament, which party has which number of seats, how many independent candidates we have in parliament, to put the issue of the number of seats parties have in parliament to rest. We are collating this. Currently, the information is going out on our website, but this is some information that we'll share with you tomorrow so that we can put that matter to rest. We entreat you to ignore some of the speculations and allegations that have gone out. We can actually give you copies of the sheets as they come in from the Regional Collation Center. They are not numbers that come through a channel, as I mentioned, or through some transmission lines. They are just images and photographs of the signed collation sheets that come from the regions. And these are approved and signed by the political parties. So we thought that we should put this matter to rest and to allay the fears of the public of anything untoward happening. We have received 14 results from the regions. They are all at the National Collation Center. The Commission cannot certify these results. And it's important to note that the Commission cannot certify these results without, and of course the parties approve it. They take it round for them to look at. And once that process is satisfied, it comes up to the Commission. So it's a bottom-up approach where you have parties looking at it and approving it and comparing it to the information that they already have from their agents at that level. And it is after that it is brought to the Commission for certification and made public. So this is the process, and we thought that it would be important to highlight some of these processes to allay the fears of Ghanaians that anything untoward is happening. We entreat you. You are our media partners. Many of you have walked this journey with us, and you know this process very well. So we also entreat you that together with the Commission, let us educate the citizenry and share this information to those who may not be aware of it. Because I think the peace of this country should be paramount. And the truth is what should stand at the end of the day. And so we entreat you as partners who have walked this journey with us to highlight some of these issues and to inform the political parties about it. And maybe as a way of enabling you to see what happens, it may be important to share the pink sheets and put them on the website as they appear. What we've done now is to, try to take out the information and put it in templates. But I think this evening, the 7 sheets, the 7 results that have been declared, we will take those pink sheets, collation sheets, and also put them on the website so that it also provides you with some information as to how these things come about. So we'd like to thank you very much for coming at short notice, and we look forward to engaging with you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Very well said. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, the floor is open, but just a few questions, maybe just about two of them. Just about two questions, in view of the time. It's past 12 midnight. So, okay.
Which time exactly will the declaration be made?
Exactly. We are not out of the woods yet, so you need to.
Sonia, Mrs. Abba, can you? I think he's asked his question. You can give it to the next person.
Actually, it's linked, but you were saying tomorrow, and when I check my time, we are already in tomorrow. So, Madam Chair, for clarity, which tomorrow are you referring to? A Wednesday?
Tomorrow.
Or a Thursday?
Tomorrow.
Because today is it's past 12.
Okay, that's good to know. So
yes.
I think Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday.
We are not able to give the exact time. I think that because you are on our platform, once the information goes, we would share it with you, provide you with enough time for you to, adequately participate.
I think your intervention has been quite plausible. So keep it up. And is there anything else we can get in terms of just the things you put on the platform with what you just told us in highlight forms so that we can also share on our platform as well? Thank you very much.
I said two questions.
Madam Chair, you did mention that so far 14 have been received, remaining 2. Are you able to clarify where these regions or which regions are these and why the results are not yet in? And then secondly, initially in the course of the day, we saw that there were social media updates, but a lot of Ghanaians are asking questions. The results that have been published are just that of people or parliamentary candidates who have won. Why is that the case? Shouldn't all the data be represented for Ghanaians to appreciate how each candidate is performing? Why just the people winning constituencies being put out on social media?
Thank you very much.
I think at the moment we have 14, but we have 2 regions, Bono East and the Northern region, whose results we are yet to receive. And I think that we've had some challenges, as you know, in Bono East, in Techiman, and this has, left our staff a little apprehensive, and so there's a bit of, tension in the environment, and so they are not able to move about freely, and this has resulted in, the delays. We are hoping that they assured us that things have normalized, and we believe that they will feel confident enough to move around, so we expect that we should get the results later on today. Additionally, in the northern region, we had an instance where there was some challenge to some polling station where I think there had been one person, an overvote by 1. And I think that one of the parties had requested, because there was an overvote by 1, the whole election should be annulled. And that resulted in, some discussions the whole day. So it also led to the delay. But I believe those issues have been resolved, and we hope that, as we have mentioned, later on today we should be able to, have the full complement of the results. It's important that, I think we try to, inform the public about the process. That unlike the constituency results, which would come in at random. So if one can come in from Central, one can come in from Volta, one can come in from Uti. In this case, you had to have the results in its totality. And therefore, if you had 40 constituencies or 45 constituencies and one was delaying, you couldn't send us the regional collation sheet, because you are not sending us constituency results anymore. You are sending us the collation on a sheet. And once you have 45 and you have only one delaying, it holds you back. Whilst this is a more simplified process, because the commission is dealing with only 16 results that have gone through 3 processes, polling station, constituency, and regional, you may have the challenge of one constituency or one polling station in a constituency holding you back. And it may result in a delay because you are unable to then send your collation form and your summary sheet. So this is what, had led to some of the delays. But as I mentioned, we hope that, during the course of today, we should be able to get the two regions. I think you also mentioned the information that we've put out, that it's been of candidates who have won. Usually the parliamentary is declared at the constituency level. I think this is the first time that we see that once it's declared, there's no issue and it's all dealt with down there. But it's something that we are working on. And I believe that apart from, we thought that immediately let's get the snapshots of those who had won in each constituency. But in addition to that, we have the candidates per each constituency showing the percentage and the total number of votes they garnered, in that constituency. And that is also coming up. I believe that, by the close of day tomorrow, we should have a clear picture of all the parliamentary seats, the number of persons who contested, the results they garnered, and the percentage, and so on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Israel, I with Joy News. So in the past or in previous elections, the Electoral Commission has been able to project or determine or declare the results without necessarily having the full complement of the results from all the constituencies. From what you're telling us, it appears you have just about 2 constituencies outstanding. Why don't we go ahead, or can't you determine or declare the results without waiting for these 2 constituencies from the way you're putting it?
There are 2 regions.
Okay, 2 regions. But 2 regions with 2 constituencies that you're saying have issues.
Yeah. Is that, we haven't received the regional reports. If it does happen that you have all, let's say, 15 regions, and then you have the 16th region with a constituency having an issue, it's a different thing. But at the moment, we haven't received results from 2 regions. Okay. And we are expecting to receive that later on today.
Yeah, even though, from what you're telling us, these regions have received virtually all the constituencies except maybe 1 or 2. That's the point I'm making. So if we're using the previous model, you probably would have been able to, you probably would have 273 constituencies to declare the results. That's why I'm saying, do you really want to stick to the original plan of having the full complement of the region where you have 273 and you can declare?
I think for that question, the Commission has made it very clear that we will declare the results this morning. We will do our very best today before the close. So this is today, so we will do it. The 2 regions one has 18 constituencies, and the other one has 11 constituencies, making, I think, 29 constituencies. When the time comes for the Commission to declare, and let's say the one with 18 constituencies, 17 of them are ready, 16 of them are ready, and the other one with about 11, 10, or let's say 9 are ready. And we do the analysis and we realize that the remaining constituencies will not affect the outcome of the elections. Then what it means is that we'll go ahead and declare. And as a Commission, we'll come back to revise the numbers once we have them available. And this is a standard thing which is done an election. So that's what we are going to do. So as a commission, we are committed to declaring the results today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also soon we'll come to the end of this press briefing. Shall we seal it with the word of prayer? Father, in the name of Jesus, I want to thank you for a successful press briefing. Father, I want to thank you for the gift of life. Father, I want to thank you for a successful and peaceful election. We pray that you guide, and protect us always. These and other blessings we ask in the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. We pray with thanksgiving. Amen and amen. God bless. Shall we please make
So we just heard the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the updates as to the position of the Electoral Commission on the status of proceedings as it stands now. It would be recalled that the Electoral Commission from the very beginning set upon itself a 24-hour timeline within which it was going to declare the election results. This was not, the Commission was not able to do this as of 5 p.m. on the 8th of December. And so, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Madam Jean Mensah, at this press conference, just gave the reason why the Commission was unable to declare the results as it had previously intended or announced. According to the information that we have just received, the Commission was challenged by some rainfall recorded in some constituencies across the country, which also, in effect, also delayed the voting process. You recall also that the election had to be extended in some parts of the country, in some constituencies, and so this delayed the collation, the counting, the counting of the results, and then the collation of the results at those polling stations, translating into a delay at the constituency level. And so, one of the reasons the Commission has not been able to keep up with its own timelines. There's also the question of how much the Electoral Commission has received as of this dawn, as we speak now. The information available to us per this press conference is that the Electoral Commission has received 14 results from the 14 regions out of the 16 that we have. And so it would mean that the Commission is unable to deliver a complete declaration if it is to go ahead now. Per the information we have, these two regions would have to come in before they can give us the results. Out of these 14, our understanding also is that 7 regions, the results of 7 regions have been certified. Well, some of these results we have already shared with our viewers and our listeners. But now the Commission is waiting for the two to come in. The assurance we are getting again from the Commission is that these two expected to come in the early hours of the day. So the Commission is still expecting to be able to declare the results within today. Now, there's also the question of whether or not the Commission has plans or is intending to or is trying to manipulate the election results in any manner. Another assurance that we have just had from the chairperson of the Commission, well, an assurance that she has consistently relayed at almost every platform that she has found herself, is that there is heavy involvement of the various political parties in the entire process. And by that involvement, it becomes difficult for the Electoral Commission or any assigned of the Electoral Commission to, on their own, manipulate the election results in any manner. There are representatives of the various political parties at the polling station level, translates to the constituency collation center level, also translates into the regional collation level, and finally at the national collation center level. At each of these levels, there are representatives of the various political parties who are keeping watch and ensuring that the interests of their political parties are preserved. And so it is practically impossible, according to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, for the Commission or any of its assigns to manipulate the process for or against any particular candidate. And so as it stands now, we can say that this is the renewed promise that we have received from the Electoral Commission, that today, the 9th of December, we are expecting the Commission to be able to give us the full declaration of the 2020 presidential election results. Also, we are expecting the Commission later today, to tell us which political party has won how many seats in Parliament. Well, listeners and viewers would have noticed that both the NDC and the NPP are claiming majority seats in Parliament. Well, depending on who mounts what podium, you would have the various political parties claiming that they hold a majority in Parliament. The Commission says it is going to put a rest to this particular back and forth, and to have a clear way, announce clearly which party holds a majority in the 8th Parliament, as will be inaugurated on the 7th of January 2021. From the headquarters of the Electoral Commission here in Accra, I am Sixtus Dongulo, and I revert to number 11, Dr. Martin Lu.
Indeed, thank you very much. Sixtus Dongulo has been covering the Electoral Commission for us from day one. And it's exciting to hear the Electoral Commission chairperson, Jean Mensah, speak there. If you've been following the social media space and even the traditional media space and all the press conferences and the counter press conferences, one issue that started from immediately after we finished voting had to do with how many seats have been won by which political party. And it's good to hear the Electoral Commission, even though it's not something they regularly do in electoral years, they're saying to us that in the coming hours, they'll be telling us who has won which seat in which region. That's significant, and that, I believe, should be settling the debate for us, because, of course, every result, if you won as a member of Parliament, that will be only certified by the returning officer for the constituency, and the boss of all the returning officers of the Electoral Commission is the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Bernard. So that settles that particular debate, and so we'll be waiting to see that. But then, of course, we're still looking at
I actually think we can even go and sleep and just wait, because it's very clear that this is how it's going to go in terms of the process. 14 results are in. 7 have been certified. The 7 certified have been circulated. 2 are yet to come in. We've been told which 2 regions are yet to come. I'm told it's the
Bono East and Northern region.
Beautiful. So essentially, by the time those who wake up tomorrow, later today wake up, they'll probably have the other 7 also on the EC's Facebook page. You do the addition, wait for the 2 to be added. When the 2 come in, she announces who's won. So it's pretty simple.
So for anyone joining us now, the Electoral Commission says they've received regional collated sheets for 14 regions out of the 16 regions we have, save Bono East and Northern region. Out of these 14, not all of them have been certified. And certified means not all agents have agreed and officers have agreed that we approve of this result. So 7 is certified. These 7 are which regions?
The 7 certified Upper West region, Volta region, Ahafo region, Bono region, Oti region, Northeast region, and Central region.
Okay, so what we should be doing now is just to give our viewers the top 2, that's Nana Akufo-Addo's votes and John Mahama's votes for all of these 7 regions, so that we don't have to, because honestly, apart from Chi Abosom, who came through and now is pulling a shocker as a 3rd, even though it's a distant 3rd, none of them really impressed that much. So let me just quickly run through the top 2. In Upper West, Nana Akufo-Addo polled 121,230 of the votes. That's 121,230. John Mahama, 238,972. That's 238,972 of the total votes cast in Upper West. Let me take you to Volta region. 100,481 for Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. 100,481. That's 100,481 for Akufo-Addo. For John Dramani Mahama, 606,508. That's 606,508. That's John Dramani Mahama. Ahafo region, 145,584 for Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. 145,584. That's 145,584. For John Mahama is 116,485. So 116,485. That's Ahafo region. Let's go to the neighboring region. Bono, 292,604 for Nana Akufo-Addo. 292,604 for Nana Akufo-Addo. And then John Mahama is 203,329. 203,329. And I'm sure you can see that on your screen. That's in the Bono region. In the Oti region, one of the new babies as well, 103,865 for Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. 103,865. That's the northern part of the old Volta region. Now, John Mahama polls 181,021 votes. 181,021 votes. That's for Oti region. And so the Northeast region, another new region, has 6 constituencies. 122,742 for Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. 122,742 for Nana Akufo-Addo. And John Mahama, 112,306 votes. That's John Mahama's vote for Northeast. Central region, 613,804. 613,804. Nana Akufo-Addo. John Mahama, 538,829. 538,829. So these are the results that have been certified by the Electoral Commission as a regional collated result. Quickly, something you need to look at, and I can just mention and say that, so Central region, Nana Akufo-Addo is in the lead. Northeast region, Nana Akufo-Addo is in the lead. Take note, and we have 7 regions. Then you go to Oti region, John Mahama is in the lead. Oti region, John Mahama is in the lead. Bono region, Nana Akufo-Addo is in the lead. Bono region.
When you say it's in the lead, it's as if you're counting anything. I think what you should say is that based on the certified results for the region, this person
has won
that region.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That makes it easier.
So we can say that Akufo-Addo has won Ahafo region.
on the basis of the results the EC has put out.
Which is the basis for the whole discussion.
Exactly.
So essentially, it has won the
Because there's nothing else to add.
Yes.
You see, if he says in the lead, it means there's some constituency they are going to add.
Fantastic.
So he's not in the lead, he's winning.
Okay, so Akufo-Addo, so let me take it from the Upper West. John Mahama wins Upper West.
Fantastic.
John Mahama wins Upper West. I don't have to mention the figures for you, but he has won Upper West. Volta region, John Mahama has won Volta region. Ahafo region, Nana Akufo-Addo has won Ahafo region. He has swept it, if you like. Bono region, Nana Akufo-Addo has won that region. Nana Akufo-Addo has won Bono region. Oti region, John Mahama has won that region. So John Mahama has won Oti region. Then we go to Northeast region. Northeast region is a new region created by Nana Akufo-Addo. He has won that region. That's something significant to talk about. Central region. Nana Akufo-Addo has won Central region as well. So, Bernard, of the 7 regions, who has won? I mean, I don't know if we should.
I wanted to show you something. So, I wanted to go back to who has won which region. And if you can pick the screen I have, because this is the 2016 situation that we had. I don't know why this is reducing. Sorry. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's gone smaller.
This 2016?
Yes. Just a second. Yes, 2016 for the 16 regions. I wonder how this became smaller.
Okay, we have that on the screen now.
So, Upper West region was won by John Mahama. He got 167,032 votes.
Upper West.
In 2016. 167,032 votes. So you can write that next to your John Mahama figure for 2020.
More than double now.
And in 2016, Nanado got 102,843. So I'm just saying. So let me just take you through the regional who's winning which region first. I'll give you the details.
Okay.
So Upper West was won by John Mahama. He's maintained it. Northeast was won by Nanado. He's maintained it. Right? What's the third region you gave?
I have
Ahafo.
Okay, you can take Ahafo.
Ahafo was won by Nanado.
He maintains that.
He maintains it. Bono, won by Nanado, maintains it. Volta,
John Mahama.
He maintains it. Oti,
John Mahama.
He maintains it. Which other one do you have?
Then we have Central.
Won by Nanado, he maintains it. So the map on the regional basis hasn't changed.
Bernard, Central region, we've been bringing parliamentary results to people.
Yes.
So NDC has won more seats in Central region.
They jumped from 4 to 12. And so
after they crashed from 19, they crashed from 19 to 4.
And then they picked up 8. So they got 4 plus 8 is 12. NPP reduced from 19 to 11. But the margin for MPP is 74,000 votes. So now, let me just tell you this. In 2016, John Mahama had 405,000 votes. Nanado had 496,000. So that was about 90,000 plus. So he has 74,000 plus. So the real story here is the Central region, Nanado holds it, just that he's won it by less than. So it was 90,000 plus for him, it's now 70,000. So that's basically like a 20,000 shrink.
But the story for me, which is exciting, is that the Central region is wearing a skirt and a blouse.
Very interesting.
In this election.
Very interesting. Let's look at Bono. In Bono in 2016, John Mahama had 155,000, Nanado had 243,000. So if you look at it, it was a little below 100,000. Right, so 115,488, and then you have 243,904. So this is around 80-something thousand difference for Bono. So it's essentially the same thing. Okay, I can do the calculation, but because Nanado had 243,904. Okay, and John Mahama had 155,000. So it's a little below 100,000. And now you're seeing the difference this year as well, where Bono there's an 89,000 gap. So it's the same level of gap for Bono as there was. Let's look at Volta. Volta region in 2016, John Mahama had 493,141, and Nanado had 60,802. So you basically have a difference of 430,000 net for Mahama. Now you have 506. so plus 70,000 compared to 2016. So he's done better in Volta than he did in 2016. Okay, so what I'm saying essentially is that Mr. Mohammed's performance in Volta looks more like his 2012 than his 2016. Nanado's performance in Bono is very similar to his 2016. Don't forget the scenarios I did when I did the calculation. Okay, now I'm also telling you that Northeast, let's look at Northeast. Northeast, your difference between John Mahama and Nanado is 10,436 for Nanado.
For this year?
Yes. What happened in 2016? John Mahama had 92,395, Nanado had 94,066. So essentially had less than 2,000 votes difference. It was a dead heat. Nanado had 48.02%, John Mahama had 47.17%. So it was less than 2,000. Now you have a 10,000 difference. So he's gained 8,000 plus.
He has, okay, that's better.
So basically I'm saying that Nanado holds Northeast, but he appreciates. So his percentage will be better. John Mahama holds Volta, he also does better. Nanado holds Bono, it's the same performance.
So these 7 regions,
yes.
You're saying that the results we are seeing in 2020 is not different from 2016 in terms of who won there.
Yes, in terms of who won, the results are the same.
It's been the same.
But in terms of the emphasis, which is why my model said, this election will be determined by 2 things. Whether the performance mirrors 2020 or 2016.
And this looks 2016.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Every region's performance mirrors a different year.
Okay.
So listen carefully.
Yes.
Volta performance looks like they are 2012. Do you understand?
Okay, it varies from region to region.
In 2016, Mahama didn't do well in Volta, but he's done well now like he did in 2012.
So
he's good for him. Bono region, Nanado's performance is like his 2016 performance. It's also good for him. Do you understand my point?
I get you.
Good. And which other region? Northeast. Northeast region, in 2012, Nanado lost it. In 2016, he won it by 2,000, but now he's won it by 10,000. So he's gotten 8,000 net. So he's done better than 2016. Do you follow the logic?
So this is 2016 mirror for him, and it works better for him.
Just for people to get a sense. Yeah. So OT in 2016, John Mahama had 136,000, Nanado had 74,000. What's the difference? That's another 60, because 136 plus 74, if you take out 25, so 25 plus 36, so about 60,000. So in OT region, John Mahama had plus 60,000 in 2016. Now he has plus 77,000, right? So he's got a 10,000 better in terms of his net over Nanado in 2020 than. So listen again carefully. So OT and Volta, Mahama likes what he's seeing there. Northeast and Bono, Nanado likes what he's seeing there. Do you get my point? Let's go to Central Region. Central Region, 2016, John Mahama had 405,262. Nanado had 496,668. That means about 91,000 more for Nanado in 2016. In 2020, you're seeing a 74,000 gap for Nanado. It means Nanado's performance is not as good as 2016. Please, do you follow me?
Yes, I do.
But it's not as bad as 2012, because in 2012, John Mahama won. And what did John Mahama do? In 2012, he got plus 60K in Central. Nanado gets plus 90K in 2016, but then Nanado now gets plus 70K. So this is not as good as 2016, but much better than 2012. So it's closer to the 2016 margin. Okay. Just think about it that way, because at the end of the day, it's the level of the sizes. So there are 2 ways of this. You can look at percentages or margins. Okay, so you can say let's go to Upper West. I don't know if you.
So what I'll do is that instead of telling them, let's show them. That's what television. So we have a graphical representation of what we've been discussing, and you have it there, Bernard, on the screen.
Okay.
That would aid your conversation.
So what we're saying is that in Upper West, so you need to vacillate between.
So this is your margin.
Good. So Upper West, John Mahama has net plus 117,742. We want to compare with his net for 2016. His net in 2016, Upper West, he had 167,000, Nanado had 102,000. So his net was 65,000. So John Mahama has done better in Upper West in 2020 than he did in 2016. Okay. And he's done better. If I let me look at his performance in 2012, yeah, this is very good because he has 186,000 in
134.
And so if you look at the screen, in 2012, 186 minus 83, so another 106,000. So John Mahama's performance in Upper West is even better than his 2012 performance, right? So his 117,000 gap in Upper West is very good for him. It's better than even 2012. Okay. You know, Sly was sitting here and I asked him, he said, yes, we think 2012 is good for us. Mr. Mahama did better than 2012 in Upper West. Let's go to Volta. Net 506,027. Okay. What did 2016 do for him? 2016 wasn't that good. If you take away 493,000 minus 60,000, he had about 430,000. That was his net. He's gained about 70,000. He was around 430,000 plus. Now he's 506,000. So he's got more votes in Volta now. His net is 500,000. This is great for him.
That's good.
Okay. For him. Now let's go to Ahafo. Ahafo, his net, Nanado wins 29,099 is what Akufo-Addo gets. Let's come to 2016. Nana Akufo-Addo had 123,139. John Mahama had 98,272. So it was a 25,000 plus for Nanado. It's gone to 29,000.
So it's appreciated.
Yes. So it's very similar. So in 25,000 more votes in 2016. Now he has 29,000 more votes. So it's very similar to 2016 performance.
Progressive.
Don't forget, in our model, 2016 is what Nanado wants to do.
That's what you want to
John Mahama wants to do 2012 or better. He's done 2012 or better in Upper West. He's done. Let's check 2012 for Volta, just for shaggy reasons.
2012 for Volta.
In Volta in 2012, Mahama had 579,296. Akufo-Addo had 46,000. Wow. In 2012, Mahama had 520,000 plus.
So he didn't do as well as he did in 2012 in Volta.
But very close. So in 2020, Mahama has...
No, it's not close. It's 579,000. This is 506,000.
No, you don't understand.
Okay,
he got 579,292 and Nanado got 46,942. So when you do the net... When you do the net, he had 500 and probably 30,000.
I see you now.
You get me?
Yes.
So Mahama had plus 530,000 in 2012. He had plus 430 in 2016, but he's gone to plus 506. So it's much better than 2016, not as good as 2012. Are we together?
Yeah.
Now, Bono region, Nanado, so we've done Ahafo, right?
Yes,
Nanado had plus 25,000, now he has plus 29. Let's go to Bono. Bono region 2016, before that, in 2020, Nanado has 8,000.
89,000.
No, but whoever has written that, I don't know what to do. 89,275. Guys, you can't do this to me. It's 89275. It's 89275. It's not 89. It's not 8,927.
Okay, Bernard, it will be rectified.
It has to be. Take it off.
It will be
because it's confusing people.
Yeah.
89275 was what Nana got as his net
for 2020.
I'm doing a net analysis. Yes. 89275. Let's do 2016. In Bono region, John Mahama had 155,488. Nanado had 243,904. I put it on the thingy. So if you do the net, it's roughly the same because I'm just doing simple maths. 243,904. So 43,000 in his bag. Now John Mahama has 155. That's about 45,000 less than 100,000. So if you add 45 to 43, that's around 89. So it's done the same thing. So the gap between Nanado and Mahama for Bono region is the same in 2020 as it was in 2016. So let's summarize what we know so far. Upper West, Mahama does better than he did in 2016. Northeast, Nanado does better than he did in 2016. Volta, John Mahama does better than he did in 2016. Bono, Nanado does slightly... Same performance. Bono, same performance. Ahafo, slightly better. So Bono, exact same performance. Then let's do Central. Central, we've told you the gap that we have was 74,000. But in 2016, it was 90-something thousand. So Nanado has not done as great, but he still won it because he still won by 74,000. Are we together so far? So what we're seeing is that both parties are doing better in their strongholds than they did in the most recent election.
So none of them. So you're saying that for John Mahama, success means mirroring 2012.
Yes.
And for Nana Akufo-Addo, success means mirroring 2016.
And Mahama has bettered his Upper West than even 2012.
Okay.
He's bettered 2016. He's bettered Volta, but it's not as good as 2012, but it's much, much better than 2016. And then let's do Oti finally. Oti, he has a net of 77,000 in 2020, right?
Mm-hmm.
In 2016, 136,000 minus 74,000, again, you're looking at about 60K. So he actually does better in Oti than he did in 2016.
Would it be fair to start calculating or adding the 7 regions that we have and start talking about a trend, or we should just wait for the other?
No, we can do anything. I mean, what I wanted to do first was to show this simple one. Yes. So because the thing about numbers is relativity. Okay, the reason why this election is close is because 2016 was not close. It was 900,000 plus for Nanado, right? So to overturn that, Mahama needs to banish 2016. And now, even if Mahama does 2012 and Akufo-Addo repeats 2016,
Akufo-Addo still leads.
Yes, because Mahama in 2012 was not as big as Akufo-Addo in 2016. So that's why Upper West is great for Mahama. Mahama wants everything to be like Upper West, where he's going beyond 2012 to say, take that, Nanado, 117,000. That's what can overturn this thing Nanado did in 2016, right? So if Nanado maintains 2016, Mahama must say, I'm moving to 2012 type, just to help you think about this. So Upper West, it happens for Mahama. But Northeast, Nanado says, no, I'm going to consolidate. He does that. But Oti and Volta, yes, yes, please. Better than 2016, not quite as good as 2012, but I will take that. Bono region, Nanado repeats 2016 as well.
Same pattern.
You get it? But Central, Mahama takes a bit of Nanado's shine, but not as good as he would have wanted. Then you go to, what do you call it? What is left? I don't know.
We have Ahafo.
Ahafo, similar to
Ahafo,
20.
Akufo-Addo, yes.
Yes. So what are you looking at? Ashanti.
So
you want to find out whether Ashanti. Now, what happened in
That's what I'm going to do. So EC's certified result does not include Ashanti and Western, but we have some figures that we have been collating.
All right, I'll do 2 things. I'll tell you what happened in Ashanti so you can think about what to expect. In 2016, Nanado had 1.64 million votes in Ashanti region.
1.6.
1,640,694. So 1640694. That's Nanado in 2016. And Mahama 503,497. So the gap between the two was 1,130,000. So 1.1 million.
2016.
Gap. So then the delta for Nanado in Ashanti was 1.1 million. Okay. So what are you looking at? If the delta between Mahama and Nanado in 2020 is around that figure, Mahama is not happy. Because that type of delta, yes, he does better in Volta, but his better performance in Volta about 70K. So if Nanado maintains that one, so what Mahama is praying for is let the delta be below 1 million. Okay, let my gap between Nanado and myself in Ashanti, let it be below 1 million. Then I'm in business.
And we have the results from Ashanti. The regional director has given the collated figures for Ashanti.
What did he tell you?
In fact, Kwame Zu, the NDC's regional secretary, says because they actually got 26%, but it's just percentage terms.
Yes.
And he said that it means victory for them. Let me just say that after the conference, the NPP sang, the NDC sang. I'll come back, we'll see that video, and then we'll talk more. This is Citi TV's coverage of election 2020. My name is Umaru Sanda Amado. I'm here with Bernard Kokwavle. We'll be back shortly to help you make sense of what it means, how much is enough for NDC in the Ashanti region. Does NDC have to win a certain amount or a certain percentage of the votes of Ashanti to reflect on the national picture And does 26% mean they have done anything, or some other factors have to be considered in the 26% that Kwame Zulu and the NDC in the Ashanti region are celebrating? Don't worry.
I'm Bismarck from Accra. I've been dating this girl for about 4 years now, and we really love each other and want to spend the rest of our lives together. Problem now is that she went to church and the pastor asked her if she's in a relationship with a man, if she's in a relationship and a man should come and ask for her hand in marriage, will she go ahead to marry the guy, or will she choose to stay in her current relationship? She said she replied that she will choose the marriage proposal. After her answer, the pastor told her that if she is indeed in a relationship, she should advise herself. Here lies the case. We both don't want to lose each other. But with what the pastor said, my girlfriend said she's very confused, doesn't know what to do, and she doesn't want to lose me either. I felt so heartbroken after she told me this. I'm confused too. What should I or we do? We need your advice.
She's ready to marry a complete stranger, and for me, that's worrying.
I feel like she's trying to force this guy's hand. I don't understand why anybody's confused. There's nothing to be confused about.
When you're with a guy for that long, like they're saying, definitely at the back of her mind, as long as there's no ring, she doesn't value the relationship.
Sister is proudly sponsored by Vodafone. The future is exciting, ready and secure. You decide.
There are those with untold stories, unraveled feats, life-changing stories, and lasting legacies. They tell their stories themselves on footprints. Yes.
Oh, at some point, well, we are taking the step. Unfortunately, you were dragging the country into an abyss. Yeah. So we saw it. But they have held power, the guns and so forth. Who were we to? We just watched. But by, I believe, 74, 5, the country was seeing through him. That this man was a total misfit.
But he was a happy man.
But because in Akan, there's a proverb.
Be inspired by their hard work and resilience that led to their outstanding achievements as we trace their footsteps through time.
Lincoln, we have one of our, school member died or whatever, so we have to go there and perform during the funeral or whatever. And then I was feeling thirsty, so there was but those days it's not like pure water or whatever. They sell the water in a bottle. Yeah, stuff like that. So there was a bottle there. I thought it was just a water. No, it was application. So I just took it. When I drank it, before I realized, Charlie. So what happened to me? I'm like, Charlie, I've never touched. So since then, I've never touched alcohol.
Okay, so you didn't drink alcohol, and you never smoked?
Smoked, no way. No.
Really?
Never.
Wow.
Never.
Then who comes out of the car? Chachu Chikata and Kojo Chikata. And Chachu told me that they have, Kojo was sick since the morning and he has been tortured and whatnot, and they have come for medical attention. Of course, naturally, I have to look after them, even though they are very close relatives. So I look at Kojo, I examine him, I notice that he's definitely been tortured. And there was blood, deep-seated blood in the ears. We can see that clearly.
So join me, Samuel Atamensa, and my guests every Saturday at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 4 p.m. for Footprints, only on Citi TV.
Footprint is sponsored by Bethel Logistics Company Limited,
experts in shipping logistics.
That's kind of cynical. I mean, because I'm not sure that all that we have done have necessarily been to the benefit of middle class or wealthy people. So we will get to that.
Tune in to The Point of View this and every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. as I, Bernard Avle, get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you.
When MBB came, because they were not putting money in the sinking fund.
They were not putting money in the sinking fund?
Yes.
That's why this curve is going up?
The money was going to the sinking fund, but it was not being applied to debt.
I think that there's a lot of apocryphal conspiracy theories around. And it's not different from 5G causes coronavirus, COVID-19 and things like that. So there's been this long-term held belief that somehow there are some people that have planned that they will bus hundreds of thousands of people to come and change Ghanaian electoral outcome. There is no evidence for it. There is absolutely no evidence for it.
I am saying that we have very professional herbalists in this country whose capacity I know because I've tried it. But also there are quack ones within them. And the earlier we weed them out, the better for us.
Remember, The Point of View is live every Monday and Wednesday at 9 p.m. only on Citi TV.
The Point of View is powered by Airtel Tigo. Have you heard that Airtel Tigo calls from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. and Airtel Tigo money transfers are now free on new SIMs? Now you know. Airtel Tigo. Life is simple.
Comprehensive news. The Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. on Citi TV is your most engaging news bulletin on TV.
It's a very that's too bad. The youth are still throwing stones. They are still throwing stones here into our direction. And can I come in? I want to come in. Okay.
Telling your stories better with correspondence covering every corner of the country.
Getting access to potable water is a daily struggle for residents of Kakichakopi and Balekopi communities in the Ada East district of the Greater Accra region.
Citi Newsroom at 8 p.m. Very fluent with issues that concern you.
This inquiry me come from Mr. Rabbi, some who are sitting here. Told you kind of make 1 week. What do you say?
Is it unfair? What all this? What all this? We are dying! We are dying! We are dying for Choco!
With Citi Newsroom, your community is now connected.
In this our community, all of us, we are very sorry about this school. If we went to see the children, they are so small. Even my grandchildren are there. My grands outside there. If they come out from the school, I have this.
Every day at 8 p.m., Citi Newsroom is live on Citi TV.
This is the Election Bureau. It's Citi TV. Our coverage continues. Election 2020. You voted, but you do not know who has won. We also don't know, but the Electoral Commission does, and we are trusting the Electoral Commission to serve us. It just served us a short while ago some information that's very useful to you. It's given us 7 regions who has done what or who has won which of these 7 regions, and we're trying to help you make sense of the numbers. Bernard, we can quickly, and I'm here with Bernard Kokwavle. Let's quickly remind people which regions were released by the Electoral Commission, officially certified, and then we can tell them what we also know based on what our correspondents and team of volunteers have been sending to us. Which regions are out?
We have the Upper West region. For those of you who are not
Upper West region, John Mahama.
Please pick this screen just to show. This is Upper West region. It's green. It's out. We also have the Volta region.
So what we'll do is that you mentioned the region. John Mahama has won Upper West region.
Yes. Then we have Volta region. John Mahama won.
John Mahama has won that.
Then we have the Ahafo region.
Nana Akufo-Addo has won that.
Then we have the Bono region. Nana Addo has won. We have the Oti region. John Mahama has won. We have Northeast region. Nana Addo has won. We have the Central region. Nana Addo has won. So essentially, the color code for your 2016 map is the same for 2020.
It's important we mention who has won which region, because when John Mahama spoke this, well, not this evening because we are in a new day now, last night, he mentioned that he had won some regions, actually 10 regions or so, and that became a debate. And
actually, it's not even a debate, because if you go to 2016, this is the map, right? 2012.
No, I'm talking about this year's election.
Let me explain. You see, you don't need to, the region is just a creation of a political entity. This is first past the post. So you can technically, that's why I'm showing the 2012 map. NPP won Bono, Ahafo, Ashanti, Eastern. You can win an election with one region, two regions. It's just a division. It's sums. It's percentage of valid votes cast. So that's not really an issue. The real story here is that Upper West, Mahama did better than he did in 2016. And even much better than he did in 2012. But Nana Addo in Northeast also did better than he did in 2016. Because in 2016, he had only plus 2,000. Now he has plus 10,000. Then you come to Volta and Oti. Mahama did much better than he did in 2016 for both Volta and Oti, but not quite as good as 2012, but very good. Then you have Bono region. Nana Addo, similar performance to 2016. He'll be happy with that. Ahafo, similar performance slightly to 2016. Now, the other issue is Central region. Okay, he had 90,000 plus as in his net over Nana Addo, over John Mahama in 2016. Now he has 70,000 plus. So he's happy. Now, this is the real issue.
Before I go to so in simple terms, the two candidates are winning in the regions as they won them in 2016. No one has flipped any of these regions except that they've had some increases. That's significant.
On a presidential level, there's been no flip yet based on certified results.
7.
Yes. So Upper West has not been flipped. Northeast has not been flipped. Bono and Ahafo have maintained status quo. Central has maintained status quo. All this for presidential.
Okay.
Now, we have also received results for Ashanti, Eastern, and Western.
How does that look like?
Hold on. Let me issue the caveat. But those results, don't forget, there are 16 regions. 2 regions have not come in. So these results we've received, EC has also received them. But they are going through a process of
certification,
so that all the agents must say this is right, we all know this is correct, right? So whatever I'm going to do with Ashanti or Eastern or Western it has a proviso. This is not certified yet, but this is what we got from the coalition center. In fact, our correspondent, I don't know if you have the video, Opon Mafo was in Ashanti. The result that they sent to Accra, the man announced it, and Opon Mafo actually said, Maza, and the man did it. So I actually feel if we can even hear again, so people,
we will do that. We are working on that.
I don't want it to seem as if I'm just speculating. So what I'm saying is that the result has been declared by the Ashanti Regional Electoral Commission chair. NDC and NPP both accepted the result there. They are happy with it.
So that's certified?
Yes, but there are 4 levels of certification. We have the polling station certification. Then we have the constituency certification. We have regional certification. Now, and national certification guy can overturn his region. So let's take it easy, right? So the fact that the Ashanti region people have accepted it doesn't mean the regional level have national has accepted. So I'm just saying this is certified up to the regional level.
Good.
Okay, but it's not speculative to just use that in your analysis, but it's not finally certified for you to say this is kosher. Please, am I clear?
Yes, very clear.
These are dangerous times. We'll
bring that video. But before we do that, prior to this election, an analysis that has been done, a key percentage had come up that if NDC has to be successful, there's a percentage they have to get in the Ashanti region. Now they got 26% in the Ashanti region. Does it matter?
Yes, it matters. Don't forget that I said something very important, that in an election like what we have, you need turnout and then you need vote share. Turnout, vote share. Turnout, vote share. Why? Because these are absolute numbers. Okay, so I give an example. If the turnout is high, So the plenty people vote, but you both get 50-50. Nothing gained because it's essentially a net you are looking at. So the vote share is more important than the turnout. So what is the vote share? The vote share is the percentage that you get. But the percentage of what? Of the total. Very good. Now, in my net analysis I'm doing, there are two things. Every year NDC wins, they have had to have more than 25% of the vote. Okay, listen to the English I'm speaking. Every year NDC wins, they have had to have more than 25% of the vote. It doesn't mean that having 25% of the vote it's a necessary condition. They have had to have it. It will be almost impossible to win if they have less than 25% of the Ashanti vote. But is it a sufficient condition? Do you understand? It's necessary. Otherwise, without it, you won't win. But is it enough to get you to win?
It's not the only factor.
So this is my theory. Having more than 25% is necessary but insufficient because you also need to have a good margin reduction. If MPP's margin is over a certain number, because I'm doing a net analysis, Mahama has Upper West in his corner, 117,000. He has 500,000 in his corner, okay? Nanado has 29,000 and 89,000 in his corner. Mahama has another same. So if Nanado's net in Ashanti is 1.2 million, irrespective of the percentage, it wipes out a lot of things. Do you follow my logic? So what I'm saying is that the 25%, they have to have it. Otherwise, they're in trouble. But when they get it, they also have to make sure that that 25% or whatever they get means that the Ashanti net for Nanado is not more than 1 million. Please, are you following my logic?
It's actually on the screen, and I'm sure that can help guide our conversation.
So I can also say that if you look at the net analysis for every election, if MPP gets plus 900,000 to plus 1 million as their net in Ashanti, and this is in trouble. Okay? So the 26% is great. That's why Kwame Zu says, hey, we're happy. But the MPP guys say, no, we still also have to go 1.1 million. They are both right. Now, you can both be right, but it really depends on what is happening elsewhere.
In other regions.
Do you get me? So, in 2016, MPP's net over NDC was 1,137,197. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Go here. Ashanti. Okay. Nanado, 1,640,694. Jomama, 503,497. When you do the subtraction, it's 1.137 million. 1.137 million. Are we together? Now, do you have what the Ashanti guy said?
Yes, I'm actually going to take you. Let me
listen to what they said for 2020.
Quick trip to Kumasi. The regional director of elections has been giving us the figures.
Back to the Regional Electoral Commission boss to really find out what are the percentages and all that. Sir, Mr. Benjamin Banobio, just for clarity, just run us through the percentages that the various political parties had.
Thank you very much. The NPP had, let me sit down. The MPP had 71.77% of the vote that was cast yesterday, and the NDC had 26.1% of the vote that was cast. 26.1%.
All right, so basically, we just want to just go over it again for us, sir. Just go over it again for us, sir.
I indicated that NPP chalked 1,795,824 votes, and that represents 71.77% of the votes cast. And NDC had 653 53,149 votes, which represent 26.1% of the votes cast. So the remaining political parties shared 2.2% of the votes that were cast yesterday.
So that's the Director of Elections in the Ashanti region, giving the figures there to our correspondent, Edward Opomafu. Bernard.
So this is beautiful. Mathematics is something you should learn. It will help you in life.
So the reason I didn't become a teacher.
You know, so if you think about it, NPP had 1,795,824. All right? NDC has 653,149. So NPP has 71.77%. NDC has 26.1%. Fair enough. Now look at 2016. NPP, 1,640,694. NDC, 503,492. Percentage-wise, Nanado had 75.37, Jomoro had 23.13. So Kwame Zu says, this is great. I've increased my percentage from 23 to 26. Right? And Mahama has decreased percentage from 75 to 71. So Kwame Zu is happy. But then NPP guy says, no, my difference over you in 2016 was 1,137,197. My difference over you now is 1,142,675. You follow? So the NPP guy says, Masa, and your percentage in we are saying that the absolute difference between you and I is the issue. Please, are we making sense? So both can be happy, but you need to know what does. I think that the 1.14 million is more important. Why? Because it's a straight fight between the two. Now, if the smaller parties were getting a lot more votes, then there will be an issue. But you have a net gain for Nanado of 5,400 votes in Ashanti. So he has re-established the 2016 scenario. Our model says if Nanado does 2016 for Eastern, 2016 for Ashanti, he probably needs to only repeat 2016 scenario in another region. He's in good business. So what I'm saying is this. Both can be happy, but you really need to look at the broader picture to interpret what that means for the race.
In wrapping up, Bernard.
Why are we wrapping up?
We need to wrap up.
Why are we going?
Because the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah, has said that nothing is going to come until tomorrow.
But people have to understand where we are going. Because I have to explain it.
Bernard Kokwavle. I'm going to give you Eastern region.
No, wait. Our boss is here. That's me 15 minutes. I'm making you because I've drunk.
They are overriding the host.
I've drunk.
We're coming back at 6 o'clock.
Okay. So we should close.
Yeah,
okay. I wanted to do some sensitivity analysis.
No, you have that to do.
No,
you can do that in 5 minutes. But Bernard, Eastern region,
yes.
The EC's director there as well gave us figures. Yes.
Oh, then we can go. Let's go on.
No, we are not going to go beyond.
Oh, you have Eastern. Let's.
Bernard, it's not certified by the August at the top.
You have Eastern.
Yes. So I'm just going to give Eastern region figures. Please put your cursor on Eastern region for me. I'm not going to let you go beyond 1 minute. Eastern region.
Hold on. Let them put also the difference analysis I did so that we can juxtapose the two.
Bernard. No. My director is in my ear and I need to
Okay. Eastern region.
752,000.
Where am I?
I just want to give you figures for Eastern region.
Okay.
You can put your cursor on Eastern region. We have it there.
Yes.
That's 2016 you have.
Yes.
2020. Nana Akufo-Addo, 752,061. That's 61. You got that?
Yes, I have that, please.
Then John Mahama, 470,999.
Ooh. Can you repeat this for emphasis?
752,061. So 752,061 for Nanado, Eastern region, his home region. John Mahama, 470,999. 470,999.
I want to buy time, so repeat it one last time.
Bernard, I'm not
because I need to calculate the difference between the two for 2016.
Okay.
So that I can make sense of what you just did.
I'll give you more time while you do the calculation. This is Citi TV's coverage of election 2020. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Jean Mensah, has said to us that they are waiting for the 7 other results that they have to be certified They are still waiting for results from Bono East and Northern region.
Okay,
These are
I'm
the
ready
two
for you.
outstanding regions.
I'm ready for you.
When these come, she'll tell us who is the president-elect of the Republic
2020, 752,061 for Nanado, 470,999 for John Mahama, gives you a delta plus for Nanado of 284,968. 284,968, right? Now, Eastern Region 2016, Nanado 678,514. That's what I'm showing here. 678,514. John Mahama 397,786. 397,786. What's the difference? 280,728. 280,728. So what are we saying? Nanado's victory over Mahama in Eastern, his margin was 280,728. In 2016, it's 284,968. So 4,000 more votes. So
who benefits from this?
Oh, Sandra. I'm saying that the gap in 2016.
No, you're mentioning so many numbers.
I'm coming. That's what I'm saying. I want to take it. The gap for Nanado for Eastern 2016 was 280,728. But the gap in 2020 is 284,000. So he has 4,000 more over the 2016 figure.
Okay.
Do you get me?
Appreciation.
So just take your time. So I'm saying that he's done much better. It's around the same area. He's repeated 2016 margin in Eastern, repeated that in Ashanti as well. Do you follow my logic?
I do.
That's what I'm saying. So this, so you can essentially say that Nanado has repeated 2016 in Ashanti
Eastern,
and Eastern.
Bernard, we need to end. It's 2 o'clock or 0200 GMT.
So let me tell you what to watch out for.
Okay.
Greater Accra, NDC is leading. It's quite clear from the results. So tomorrow or by the time you wake up, look out for Greater Accra. Western North, NDC does very well there. Watch out for that. Bono East, NDC also wins there. So watch out for that. Northern, NDC wins there. Watch out for that. And then Upper East. Those are the five.
And do watch out because it's not over. This is Citi TV. Also listening to us on Citi FM. Is the Election Bureau. We have to bring you the results until we are told who the president-elect is. And what's exciting is that the debate over who has won how many seats will be settled by the Electoral Commission chairperson herself. She has said that it's not something chairpersons at the national level generally do, but because of the debate over who is winning the House, that's critical. She'll be telling us that in addition to who is the president-elect. We'll be back on air at 6 o'clock. And do join us on Citi FM, Citi TV, Citi Newsroom. My name is Umaru Sandamadu. Thank you. It's been great coming your way.